Close your eyes, dear traveler, and let the world fall away. Imagine a place where starlit ruins hum with secrets, where voices in stone whisper tales no one can fully hear. Welcome to a journey through the unexplainable, a tapestry of lost cities, silent depths, and unanswered whispers. Here in this gentle twilight, mysteries linger like moonlight on a forgotten path, inviting you to drift, to dream, to wonder. Some questions were never meant to be answered. They are not puzzles to solve, but songs to feel, melodies woven into the fabric of time. Tonight we wander through fading ruins and sunken realms where the past breathes softly and the unknown cradles us in its arms. Let go of the need to know, and let awe be your guide. These are stories of places and moments that slip through the fingers of history, leaving only echoes in the moonlit silence. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a desert where a city once gleamed under a canopy of stars now lost to the sands, or diving into the ocean's heart, where stone pathways rest in eternal quiet, untouched by time. Each mystery we share is a doorway to wonder, a chance to rest in the beauty of what remains unseen. So find a quiet place, let your breath slow, and allow these tales to carry you like a river through the ages. This is not a journey of answers, but of reverence for the questions that shimmer like stars, for the ruins that sing, for the depths that hold their secrets close. Over the next 5 hours, we'll wander together from forgotten temples to glowing lights in the void, each story a thread in the endless weave of the unknown. Are you ready to step into the mist, to listen to the whispers that have no end? Let us begin with a city swallowed by the desert's embrace, a place of golden spires and fleeting dreams. This is the tale of Ubar, the Atlantis of the sands. Picture yourself standing alone in the vastness of the Arabian desert, where the horizon shimmers like a silver thread woven into the sky. The air is warm, heavy with the scent of ancient dust, and the sands stretch endlessly before you, rippling as if stirred by unseen hands. In this quiet expanse, you feel it, a faint hum beneath your feet, as if the earth itself remembers a city that once gleamed here, its golden spires catching the dawn. This is Ubar, the fabled Atlantis of the sands, a place whispered of in Bedouin tales yet never truly found. Its mystery wraps around you like a silken veil, inviting you to listen, to wonder, to drift into its enigma. Ubar, if it ever stood, was said to be a jewel of the ancient world, a trading hub where caravans laden with frankincense and myrrh converged under starlit skies. Bedouin storytellers speak of its towering walls adorned with intricate carvings that danced in the firelight and fountains that sang with waters drawn from hidden springs. They say it was a place of wealth and wisdom, where poets wove verses that rivaled the wind's own melody. Yet one day, or perhaps one night, Ubar vanished. The sands claimed it, leaving no trace but the echoes of its name. You can almost see it in your mind's eye, the spires sinking the streets, fading, the laughter growing faint as the desert exhaled. No map marks Ubar's place. No ruins bear its name. Ancient texts like the Quran hint at a city called Iram, a place of lofty pillars punished for its pride, swallowed by divine wrath. Is Iram Ubar? The question lingers unanswered as you trace your fingers through the sand, feeling for a truth that slips away. The Bedouin, with their eyes like polished obsidian, nod knowingly when asked, but their stories shift like the dunes, each telling a little different, each ending in silence. From a distant vantage, the modern world has sought Ubar with tools of reason. You might imagine archaeologists, their faces weathered by sun, and hope pouring over satellite images that reveal faint lines in the desert, ancient caravan routes perhaps converging on a point now buried. In the 1990s, explorers like Nicholas Clapp and Ranulph Fiennes ventured into Oman's empty quarter, guided by NASA's radar and Bedouin lore. They found a sinkhole, a collapsed limestone cavern near a place called Shizr. Pottery shards and frankincense burners lay scattered there, whispering of a settlement lost to a sudden catastrophe. Could this be Ubar? Some nod, pointing to the artifact's age dated to 2800 BCE. Others hesitate, noting the site's modesty. No golden spires, no lofty pillars. Geologists offer another lens. The desert, they say, is a restless sea of sand, its currents shaped by wind and time. A city built on unstable ground, perhaps over a cavern, could have crumbled when the earth shifted its foundations, sucked into the void. Hydrologists add their voice. Ubar's fabled springs may have dried up, forcing its people to wander away, leaving their city to the dunes. Yet each theory feels like a single star in a vast constellation, beautiful but incomplete. You stand among these ideas, each one a thread, but none weaving the full tapestry of Ubar's fate. Now let your heart turn inward to the whispers of the spirit. To the Bedouin, Ubar is more than a place. It is a lesson, a sigh from the divine. They speak of a people so proud, their laughter drowned out the stars until the earth itself opened to teach them humility. In Islamic tradition, Iram's pillars are not mere stone, but symbols of hubris, a warning etched in sand. You might sit by a fire listening as an elder's voice weaves this tale, her words soft as the night breeze urging you to seek balance to honor the unseen. Other cultures, too, cradle Ubar in their myths. In ancient Sabaean lore, it was a city blessed by the moon goddess, its waters flowing only for those pure of heart. When greed tainted its people, the goddess turned away and the springs became dust. Farther afield in the tales of Persian mystics, Ubar is a metaphor for the soul's own city lost when one strays from truth. As you ponder these stories, you feel their weight, their invitation to look within. What is Ubar to you? A place, a parable, or something deeper still? History or perhaps legend offers glimpses of Ubar's life. Picture yourself walking its streets if they ever were. Merchants from distant lands, Saba, Aksum, Indus, barter beneath canopies of silk, their voices a gentle hum. A poet stands at a fountain's edge, her words floating like petals on the water, singing of love that outlasts stone. Children chase each other through alleys, their laughter bright as the sun. Yet, woven into these scenes are stranger tales. A traveler lost in the desert swears he saw Ubar's spires at twilight only to find empty sand by dawn. A caravan guided by a star arrived at an oasis, where a city gleamed, but when they drank its water they woke elsewhere, their memories blurred. One story told in hushed tones speaks of a woman who guarded Ubar's heart, a crystal said to hold the desert's own light. She vanished with the city, and now some say her voice lingers in the wind, calling to those who listen closely. You pause, tilting your head. Is that her song faint on the breeze, or merely the sand's endless sigh? These tales true or not, wrap Ubar in a cloak of wonder, each one a thread in its eternal mystery. Now you are the wanderer, your sandals sinking into the warm sand as twilight paints the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The desert is vast, yet it feels alive as if it watches you with ancient eyes. You kneel, letting the grains slip through your fingers, each one a story, a life, a dream. What was Ubar? A city of stone and water, or a vision born of longing? You close your eyes and for a moment you see it towers, aglow fountains, sparkling faces, smiling in the dusk. But when you open them, there is only sand, stretching to the stars. The mystery of Ubar is not in its finding, but in its absence. It asks you to sit with the unknown, to cradle it gently as you would a fragile bloom. Scientists may map the dunes and mystics may weave their parables, but Ubar remains a whisper, a question that hums in your bones. You rise, brushing the sand from your hands, and feel a quiet awe. Some truths are not meant to be held, only felt like the warmth of a star too distant to touch. As you stand in this endless desert, a final question drifts to you soft as a feather on the wind. Was Ubar ever real, or is it the desert's own dream, a mirage born to teach us wonder? The sands offer no reply, only their gentle rustle, their eternal dance. You smile content to let the question linger, a companion for your journey onward. But the desert keeps its secrets, and another mystery calls from the ancient stones of a distant land. Imagine yourself perched on a gentle hill in Anatolia, where the twilight sky unfurls like a velvet scroll dusted with the first shy stars. Below you, ancient stones stand in quiet circles, their surfaces etched with creatures that seem to breathe in the fading light. Foxes, serpents, birds, all frozen in a dance older than memory. This is Göbekli Tepe, a sanctuary carved into the earth's own heart, older than the pyramids, older than written words. As you sit, the stones seem to hum, a faint vibration that stirs your soul, whispering of rituals lost and secrets buried. Why do these pillars stand? And why were they hidden beneath the soil for millennia? Göbekli Tepe is a marvel that defies time. Picture vast T-shaped pillars, some towering 12 feet high, arranged in rings like silent sentinels. Their surfaces are alive with carvings, animals, human-like figures, and symbols no one can fully decipher. These are not crude scratches, but intricate reliefs crafted with a precision that speaks of deep intent. Discovered in 1994 by a shepherd, then unearthed by archaeologists, the site dates back to 9,600 BCE, a time when humanity, we thought, wove only simple lives as hunters and gatherers. Yet here in this cradle of earth, you sense a complexity that challenges all we know. The greatest mystery lies in their burial. Around 8,000 BCE, these sacred circles were deliberately covered with earth, not by nature's hand, but by human choice. Tons of soil and rubble were heaped over the stones, hiding them from the sun for 10,000 years. You can almost see it hands working in the dawn, piling earth over the pillars, their purpose as silent as the stones themselves. Were they protecting a secret, erasing a past, or offering the site to the earth's embrace? The question lingers soft and unyielding as you trace a carved bore with your gaze. Step closer now and let the mind of reason wander. Archaeologists, with their careful brushes and measured steps, offer glimpses into Göbekli Tepe's riddle. One hypothesis suggests it was a temple, perhaps the world's first, where early humans gathered to honor forces beyond their ken. The pillars, they say, may represent deities or ancestors, their animal carvings, symbols of clans or cosmic tales. But this raises a puzzle. How did a society of foragers without cities or farms muster the skill and will to build such a place? You ponder this, your fingers brushing the cool stone, feeling the weight of their labor. Another theory whispers of astronomy. Some scholars see the pillars as markers of the stars, their alignments tracing constellations or solstices. Imagine standing here at dawn, the sun's first rays touching a stone, revealing a pattern only the initiated understood. Yet tests of these alignments yield mixed truths, and the stars keep their counsel. A bolder idea floats among geologists. Could Göbekli Tepe commemorate a cataclysm like a comet strike that reshaped the world 12,800 years ago? The carvings they muse might encode a warning, a memory of skies aflame, but the evidence is faint, like a dream half-remembered. Then there's the burial itself. Was it an act of reverence, sealing a sacred site to preserve its power, or did a new people with new beliefs seek to erase the old ways, burying the past to build anew? Each theory is a lantern in the dusk, casting light but never banishing. The shadows. You stand among these ideas, each one, a path yet none leading to a certain end. Now let your heart open to the unseen. To the Kurdish shepherds who still roam these hills, Göbekli Tepe is a place of quiet power, where the earth listens. They speak of spirits dwelling in the stones, guardians of a time when humans and the divine walked hand in hand. You might sit with them sharing bread under the stars as they tell of a forgotten people who sang to the sky, their voices weaving the world's first prayers. In their tales, the burial was a gift, returning the sanctuary to the earth's womb, a cycle complete. In other traditions, the site hums with different echoes. Some modern pagans see it as a temple to the Great Mother. Its circles a reflection of her eternal embrace. The animals, they say, are her children, carved to honor the unity of all life. In esoteric circles, Göbekli Tepe is a node of energy, a place where the veil between worlds thins. You close your eyes, feeling the air pulse softly, and wonder, is this the wind or something more? Across these beliefs, the stones remain a canvas for the soul's longing, inviting you to find your own truth in their silence. History, or perhaps myth, paints Göbekli Tepe with fleeting colors. Imagine yourself among its builders, your hands smoothing a pillar's edge as dusk settles. The air is alive with chants, low and rhythmic, as figures move in a slow dance, their shadows flickering by firelight. A woman, her eyes like polished flint, raises a bowl of wild grains, offering it to the night. Was this a rite of harvest, a plea for rain, or a farewell to the dead? The stones hold no answers, only the echo of their steps. Legends whisper of stranger things. A local tale speaks of a wanderer who found the buried site by chance, guided by a dream of singing stones. When he dug, he found a pillar, but the earth trembled, and he fled never to return. Another story older still tells of a star that fell to earth, its light guiding the builders to this hill. When their work was done, they buried the stones to keep the star's secret safe. You listen to these tales told by firelight, and feel their weight, their invitation to imagine. Do the pillars still sing? If only you could hear. You are the pilgrim now, your bare feet touching the cool earth as you walk the circles. The stones loom around you, their carvings alive in the moonlight, each one a story, a question, a sigh. You pause before a pillar, its fox carving, watching you with eyes that seem to know. What did they see? These stones in the millennia, they stood unburied. You sit leaning against the rock and let the silence wrap you like a shawl. The world feels vast yet intimate, as if the pillars are whispering just for you. Göbekli Tepe is not a puzzle to solve, but a presence to feel. Its mystery is a gift, a chance to rest in wonder, to let the unknown be your companion. Scientists may map its stones and mystics may weave their visions, but the truth of this place is a melody soft and elusive that plays in your heart. You raise your hand, lingering on the stone, and smile. Some secrets are meant to be cherished, not uncovered. As you stand in this ancient circle, a final thought drifts to you, light as a feather on the breeze. Why did they bury these stones, and what did they hope to keep or set free? The pillars offer no reply, only their quiet presence, their eternal gaze. You breathe deeply, content to carry the question with you, a star to guide your way. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from the glowing depths of a distant sea. Envision yourself deep in a Central American jungle where moonlight filters through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Before you, resting on a moss-covered stone, is a crystal skull, its surface so polished it seems to drink the light, glowing with a soft, ethereal pulse. Its empty eyes hold your gaze as if peering into the depths of your soul, whispering secrets from a time long forgotten. This is one of the fabled crystal skulls of the Maya, a relic or perhaps something more crafted by hands unknown its purpose, veiled in the mists of eternity. As you sit, the jungle hums around you, and the skull's silent presence invites you to linger, to wonder, to lose yourself in its mystery. The crystal skulls are among the most enigmatic artifacts of the ancient world. Carved from pure quartz, some as clear as water, others smoky or rose-hued. They mimic human skulls with uncanny precision jaws, hinged eye sockets, deep surfaces flawless. Found or claimed to be found in the jungles of Belize, Guatemala, and Mexico. They are tied to the Maya, a civilization whose pyramids and star charts still awe us. Yet no Maya text mentions them. No tomb has yielded one beyond doubt. Their origins are a riddle, their age uncertain, their meaning a whisper that fades as you reach for it. You can picture the moment of discovery, an explorer perhaps in the 19th century brushing aside vines to reveal a skull glinting in the undergrowth, its clarity defying the decay around it. Some, like the famous Mitchell Hedges skull, are said to have been found in temples, their surfaces so perfect they seem untouched by time. Others surfaced in private collections, their provenance murky, their stories woven from hearsay. Were they crafted by the Maya or by hands even older? Why do they glow as if lit from within? The questions curl around you like the jungle's vines, gentle but insistent. Now let your mind turn to the seekers of reason. Scientists have studied the skulls, their tools, probing for answers in the quartz's heart. One hypothesis holds: they are Maya relics crafted for rituals we can only guess at. Yet tests confound this under microscopes. Some skulls show no trace of ancient tools, no scratches, no chisel marks. Modern diamond-tipped instruments might achieve such smoothness. But how could the Maya with obsidian and flint carve quartz, one of the hardest stones known? You ponder this, imagining artisans laboring by torchlight, their methods lost to time. Another theory suggests a later origin. Some skulls, like those in the British Museum, bear traces of rotary tools hinting at 19th century craftsmanship. Could they be colonial forgeries created to captivate European collectors with tales of ancient wisdom? Yet this explanation falters with skulls like the Mitchell Hedges, whose craftsmanship defies easy dating. Geologists add another layer. Quartz crystals of such purity are rare in Central America. perhaps sourced from distant lands. How did they reach the Maya and why shape them into skulls? A fringe idea whispers of extraterrestrial hands. The skull's perfection, some claim, suggests knowledge beyond human reach, a gift from starborn visitors. Mainstream scholars dismiss this, yet the absence of tool marks lingers a puzzle unsolved. Each theory is a lantern's glow, illuminating one facet of the skulls, but leaving others in shadow. You sit with these ideas, each one a path through the jungle, yet none revealing the destination. Shift now to the realm of spirit, where the skulls shine with deeper meaning. To modern Maya elders, they are not mere objects, but vessels of ancestral wisdom. You might sit in a circle of candlelight listening as an elder speaks of the skulls as mirrors of the soul, their clarity reflecting truths hidden within. In their tradition, the skull is sacred, a bridge to the ancestors who guide the living. Were these crystals used to commune with the divine, their glow a beacon for spirits? The thought settles over you warm and soft like a shawl woven of starlight. Beyond the Maya, other voices weave their tales. In New Age circles, the skulls are oracles said to hum with energy, when touched sharing visions with those who listen. Some speak of 13 skulls scattered across the world, destined to unite and unlock a cosmic truth. In Tibetan mysticism, crystal is a stone of clarity, cleansing the mind's fog. Could the skulls be a shared symbol linking distant cultures in a forgotten rite? As you gaze into the skull's eyes, you feel a stillness, a call to look inward. What do you see in its depths, your own heart or something vaster? The skulls carry stories, each one a flicker in the jungle's gloom. Picture yourself in a Maya temple long ago, where priests gather around a crystal skull as dawn breaks. They chant, their voices low, as the skull catches the sun's first rays, casting prisms across the stone walls. Was it a tool of divination revealing the god's will, or a relic to honor the dead its glow, a reminder of life's eternal cycle? The scene fades, but the question lingers soft as the morning mist. Legends tell of stranger things. In the 1920s, Anna Mitchell Hedges, a young explorer, claimed to find a skull in a Belizean ruin. She spoke of its power to heal, to speak in dreams, its eyes glowing under moonlight. Locals whispered of a curse, saying those who mishandled the skull saw visions of doom, yet none were harmed, only haunted by wonder. Another tale from a Mexican village speaks of a skull hidden in a cave, guarded by a jaguar whose eyes matched its glow. When seekers approached, the cave vanished, leaving only laughter on the wind. You listen to these stories told by flickering firelight and feel their pull, their invitation to dream. You are the seeker now kneeling before the skull in the jungle's heart. Its surface is cool under your touch, its glow steady like a heartbeat you can almost hear. You lean closer, and the world falls away, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, all fading into silence. The skull's eyes hold you not with judgment but with patience, as if waiting for you to ask a question you don't yet know. What was it made for? A tool, a symbol, or something beyond both? The mystery of the crystal skulls is a gentle tide washing over you without demand. It asks nothing but your presence, your willingness to sit with the unknowable. Scientists may trace their surfaces, and mystics may sing their praises, but the skulls remain a quiet enigma, their truth a light that shifts with every glance. You rise your fingers lingering on the quartz and feel a peace settle within. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only cherished, like a star's distant gleam. As you step back, the jungle's hum returns soft and alive. A final thought drifts to you, delicate, as a petal on the breeze. What knowledge did the skulls hold, and why do they still call to us across the ages? The crystal offers no answer, only its steady glow, its silent invitation to wonder. You smile, carrying the question, like a treasure, ready to wander onward. So we drift again toward a valley, where lights dance without source, whispering of secrets yet to be dreamed. Envision yourself standing on a snow-dusted ridge in Norway's Hessdalen Valley, where the Nordic night wraps you in a cloak of velvet darkness, pierced only by the faint shimmer of stars. Below in the valley's quiet embrace, orbs of light, golden white, sometimes blue, hover like lanterns adrift on an unseen tide. They weave gently, silent and serene, their glow softening the crisp air. These are the Hessdalen lights, a mystery that has danced across this remote landscape for decades, as if the valley itself breathes secrets through their fleeting forms. As you watch, your breath clouds in the chill, and the lights seem to beckon, inviting you to linger in their gentle enigma. The Hessdalen lights are a phenomenon both elusive and persistent. Since the early 1980s, these glowing orbs have appeared in this narrow valley, some as small as a candle's flame, others as large as a car. They drift above the pines, hover over frozen streams, or dart with a purpose no one can name. Unlike the aurora's sweeping veils, these lights are distinct, self-contained, and unpredictable, appearing for seconds or hours, then vanishing without trace. Locals, with their weathered faces and quiet voices, speak of them as old friends known since childhood, yet never fully understood. You can imagine the valley at dusk, the sky a deepening indigo, the silence so profound it feels alive. Then a light blooms soft as a sigh, floating above the snow. It pulses, shifts, perhaps splits into two, then glides toward the horizon. No sound accompanies it, no heat, no scent, just a presence, calm and otherworldly. Reports number in the thousands, captured by cameras, studied by scientists, yet the lights remain a riddle, their source as distant as the stars above. Why do they come, and what do they illuminate in this quiet corner of the world? Turn now to those who seek answers in the measurable. Researchers have flocked to Hessdalen, their instruments humming in the cold, spectrometers, cameras, radar. One theory points to natural plasma born from the valley's unique geology. Rich in copper and iron, the ground might spark electrical discharges, creating glowing balls of ionized gas. Picture it: minerals beneath the earth, stirred by unseen currents, birthing lights that dance in the night. Yet tests yield mixed results. The light's behavior, darting, lingering, defies simple plasma's fleeting nature. Another hypothesis leans on atmospheric physics. Could rare conditions, cold air meeting warm charged particles from solar winds, form self-contained light spheres? Scientists liken them to ball lightning, yet the Hessdalen lights persist far longer, some glowing for hours. Geochemists offer a different angle. Radon gas seeping from the valley's rocks might ionize the air, creating luminous pockets. But radon's glow is faint, and the light's brilliance challenges this idea. A bolder notion whispers of piezoelectric effects, quartz crystals in the bedrock, compressed by tectonic shifts, generating electric fields that birth the orbs. Each theory is a brushstroke painting part of the picture, but leaving the canvas incomplete. You stand among these ideas, each a spark in the dark, yet none fully capturing the light's grace. Some researchers, frustrated, suggest optical illusions or distant headlights, but the valley's isolation and the light's consistency dismiss such claims. The instruments hum, the data grows, yet the mystery deepens, a quiet challenge to reason's reach. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, to the Sami whose reindeer trails weave through Norway's north. The lights are whispers of the old ones, spirits who guard the land. You might sit by a fire, its crackle blending with an elder's tale of lights, as guides leading lost travelers to safety or marking sacred places. In their cosmology, the valley is a threshold where earth and sky converse, and the lights are their dialogue, soft and eternal. The thought settles over you warm as the fires glow, urging you to listen with your heart. Other traditions weave their own threads. In Norse mythology, lights in the night might be the souls of warriors lingering between worlds. Modern mystics see the orbs as energy beings drawn to Hessdalen's purity, their glow a message of harmony. In Celtic lore, such lights are willow, the wisps, though kinder here, guiding rather than misleading. You gaze at the orbs, their slow dance, a rhythm older than names, and wonder, are they spirits, energies, or simply the valley's own breath given form? The lights invite you to ponder, not to answer their presence, a gentle mirror for your soul's questions. The valley holds stories, each a flicker in its starlit quiet. Picture yourself decades ago, a farmer trudging home through snow when a golden orb appears hovering at eye level. It follows him silent until he reaches his door, then vanishes. He speaks of it still, his voice soft with awe, unsure if it was protector or omen. Another tale tells of children in the 1980s playing by the river, watching blue lights weave patterns above the water, as if playing too. When they ran to fetch their parents, the lights were gone, leaving only laughter in the air. A stranger story drifts from the 1990s. A scientist skeptical camped in the valley with her team. One night, a white orb hovered near their tent, pulsing in time with her breath. She felt no fear, only peace, and when it faded, she wept, unable to say why. Locals not unsurprised. Speaking of lights that choose their witnesses appearing when the heart is open. You listen to these tales told in the glow of a lantern and feel their weight, their invitation to see the valley as more than earth and stone. Do the lights know you're here, watching, waiting? You are the wanderer now, your boots crunching softly on the snow as you stand in Hessdalen's heart. The air is crisp, the silence vast, broken only by the faint rustle of pines. A light appears small at first, then growing its golden glow, warming the night. It hovers, sways, then drifts closer, as if curious. You hold your breath, your heart a quiet drum, and feel a stillness settle within. The lights dance is a language you almost understand, a melody just beyond hearing. What does it want to tell you? The Hessdalen lights are not a puzzle to solve, but a moment to inhabit. They ask you to stand in wonder, to let the unknown be your companion. Soft and unhurried. Scientists may chart their spectra, and storytellers may weave their myths, but the lights remain a gentle mystery, their truth a shimmer that shifts with each glance. You exhale, watching the orb fade into the dark, and feel a peace as vast as the valley itself. Some wonders are meant to be felt, not explained, like a breath held in the night. As you turn from the valley, the stars above seem brighter, their light a distant echo of the orbs below. A final thought rises, delicate as frost on the wind. What are the Hessdalen lights, and why do they choose this valley to dance? The night offers no answer, only its quiet embrace, its invitation to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart light, ready to step toward the next unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Close your eyes and picture yourself standing on the shores of ancient Alexandria, where the Mediterranean's waves lap gently at marble steps, and the air carries the scent of papyrus and sea salt. Before you, a grand edifice rises, its white columns gleaming under a sky of endless azure. This is the great library of Alexandria, its halls once alive with the rustle of scrolls and the murmur of scholars. Now it is a ghost, its wisdom vanished in a breath of history, leaving only echoes in the quiet night. As you step closer, the stones seem to sigh, whispering of truths lost and dreams that still linger. What secrets did these halls hold, and why do they call to you across the centuries? The Library of Alexandria was no mere building. It was a constellation of human thought, a repository said to house hundreds of thousands of scrolls, perhaps 500,000 gathering the knowledge of the ancient world. Founded in the 3rd century BCE under the Ptolemies, it drew minds from Greece, Persia, India, and beyond, their words inked on papyrus in languages that sang of philosophy, mathematics, poetry, and stars. You can imagine its chambers, lamplight flickering on polished floors, shelves heavy with scrolls, and scholars bent over texts, their debates a soft hum in the air. Yet the library is gone. Its destruction, a wound in history's tapestry, when how and why it vanished, remains shrouded. Some say it burned in 48 BCE when Julius Caesar's forces set fire to ships in the harbor, the flames leaping to the city. Others point to later moments, the sacking by Emperor Aurelian in 270 CE, or the decrees of Theophilus in 391 CE, targeting pagan temples. No single event claims the library's end. It may have faded slowly, its scrolls scattered, stolen, or crumbled to dust. You stand in its imagined ruins, feeling the absence like a melody, half-remembered its silence, louder than any fire. Let your mind wander to those who probe the past with careful hands. Historians and archaeologists offer fragments of the library's fate, each a piece of a mosaic, never fully formed. One theory suggests a single catastrophic fire, perhaps Caesar's consuming the main library or its daughter collection in the Serapeum. Ancient accounts, like those of Plutarch, mention flames, but none confirm the library's total loss. You picture the harbor ablaze, scrolls curling into ash, yet wonder, could so vast a collection vanish in one night? Another hypothesis leans on gradual decline. The library scholars argue was a living institution, reliant on patronage and peace. As Alexandria faced wars, invasions, and shifting powers, Roman, Christian, Muslim, its funds dwindled, its scholars fled, its scrolls decayed, or were spirited away. Papyrus is fragile, easily lost to moisture or neglect. Perhaps the library's end was not a blaze, but a slow fading like stars at dawn. Archaeologists sifting through Alexandria's sands find no clear trace, no charred shelves, no buried scrolls, only hints of a Mausion, the library's scholarly heart near the royal quarter. A third idea explores deliberate destruction. Some point to religious zeal, Christian or Muslim erasing pagan knowledge. Yet records show early Christians and Muslims valued Greek texts, preserving many in monasteries and madrasas. Could economic strife rather than ideology have starved the library, its upkeep too costly for a city in turmoil? Each theory is a lantern's glow, casting shadows as much as light. You sift through these ideas, each a thread, yet none weaving the full story of the library's loss. Now open your heart to the unseen. To the Coptic monks who still walk Egypt's sands, the library is a sacred memory, a place where divine wisdom mingled with human thought. You might sit with them in a desert monastery, their voices soft as they speak. Of the library as a garden of souls, its scrolls, seeds of truth that never truly die. In their faith, what was lost lives on, carried in the hearts of those who seek. The thought wraps you gently like sunlight through a lattice, urging you to trust in the eternal. Other traditions paint the library in their hues. In Jewish mysticism, it was a mirror of the heavenly library, holding secrets of creation itself. Some Kabbalists believe its texts were not destroyed but hidden, awaiting a time when humanity is ready to receive them. In Islamic lore, Alexandria's scholars are revered, their knowledge a gift from Allah, preserved in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Modern seekers, from poets to philosophers, see the library as a symbol of the mind's boundless reach, its loss a reminder to cherish what we hold. As you ponder these voices, the library feels alive, its spirit pulsing in the questions you carry. What truths did it guard and do? They still whisper within you. The library's history is woven with tales, each a glimmer in its vanished halls. Picture yourself among its scholars, your sandals brushing marble as you unroll a scroll by Euclid, its geometry dancing like light on water. Nearby, a poet recites verses to the muses, her words weaving love and loss. The air hums with ideas, Aristarchus mapping the heavens, Eratosthenes measuring the earth's girth, yet whispers speak of stranger things. A traveler from distant lands, it said, brought a scroll that glowed faintly its script, unreadable but stirring dreams in those who touched it. When the library faded, the scroll vanished, its fate unknown. Another tale tells of a librarian, a woman with eyes like polished onyx who guarded a hidden chamber. Their scrolls of forbidden knowledge, prophecies, alchemical rites were kept shown only to the worthy. When danger loomed, she spirited them away, or so the story goes, to a desert cave or a distant city. Locals still speak of her, claiming her shadow lingers in Alexandria's alleys, guiding seekers to lost wisdom. You listen to these stories told by lamplight and feel their pull, their invitation to imagine. Do the scrolls still exist, hidden in some forgotten vault? You are the seeker now, standing where the library once stood, the sea's breath cool against your skin. The stones are silent, yet they seem to watch, their presence heavy with memory. You close your eyes and for a moment you hear it, the rustle of papyrus, the soft laughter of scholars, the scratch of a quill. The library lives in your imagination, its halls vast and golden, its scrolls endless. You reach out as if to touch a scroll, but find only air, and yet the longing remains gentle and warm. The mystery of the lost library is not in its ruins but in its absence, a space where wonder blooms. It asks you to sit with the unknown, to cradle it like a fragile flame. Historians may trace its fall, and mystics may sing its spirit, but the library's truth is a quiet tide washing over you without demand. You open your eyes, the stars above mirroring the wisdom you seek, and feel a peace settle within. Some losses are not endings, but invitations, calling you to dream beyond the known. As you step away, the waves whisper against the shore, their rhythm a lullaby from the past. A final question rises, soft as a breeze through the palms. What truths did the Library of Alexandria hold, and do they still echo in the silence of our dreams? The night offers no answer, only its gentle embrace, its call to carry the question onward. You smile, your heart open, ready to wander toward the next mystery. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from the desert's endless heart. Imagine yourself seated on a woven mat in the pre-dawn hush of Thebes, Egypt, where the desert's golden expanse stretches toward a horizon kissed by the first blush of sunrise. Before you stand the Colossi of Memnon, twin giants of quartzite, each towering 60 feet, their weathered faces gazing eastward as if awaiting the light. As the sun's rays touch their crowns, a faint hum rises, a sound like a distant harp carried on the morning breeze. This is the song of the Colossi, a melody woven into their stone, stirring awe in your heart. Once silent, these statues began to sing centuries ago, their voices, a mystery that hums with the desert's own secrets. Why do they sing, and what do their notes whisper to the dawn? The Colossi of Memnon, carved around 1350 BCE to guard the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, are monumental sentinels of a lost era. Hewn from single blocks of quartzite, they depict the pharaoh's seated hands resting on his knees, his serene gaze fixed on eternity. Their surfaces worn by time bear scars of floods and quakes, yet their presence remains commanding. You can picture them in their prime, gilded, vibrant, flanked by a temple now crumbled to dust. But it is their song that captivates a phenomenon first, noted in antiquity, then silenced only to stir anew in modern times. Historical accounts from Greek travelers like Strabo in 20 BCE describe a sound-clear musical like a lyre's pluck emanating from the northern statue at dawn. Damaged by an earthquake in 27 BCE, the statue's song began drawing pilgrims, who saw it as an oracle's voice. Roman repairs in 199 CE Street illed it, or so the records claim. Yet in recent decades, locals and visitors whisper of a hum returning faint but undeniable from both statues. You tilt your head, straining to catch the sound, a vibration that seems to rise from the stone itself as if the desert breathes through them. What stirs this melody, and why does it persist across millennia? Shift your gaze to those who seek answers in the tangible. Archaeologists and acousticians have studied the Colossi, their tools probing the mystery of the sound. One hypothesis points to the stone's structure. Quartzite, rich in silica, can resonate when warmed by the sun's first rays. Imagine at dawn's heat expanding tiny cracks, releasing vibrations that hum like a tuning fork. Yet tests show the sound is inconsistent, not always tied to sunrise, challenging this idea. Could moisture trapped within the stone, evaporating at dawn, create a subtle pressure that sings? The theory falters as the hum persists in dry seasons. Another perspective explores wind. The desert breeze funneled through the statue's cracks or hollows might act like a flute coaxing notes from the stone. Acoustic engineers with their microphones and models find some resonance, but the sound's clarity, described as melodic, not a whistle, eludes this explanation. A bolder idea suggests piezoelectricity, quartz crystals in the stone stressed by temperature shifts, generating faint electric currents that vibrate the air. Yet the energy required for audible sound stretches this theory thin. Geologists offer a different lens. The Colossi's placement, near the Nile's floodplain, subtle seismic tremors too faint to feel might ripple through the bedrock, exciting the statue's natural frequencies. But why only at dawn, and why so rarely? Each hypothesis is a pebble cast into a still pond, sending ripples but never revealing the depths. You ponder these ideas, each a spark in the morning light, yet none capturing the song's elusive grace. Now let your soul attune to the unseen. To the Bedouin who cross these sands, the Colossi are more than stone. They are voices of the ancient gods, singing to those who listen with reverence. You might sit with a storyteller, his eyes gleaming in the firelight as he speaks of the statues as conduits to a moon, their hum, a divine blessing for the new day. In their tales, the song began when the gods mourned Amenhotep's passing, their grief etched into the stone, eternal yet gentle. The thought settles over you soft, as dawn's first warmth, inviting you to honor the sacred in the everyday. Other traditions weave their own chords. In Coptic Christian lore, the The Colossi's song is a remnant of angelic hymns, lingering where heaven touched earth. Modern mystics drawn to Egypt's ancient pulse see the statues as energy nodes their quartzite, amplifying the desert's spiritual vibrations. In Hellenistic times, pilgrims heard oracles in the sound, believing it answered their prayers. Hadrian himself, it said, sought its wisdom. As you rest against the statue's base, the hum feels like a heartbeat, a call to wonder, is this the voice of God's spirits, or the earth itself singing its own story? The Colossi carry stories, each a note in their timeless melody. Picture yourself in the 1st century CE, a Roman poet standing before the northern statue as dawn breaks. The air shivers with a clear bell-like tone, and you scribble verses convinced Apollo speaks through the stone. Your words join those of countless pilgrims etched on the statue's legs, praising the sound as divine. Yet a stranger tale whispers of a priestess who in Amenhotep's time claimed the statues sang only for the pure of heart. When she vanished, her shawl was found at their feet, untouched by dust. In the 19th century, a British explorer, skeptical of the silence song, camped by the Colossi for weeks. One dawn, he woke to a low hum like a distant choir and wept, unable to explain why. Locals nodded, speaking of the statues choosing their listeners, their song a gift, not a guarantee. More recent whispers tell of a child lost in the desert, guided home by a sound like music from the statues, though no one else heard it. You listen to these tales shared under a canopy of stars and feel their pull, their call to imagine. Does the song still seek those who listen? You are the pilgrim now, your fingers grazing the warm quartzite as the first light paints the Colossi gold. The desert is still the world holding its breath, and then it comes a faint hum rising like a sigh from the stone. It wraps around you soft and fleeting, a melody that seems to know your name. You close your eyes, and the sound becomes a river, carrying you through time to pharaohs, poets, wanderers, all drawn to this same note. What does it sing of memory, hope, or something beyond words? The mystery of the singing Colossi is a gift, not a question to answer. It asks you to stand in awe, to let the sound be your guide, gentle and unhurried. Scientists may measure its vibrations and mystics may weave its meaning, but the song's truth is a breeze felt but never held. You open your eyes, the hum fading into the desert's silence, and feel a quiet joy. Some wonders are meant to be heard, not understood their notes, a thread in the tapestry of the unknown. As you step back, the sun climbs higher, bathing the Colossi in light. A final thought drifts to you, delicate as a petal on the wind. Why do these statues sing, and what do their voices carry across the ages? The desert offers no reply, only its vast golden silence, its invitation to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart humming, ready to wander toward the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sea, where stone pathways sleep beneath the waves. Imagine yourself floating gently on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, where the water shimmers like a sheet of sapphire under a twilight sky. You dive beneath the waves, the world above, fading into a hush. And there, in the turquoise depths, you see them vast stone terraces, stairways and pathways, their edges sharp as if carved by a patient hand. The submerged ruins of Yonaguni rest in silent grandeur, their forms too precise, too purposeful to be mere whims of the sea. As you glide closer, the ocean's currents seem to whisper, carrying tales of a lost world. Is this a sunken city or a fleeting illusion of nature's art? The water holds its secrets close, inviting you to drift in its mystery. The Yonaguni monument, discovered in 1986 by a diver seeking hammerhead sharks, is a marvel that defies easy answers. Spanning an area the size of a small village, it lies 80 feet below the surface, its structures hewn from sandstone and mudstone. You can picture its features: a massive platform 150 feet long, with steps descending in perfect tiers, a narrow trench straight as an arrow, and a towering formation dubbed the Turtle for its uncanny shape. Some see pillars, altars, even a road circling the site, all arranged with a symmetry that feels deliberate. No artifacts, pottery tools, or bones have been found to anchor the site in time. Its age is a guess, perhaps 10,000 years old, from a time when sea levels were lower before the last ice age's submerged coastal lands. You imagine it then, a city aglow under a prehistoric sun, its people walking these paths, their voices mingling with the wind. But is it human-made or a natural formation sculpted by waves and tides? The ocean's silence offers no clues, only the gentle sway of fish weaving through the stone. Turn your mind to those who probe the depths with reason's light. Marine geologists, their charts and sonars in hand, offer one perspective. The monument is a natural formation shaped by tectonic forces and erosion. Yonaguni lies on a volatile fault line where earthquakes fracture rock into angular shapes. Waves, relentless over millennia, could have polished these fractures into terraces and steps, a trick of geology mimicking human design. You envision the sea's patient chisel carving the stone over eons, yet wonder, could nature alone craft such precision? Archaeologists propose a different view, though cautiously. If human-made, the monument predates known civilizations, challenging our timeline of history. The site's clean lines and right angles suggest tools, an intent, perhaps a ceremonial platform or harbor for a forgotten people. Yet the absence of artifacts frustrates this theory. No chisels, no hearths, no signs of habitation remain. Could rising seas have swept away such evidence? Or was the site never a city, but a sacred space left bare by design? A third hypothesis blends both worlds, a natural formation enhanced by human hands. Ancient islanders, seeing the rock's natural steps, might have refined them, carving pathways or altars to honor their gods. Divers note tool-like marks on some surfaces, faint but suggestive. But dating these marks is impossible, and the stone's softness muddies the evidence. Some speculate about lost technologies, acoustic tools, or unknown methods, though these ideas drift into the fringes. Each theory is a ripple in the water, spreading outward but never touching the truth's core. You float above the ruins, each idea a current, yet none carrying you to shore. Now let your heart dive deeper, to the realm of the unseen. To the Ryukyuan people, whose islands cradle Yonaguni, the ocean is alive, home to spirits who guard its depths. You might sit with a shaman, her voice soft as the waves, as she speaks of the monument as a temple to Nirai, Kanai, the sea god's paradise. In their lore, the ruins are a gateway where ancestors commune with the divine, their prayers rising like bubbles to the surface. The thought washes over you, cool and soothing, urging you to see the stone as more than matter. Other traditions cast their own light. In Shinto belief, the site might be a kami's dwelling, its form sacred for their harmony with the sea. Modern spiritual seekers drawn to Yonaguni's mystery call it a remnant of Mu, a mythical Pacific continent lost to catastrophe. They imagine priests chanting beneath the stars, their rituals binding earth and ocean. In Buddhist thought, the ruins evoke impermanence, a reminder that all things cities' dreams return to the deep. As you glide through the water, the stones feel alive, their presence a quiet hymn. Are they a temple, a memory, or the ocean's own soul given shape? The ruins carry stories, each a whisper in the current. Picture yourself in a time before history, standing on these stones when they stood above the waves. Figures move in the twilight, their hands tracing symbols on the rock, their songs blending with the surf. Was this a place of offerings where gifts were cast into the sea, or a star-watching platform, its steps aligned with forgotten constellations? The scene dissolves, but the stones remain silent, witnesses to their own past. Modern tales add their own hues. A diver in the 1990s exploring the monument swore he saw a shadow move across the turtle too large for any fish, vanishing. When he approached, he spoke of a hum felt more than heard that left him calm for days. Locals nod, telling of fishermen who avoid the site, claiming their nets tangle on unseen hands. An older story from Okinawa's oral tradition speaks of a queen who dove to the ruins, seeking a pearl that held the sea's wisdom. She returned, empty-handed, her eyes alight with secrets she never shared. You hear these tales shared by lantern glow and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the ruins still guard something hidden in their depths? You are the explorer now, your breath steady through a diver's mask as you swim above the monument. The water is warm, the light filtering down in soft beams, illuminating the terraces below. You trace a stairway with your fingertips, its edges smooth yet sharp, and feel a stillness settle within Apai. The stones seem to watch their silence, a language you almost grasp. You pause by the turtle, its form looming like a guardian, and wonder who walked here, and what did they seek. The mystery of Yonaguni is a tide, gentle yet vast, inviting you to float in its embrace. It asks not for answers but for presence, for the courage to linger in the unknown. Scientists may map its contours and mystics may weave its myths, but the ruin's truth is a shimmer, elusive as a fish in the deep. You kick upward, breaking the surface, and the stars above mirror the wonder below. Some secrets are not meant to be claimed, only cherished like a wave's fleeting caress. As you drift back to shore, the ocean's rhythm lulls your thoughts, a lullaby from the deep. A final question rises light as foam on the tide. Is Yonaguni a city lost to time, or the sea's own sculpture crafted to stir our souls? The waves offer no reply, only their endless dance, their call to carry the question onward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself seated on a soft dune in the desert near Kirkuk, Iraq, as the twilight sky drapes itself in hues of amethyst and rose. Before you, a flame dances steady, golden, unyielding, rising from a fissure in the earth. This is the eternal flame of Baba Gurgur, a fire that has burned for millennia, its glow, a beacon in the vast starlit silence. The air carries a faint warmth, and the flame's gentle flicker seems to pulse with the desert's own heartbeat, whispering secrets no one can fully hear. Fed by an unseen source deep within the earth, it stands as a quiet enigma, inviting you to rest in its timeless mystery. What fuels this endless fire, and what does its light illuminate in the night? Baba Gurgur's flame is a marvel older than memory, its presence woven into the lore of ancient Mesopotamia. Set in a barren plain, the fire emerges from a small vent in the ground, no larger than a man's hand, yet its glow can be seen for miles. Unlike a campfire, it needs no wood, no tending. It burns with a steady grace, undimmed by rain or wind. Local Kurds call it Father of Flames, a name that echoes its ancient roots tied to tales of gods and spirits. You can envision it through the ages. Nomads pausing by its light, their faces warmed, their stories mingling with its crackle. Historical records from Babylonian scribes to Greek historians like Herodotus mention fires that burn without end in these lands. Perhaps Baba Gurgur itself. No one knows when it began. Some say 4000 years ago, others far longer before the first cities rose. The flame's source lies hidden, a mystery as deep as the earth itself. You kneel beside it, the sand cool beneath you, and watch the fires dance, its golden tongues licking the air. Why has it never faltered, and what keeps its heart alight? Now let your mind turn to those who seek answers in the measurable. Geologists with their maps and probes offer one explanation. Baba Gurgur sits atop a vast oil field, one of the richest in Iraq. Natural gas seeping from underground reservoirs likely feeds the flame ignited long ago by lightning or a spark. Picture it: methane, rising through fissures, meeting air, and bursting into eternal fire. Tests confirm gas in the soil, but the flame's consistency puzzles. Why does it burn so steadily, unaffected by the Earth's shifts? Another theory points to tectonic activity. Iraq lies on a volatile crust, where faults release gases trapped in deep rock. Could a rare mix of methane and hydrogen pressurized by geologic forces sustain the flame? Chemists note the fire's clean burn, suggesting a pure fuel source, but sampling the vent is perilous. The heat defies close study. A third idea explores microbial action. Bacteria, deep underground, breaking down organic matter, might produce gas as a byproduct, feeding the fire like a living engine. Yet the scale of such a process stretches belief. Some scientists propose a human hand in the flame's origin. Ancient priests tending sacred fires might have channeled natural gas to create a miracle for worshippers. But no ruins of such a temple remain, and the flame's remote location challenges this idea. Each hypothesis is a spark in the dark, illuminating one facet, but leaving others veiled. You ponder these theories, each a breath of reason, yet none capturing the flame's quiet majesty. Shift your heart to the unseen, where the flame burns with deeper meaning. To the Kurds of Kirkuk, Baba Gurgur is a sacred gift, a light from the divine that warms both body and soul. You might sit with a village elder, her voice soft as the desert wind, as she tells of the flame, as a guardian lit by Zoroastrian fire gods to guide the lost. In their faith, fire is purity, a bridge to the eternal, and Baba Gurgur's glow is a prayer that never ceases. The thought settles over you warm as the fire's embrace, urging you to see the light as more than flame. Other beliefs cast their own radiance. In ancient Mesopotamian lore, the flame might be Enki's breath, the god of wisdom kindled to share secrets with the worthy. Modern spiritualists, drawn to the site's energy, call it a chakra of the earth, its fire, a pulse of cosmic life. In Christian mysticism, such flames evoke the Holy Spirit, a light that endures through time. You gaze into the fire, its glow reflected in your eyes, and wonder, is this a divine spark, a natural wonder, or the desert's own spirit given form? The flame invites you to dream, not to decide its warmth, a mirror for your soul's quiet questions. The flame holds stories, each a flicker in its endless glow. Imagine yourself in a Babylonian caravan, centuries past, halting by Baba Gurgur's light. Merchants share tales of distant lands, their voices blending with the fire's soft crackle, while a seer gazes into the flame, seeing visions of empires yet to rise. Was this a place of prophecy where the future danced in the fire's heart? The scene fades, but the flame endures, a witness to countless nights. Legends whisper of stranger things. A 12th century traveler lost in a sandstorm swore the flame grew brighter, guiding him to safety. When he returned to thank it, he found only embers, yet the fire burned again the next night. Locals tell of a shepherd girl who in the 19th century heard the flame sing a low, mournful tune that led her to a hidden spring. She never spoke of it again, but her descendants guard the site, calling it blessed. More recently, oil workers in the 1920s drilling nearby claimed the flame flared in warning before a gas explosion, saving their lives. You hear these tales shared under a canopy of stars and feel their weight, their call to imagine. Does the flame still speak? If you listen closely, you are the wanderer now seated cross-legged before Baba Gurgur, the fire's warmth kissing your face. The desert stretches around you vast, and still its silence, a canvas for the flame's gentle dance. You lean closer, and the fire seems to shift its light, painting patterns only you can see, faces, stars, or perhaps nothing at all. The glow feels alive, a presence that knows you, its crackle, a language just beyond your grasp. What does it guard, this eternal light, and why does it feel like home? The mystery of Baba Gurgur is not a riddle to solve, but a moment to cherish. It asks you to sit in wonder, to let the flame's glow be your guide, soft and unhurried. Scientists may trace its gases and storytellers may weave its myths, but the fire's truth is a shimmer, elusive as a desert mirage. You rise, the sand shifting beneath you, and carry the warmth within, a quiet joy that lingers. Some wonders are meant to burn forever, their light a gift for those who pause. As you step away, the flame's glow lingers on the horizon, a star fallen to earth. A final thought rises delicate as smoke on the breeze. What kindled Baba Gurgur's fire, and what does its endless light seek to tell us? The desert offers no answer, only its vast golden silence, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a valley where stones glide without touch. Envision yourself standing alone in the heart of Death Valley, California, where the desert stretches like a canvas of burnished gold beneath a sky, so vast it seems to hum with eternity. Before you lies Racetrack Playa, a cracked, dry lakebed, its surface etched with serpentine trails that lead to massive boulders, still and silent, as if pausing in a dance. Only they understand. These are the wandering stones, gliding across the playa without human touch, leaving paths in their wake, like whispers of a forgotten journey. As you gaze, the air shivers with heat, and the stones seem to hold secrets, inviting you to linger in their quiet mystery. What guides their unseen steps, and why do they roam this barren plain? The wandering stones of Racetrack Playa are a phenomenon that defies the eye. Scattered across this flat expanse, boulders, some weighing hundreds of pounds, rest at the ends of long, sinuous tracks etched into the clay. These paths curve, loop, or run straight, sometimes stretching hundreds of feet, as if the stones wandered with purpose. No one has seen them move in the act. They shift between visits, their journeys hidden by the desert's solitude. You can trace a trail with your gaze, its smooth groove, a riddle carved in earth leading to a rock that sits heavy and mute, offering no hint of its voyage. First noted in the early 20th century, the stones baffled ranchers and prospectors who roamed Death Valley's harsh terrain. No footprints mar the trails, no machinery's mark disrupts the clay. The playa, dry most of the year, transforms briefly after rare rains, its surface slick with mud. Yet even this clue fails to fully explain the stone's silent pilgrimage. You kneel beside a boulder, its surface warm from the sun, and wonder, are they alive with some ancient will or pawns of forces unseen? The desert keeps its counsel, its silence, a canvas for your thoughts. Shift now to those who chase answers with reason's steady hand. Geologists armed with GPS trackers and time-lapse cameras have studied the playa for decades, piecing together the stone's secret. One leading theory, confirmed in 2014, points to a delicate interplay of elements. Rare winter rains create a thin layer of water on the playa, which freezes overnight into fragile ice sheets. When the sun warms the ice, it breaks into panels that, pushed by gentle winds, nudge the stones across the slick mud, carving their trails. Picture it, a fleeting moment when ice, wind, and water align, setting the boulders adrift like ships on a glassy sea. Yet this explanation, elegant as it is, leaves questions. Why do some stones move, while others nearby remain still? Another hypothesis suggests wind alone without ice could drive the stones during storms their weight. No match for Death Valley's fierce gusts. Wind tunnel models support this, but the trail's precision curving, not chaotic, challenges the idea. A third theory explores seismic vibrations. Tiny tremors common in this fault-ridden region might jostle the stones, inching them along over years. But the trail's smooth continuity defies such erratic motion. Some propose microbial mats beneath the mud, reducing friction after rains, allowing stones to glide with ease. Others muse about magnetic fields, though no evidence supports this. Each theory is a bead of light strung on a thread of inquiry, yet none fully captures the stone's quiet grace. You stand among these ideas, each a breeze across the playa, stirring thought but leaving the mystery's heart untouched. Open your soul now to the unseen, where the stones walk with deeper purpose. To the Paiute and Shoshone, whose ancestors knew this land, the playa is a sacred space, its stones alive with the spirits of the earth. You might sit with a tribal elder, his voice soft as the dusk, as he speaks of the boulders as wanderers guided by ancestors to mark paths for the living dot. In their stories, the trails are prayers etched to honor the desert's eternal cycle. The thought wraps you gently like a shawl of starlight, urging you to see the stones as more than rock. Other traditions weave their own patterns. In Navajo lore, moving stones might carry the breath of changing woman, their paths, a map of balance between earth and sky. Modern mystics drawn to Death Valley's stark beauty call the playa a ley line, its stones attuned to cosmic energies, their movements a dance of planetary rhythms. In Buddhist thought, the boulders evoke impermanence, their slow journeys, a reminder that all things shift yet endure. As you trace a trail with your finger, the playa feels alive, its silence a hymn. Are these stones pilgrims' spirits or the desert's own thoughts given form? The playa holds stories, each a footprint in its cracked earth. Imagine yourself a century ago, a prospector camping by racetrack playa, waking to find a boulder shifted overnight, its trail fresh in the mud. You search for tracks, for signs of trickery, but find only the desert's quiet gaze. The story spreads, drawing curious souls who leave offerings, coins, feathers, hoping to appease the stone's unseen guide. Was this a place of omens, where the earth spoke to those who listened? Legends whisper of stranger things. In the 1950s, a ranger swore he saw a stone move at twilight, inching along as if pulled by an invisible thread. He blinked, and it stopped the trail behind it, glistening wet. Locals tell of a woman, a geologist in the 1970s, who dreamed of the stones circling her tent, their trails forming a spiral. When she woke, a new path curved nearby, though her instruments recorded nothing. More ancient tales from Paiute oral tradition speak of a hunter who followed a stone's trail to a hidden spring, its water sweet but gone by dawn. You hear these stories shared by firelight and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stones still wander for those who watch? You are the traveler now, your boots sinking into the playa's cracked surface as you stand beside a boulder, its trail stretching behind like a comet's tail. The sun beats down, yet the air feels alive, charged with a stillness that hums in your bones. You trace the path with your eyes, imagining the stone's journey, slow, deliberate across years or centuries. It feels like a companion, its silence, a story you almost understand. You sit the earth warm beneath you and let the desert's vastness cradle you. What drives this stone, and why does its path feel like yours? The mystery of the wandering stones is not a knot to untie, but a moment to breathe. It asks you to walk in wonder, to let the trails be your map, gentle and unhurried. Scientists may track their movements, and storytellers may weave their myths, but the stone's truth is a shadow shifting with the sun's arc. You rise, brushing dust from your hands, and carry a quiet awe within a spark that glows in the desert's heart. Some journeys are not meant to be explained, only follow their paths, a gift for those who wander. As you step away, the playa shimmers in the heat, its trails fading into the horizon like dreams half-remembered. A final thought rises soft as a breeze across the clay. What guides the wandering stones and do their paths lead to a truth we cannot see. The desert offers no reply, only its endless expanse, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart light, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a mountain city where clouds keep silent watch. Envision yourself perched on a narrow ridge in the Andes where dawn's first light pierces a veil of mist, revealing stone walls that seem to grow from the mountain itself. Machu Picchu, the cloud city, clings to these peaks, its terraces and temples woven into the emerald embrace of Peru's highlands. The air is cool, scented with wild orchids, and a soft hum, perhaps the wind, perhaps the earth rises from the stones. This ancient Incan city, hidden for centuries, whispers of a purpose, lost to time, its silence as profound as the clouds that cradle it. Who built this sanctuary, and why did they leave it to converse with the sky? As you stand, the mist swirls, inviting you to drift into its gentle enigma. Machu Picchu, discovered in 1911 by Hiram Bingham, is a marvel of precision and mystery. Built in the 15th century by the Inca, its granite walls fit so tightly that not even a blade of grass can slip between them. Terraces cascade down the slopes once lush with maize and quinoa, while temples and plazas align with the sun's arc and the stars' paths. You can trace the Intihuatana stone, a carved pillar said to tether the sun, its shadow shifting like a silent clock. The city housed perhaps 700 souls, yet its isolation, flanked by sheer cliffs and the Urubamba River's curl, suggests a purpose beyond mere dwelling. Why was it abandoned? No records, Incan or Spanish, tell its story. The Inca left no written language, and by the time conquistadors arrived in the 1530s, Machu Picchu was already a ghost, reclaimed by jungle and mist. Was it a royal retreat, a sacred site, or something stranger? You wander its paths, your fingers brushing moss-covered stone, and feel the weight of its silence. The city's perfection, its sudden desertion, and its concealment for 400 years weave a riddle that hums in the mountain air, as if the peaks themselves guard its truth. Step into the realm of inquiry, where scholars seek to unravel Machu Picchu's veil. Archaeologists propose it was a royal estate for Emperor Pachacuti, built to celebrate Incan conquests. Its remote location, they argue, offered seclusion for elites, with terraces feeding a small privileged court. Yet the site's modest size and lack of defensive walls challenge this. Why build so grandly for so few, and why abandon it after a century? You picture workers hauling granite up cliffs, their labor a hymn to a king, but the city's emptiness lingers unexplained. Another theory casts it as a ceremonial center. The Temple of the Sun, with its curved walls, and the Intihuatana stone suggest rituals tied to astronomy. Astronomers note alignments with solstices and constellations, hinting at a cosmic calendar. Could priests have gathered here, charting the heavens to guide the Inca's fate? But the absence of sacrificial altars or burial sites muddies this idea. Geographers offer a different angle. Machu Picchu's placement at a sacred confluence of rivers and peaks might mark it as a pilgrimage site, a place to honor the Apis or mountain spirits. Yet why leave such a holy place to ruin? A third hypothesis explores disease. Smallpox brought by Spanish invaders may have decimated the Inca before conquest, emptying the city. But no skeletal remains confirm this, and the site's pristine state suggests an orderly departure, not chaos. Some speculate climate shifts, droughts, or floods drove residents to lower valleys, but the terrace's ingenuity counters this. Each theory is a lantern in the fog, casting light but never dispelling the mist. You ponder these ideas, each a stone in the city's foundation, yet none revealing why it whispers still. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where Machu Picchu glows with deeper meaning. To Quechua descendants, the city is a living ancestor, its stones infused with the Pacha, the cosmic harmony of earth, sky, and time. You might sit with a shaman, his coca leaves scattered in offering, as he speaks of Machu Picchu as a womb of the mountains built to cradle the Inca's prayers. In their cosmology, its abandonment was no loss but a return the city offered back to the Apis, its spirit enduring in the clouds. The thought enfolds you soft, as the mist urging you to feel the earth's pulse beneath your feet. Other traditions lend their voices. In Andean spirituality, the city is a chakra, a node of energy linking humanity to the stars. Modern pilgrims drawn to its serenity call it a beacon of enlightenment, its isolation a mirror for inner journeys. In Buddhist echoes, Machu Picchu's stones evoke detachment, a reminder that all things pass yet leave ripples in eternity. As you stand in the Temple of the Three Windows, the breeze carries a quiet song and you wonder, is this a sanctuary, a memory, or the mountain's own dream-given form? The city invites you to listen, not to answer its presence, a balm for your seeking heart. Machu Picchu holds stories each, a breath in its misty air. Picture yourself, in the 15th century, an Incan priestess standing by the Intihuatana, her hands raised as the solstice sun ignites the stone. Her chants weave with the wind, calling blessings for the harvest. Was this a place of cosmic rites, where the Inca bound their fate to the heavens? The vision fades, but the stone remains its surface warm as if holding her touch. Legends whisper of stranger things. A Quechua tale speaks of a child lost in the peaks who found Machu Picchu by following a condor's shadow. The city alive with music vanished when he blinked, leaving only silence. In the 1920s, a local guide told Bingham of a hidden vault beneath the city filled with gold that shone like the sun. Searchers found nothing, but the guide swore the stones shifted at night, guarding their treasure. More recently, hikers claim to hear flutes in the mist, faint but clear, fading when approached. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a mountain village and feel their pull, their call to imagine. Do the stones still sing for those who pause? You are the wanderer now, your steps. Soft on Machu Picchu's worn paths, the mist cool against your skin. The city unfolds around you, terraces green with dew, temples open to the sky, their stones alive with quiet strength. You pause at the sacred plaza, your breath mingling with the clouds, and feel a presence as if the city knows you. The silence is a language, its words, just beyond your reach. You touch a wall, its granite smooth, and imagine the hands that shaped it, the hearts that dreamed here. Why did they leave and what did they hope to keep? Machu Picchu's mystery is a river flowing gently through your thoughts, asking not for answers but for reverence. It invites you to stand in awe, to let the mist be your guide, its touch as soft as a lullaby. Archaeologists may map its stones and shamans may chant its spirit, but the city's truth is a breath felt but never held. You sit the Andes rising around you and carry a peace as vast as the peaks. Some wonders are not meant to be unveiled, only cherish their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you descend the path, the mist thickens, veiling Machu Picchu in its tender embrace. A final question drifts to you, light as a feather on the wind. What purpose did this city serve, and does its spirit still linger in the clouds? The mountains offer no reply, only their quiet majesty, their call to carry the question onward. You smile, your heart open, ready to seek the next enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Close your eyes and picture yourself standing in a sun-warmed valley in Lebanon, where the Bikaz olive groves sway under a sky of boundless cerulean. Before you rise, the ruins of Baalbek, their colossal stones stacked with unearthly precision glowing amber in the late afternoon light. These are the megaliths of the Temple of Jupiter, some weighing nearly 1,000 tons, yet placed with a harmony that feels like a song frozen in stone. A soft breeze carries the scent of cedar, and the stones seem to hum with the memory of their unseen builders, their methods, a riddle older than the hills. Who lifted these giants, and why do their shadows still stir your soul as you step closer? The silence deepens, inviting you to wander in their timeless mystery. Baalbek, known to the Romans as Heliopolis, is a marvel of ancient engineering, its origins veiled in time. The Temple of Jupiter, built atop an older platform, rests on a foundation of stones so vast they defy comprehension. The trilithon, 3 monolithic blocks in the western wall, each measures over 60 feet long and weighs up to 800 tons. Nearby in a quarry lies the stone of the pregnant woman, even larger at 1,000 tons, partially cut but never moved. You trace their smooth surfaces with your gaze, marveling at their fit. No mortar binds them yet. They align with a precision that mocks modern tools. Who built this? The Romans, whose columns crown the site, claimed the temple, but the megaliths beneath predate their reign perhaps by centuries or millennia. No texts, Phoenician, Canaanite, or otherwise name the builders. Were they a lost civilization? Their tools and techniques vanished with them. The stone's sheer scale too heavy for wooden rollers, too precise for crude levers, whispers of knowledge we cannot grasp. You stand in their shadow, the valley quiet, and feel the weight of their silence, a question etched in every seam. Let your mind drift to those who seek answers through reason's lens. Archaeologists, with their surveys and reconstructions, propose the platform was built by a pre-Roman people, perhaps the Phoenicians around 2000 BCE. They might have used ramps and levers, dragging stones from the quarry a mile away. Yet the trilithon's weight challenges this. Hundreds of men pulling in unison could barely budge such mass, and the quarry's slope complicates the task. You imagine workers chanting under the sun, their ropes taut, but the stone's flawless placement defies such simple means. Engineers offer another view. Advanced pulley systems now lost could have lifted the blocks with counterweights, easing their fall into place. But no evidence of such machines exists, and the quarry shows no signs of mass labor camps, tools, or debris. Geologists suggest the stones were quarried in situ, cut from bedrock and slid short distances, reducing the need for transport. Yet the precision of the cuts, with angles exact to millimeters, suggests tools beyond bronze or iron. A fringe theory whispers of acoustic levitation, sound waves aligning stones, but physics dismisses this, though the idea lingers like a faint echo. Some posit a multi-stage construction, with later cultures, like the Assyrians, adding to an older base. But why build so massively only to leave the platform incomplete? Each hypothesis is a thread in a tapestry woven with care but fraying at the edges. You ponder these ideas, each a step on an unseen path, yet none leading to the builder's truth. Now open your heart to the unseen, where the stones pulse with deeper meaning. To the Druze of Lebanon, Baalbek is a holy place, its megaliths laid by prophets or giants under divine guidance. You might sit with a village mystic, his voice soft as the evening breeze as he speaks of the stones as anchors for the earth's spirit placed to balance the world's chaos. In their faith, the builders were chosen, their work a prayer in stone, its purpose felt not known. The thought settles over you gentle, as moonlight urging you to see the ruins as more than matter. Other traditions weave their own visions. In ancient Canaanite lore, Baalbek was a seat of Baal, the storm god its stones raised to honor his might. Modern esotericists call it a star temple, aligned with cosmic energies, its megaliths tuned to frequencies we've forgotten. In Christian mysticism, the site evokes Solomon's temple, a place where heaven kissed earth. As you rest against a stone, its warmth seeping into your palms, you feel a resonance as if the valley sings through it. Are these stones a prayer, a portal, or the earth's own hymn, given shape? Baalbek carries stories, each a whisper in its ancient halls. Picture yourself in a time before Rome, a priest standing atop the platform as dawn gilds the megaliths. He raises an offering to the sky, his voice blending with the chants of a people now nameless. Was this a place of sacrifice, where gods were appeased with fire and song? The vision fades, but the stones remain, their surfaces bearing no trace of blood or flame. Legends tell of stranger things. A Phoenician tale preserved in oral tradition speaks of a builder who sang to the stones, his voice easing them into place as if they floated. When he died, the work stopped, the secret lost. In Roman times, pilgrims claimed the trilithon hummed at dusk, a low vibration felt in the bones. A 19th century traveler camping by the quarry swore he saw the stone of the pregnant woman shift, inching forward, though his companions found no mark. Locals whisper of a shepherd boy, who in the 1920s found a hidden chamber beneath the platform, its walls aglow with symbols. He fled, and the entrance vanished. You hear these tales shared under a canopy of stars and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stones still move for those who listen? You are the seeker now, your sandals brushing the dust as you walk among Baalbek's giants. The stones loom above their mass, a quiet promise, their silence, a language you long to speak. You press your hand to the trilithon, its surface cool despite the sun, and feel a stillness that reaches deep within. The valley unfolds around you, olive trees swaying distant mountains, dreaming, and you imagine the builders, their faces lost, but their will alive in these blocks. Who were they, and what drove them to craft such a monument? The mystery of Baalbek is not a lock to pick, but a moment to cradle soft and vast as the evening sky. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the stone's weight anchor your wonder, gentle and unhurried. Archaeologists may measure their angles and mystics may chant their power, but the builder's truth is a breeze felt but never caught. You step back the valley's silence, wrapping you like a shawl, and carry a peace as ancient as the stones. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only felt their presence a gift for those who pause. As you turn from the ruins, the sun dips low, painting the megaliths in hues of fire and shadow. A final thought rises delicate as a leaf on the wind. Who were the unseen builders of Baalbek, and what dream did they carve into these stones? The valley offers no answer, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart steady, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a cave where echoes sing of secrets untold. Imagine yourself seated at the mouth of a cave in Bihar, India, where the Barabar hills rise like ancient sentinels under a sky, awash with the soft gold of dawn. Inside, the walls gleam with a mirror-like sheen, polished to a perfection that catches the light and throws it back in gentle waves. As you breathe, a faint hum stirs the air, a resonance that seems to rise from the stone itself, as if the cave is whispering secrets from a time beyond memory. These are the whispering caves of Barabar, hewn from granite over 2 millennia ago, their purpose and their voices, a mystery that hums in the stillness. What chants echoed here, and why do their echoes linger in your heart? The cave's cool embrace draws you deeper, inviting you to rest in its enigma. The Barabar caves, carved around the 3rd century BCE during the Mauryan Empire, are a marvel of precision and enigma. 4 main caves, Lomas Rishi, Sudama Karan, Chopar, and Visvakarma, dot the granite hills, each hollowed with a craftsmanship that defies their age. The walls, ceilings, and floors are polished to a glass-like finish, reflecting torchlight with an almost liquid clarity. You can run your fingers along the stone, smooth as a still pond, and marvel at the labor that shaped it. The cave's chambers, some with vaulted ceilings, are acoustically alive, amplifying even a whisper into a resonant hum that lingers like a sigh. Their purpose is the heart of the mystery. Inscriptions link them to Emperor Ashoka, who gifted them to the Ajivika sect, a now-vanished ascetic order. Were they monasteries, meditation chambers, or something else? No artifacts, tools, relics, or bones offer clues, and the cave's pristine state suggests they were rarely used. The hum, most vivid in Sudama Cave, vibrates at a frequency that stirs the body as if the stone sings to those who listen. You stand in the dim light, the sound enveloping you, and wonder who carved these sanctuaries and why does their song endure. Turn your thoughts to those who seek answers in the measurable. Archaeologists marvel at the cave's craftsmanship, suggesting advanced techniques lost to time. The polish they propose was achieved with abrasive sand perhaps, or crushed quartz rubbed by hand over years. Yet the scale of the task, with surfaces flawless across vast chambers, strains this idea. Could the Morians with bronze tools have shaped granite, one of the hardest rocks known? You envision workers toiling in torchlight, their hands steady, but the cave's perfection whispers of methods unknown. Acousticians offer another lens, the cave's resonance. The chamber's shapes, curved, precise, act like natural amplifiers tuned to specific frequencies. Some hypothesize this was deliberate, designed to enhance chance or induce meditative states. Tests show the hum peaks at low frequencies around 20 Hz, known to evoke calm or awe. But was this intentional or a happy accident of geometry? Engineers propose water-based polishing with streams channeled to erode the stone, yet no traces of such systems remain. A fringe theory suggests vibrational tools using sound to shape rock, though no evidence supports this. Geologists note the hill's granite, rich in quartz, might resonate naturally amplified by the cave's form. Could seismic tremors faint in Bihar's faulted crust stir the hum? The sound's inconsistency stronger. Some days faint, others complicates this. Each theory is a pebble dropped in a still pool, sending ripples but never touching the depths. You ponder these ideas, each a note in the cave's song, yet none capturing its full melody. Now let your soul attune to the unseen, where the caves vibrate with deeper truths. To local Buddhists, the Barabar caves are sacred echoes of Ashoka's quest for enlightenment. You might sit with a monk, his saffron robes aglow in the cave's dim light, as he speaks of the caves as wombs of silence carved to cradle the soul's awakening. In their tradition, the hum is prana, the breath of life resonating to align body and spirit. The thought wraps you gently like a lotus petal on water, urging you to breathe with the stone. Other voices sing their own hymns. In Jainism, the caves evoke the Ajivakas, whose ascetic path rivaled Buddha's seeking liberation through discipline. Their vanished beliefs might live in the hum, a remnant of their chants to the cosmos. Modern yogis call the caves energy vortexes, their resonance a bridge to higher consciousness. In Hindu lore, the hills are the abode of sages, their meditations echoing in the stone. As you sit cross-legged, the hum fills your chest, a pulse that feels alive. Is this the voice of monk spirits, or the earth itself chanting its ancient song? The caves hold stories, each a vibration in their polished halls. Picture yourself in the 3rd century BCE, an Ajivaka ascetic kneeling in Sudama cave, your breath a chant that rises with the hum. The stone amplifies your voice, weaving it into a tapestry of sound that lifts your soul. Was this a place of transcendence where silence became divine? The vision fades, but the hum remains as if holding your prayer. Legends whisper of stranger things. A Mauryan tale preserved in village lore speaks of a sage who entered Lomas Rishi cave and emerged with eyes that glowed, claiming the hum taught him the stars' secrets. He vanished, leaving only his staff found upright in the cave. In the 19th century, a British surveyor mapping the hills heard voices in Quran Chowpar, soft, unintelligible yet clear. He fled, convinced the caves were haunted, though his journal notes a strange peace. Locals tell of a child lost in the 1920s who followed the hum to safety, claiming the caves sang her name. You hear these tales shared by lamplight in a nearby village and feel their pull, their call to listen. Does the hum still speak to those who pause? You are the pilgrim now seated in the heart of Sudama cave, the polished walls reflecting your silhouette like a shadow in a dream. The air is cool, the silence vast, until a soft hum rises, wrapping you in its gentle embrace. You close your eyes, and the sound becomes a river flowing through you, low, steady, alive. It stirs memories you didn't know. You held images of starlit nights and forgotten prayers. You breathe with it, your heart slowing, and feel the cave as a partner in a dance older than time. What voices sang here, and why do they call to you now? The mystery of the Barabar caves is not a lock to open, but a melody to join, soft and eternal. It asks you to sit in wonder, to let the hum be your guide, its rhythm a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure its frequencies and mystics may weave its meaning, but the cave's truth is a whisper felt but never grasped. You rise the hum fading into silence and carry a peace as deep as the stone. Some songs are not meant to be understood, only heard their notes a gift for those who linger. As you step into the dawn, the hills stand quiet, their granite faces aglow with morning light. A final thought drifts to you delicate as a breath in the stillness. What secrets did the Barabar caves hold, and do their whispers still seek listeners in the silence? The stone offers no reply, only its timeless presence, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart humming, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a lake where islands float on reeds. Picture yourself adrift on the sapphire expanse of Lake Titicaca high in the Andes, where Bolivia and Peru meet, the water glinting like a mirror under a sky of endless indigo. Around you, islands of woven reeds sway gently, their golden surfaces buoyant, cradling homes and lives that seem to hover between water and sky. These are the floating isles of the Uros people crafted from totora reeds, each a living tapestry that rises and falls with the lake's breath. The air is crisp, scented with damp earth and sweet grass, and a quiet rhythm. Perhaps the lapping waves, perhaps something deeper stirs the silence. Who are these people, and why do their origins fade into the lake's mist, untraceable? As you step onto the soft, yielding ground, the isles invite you to linger, to drift in their gentle mystery. The floating isles of Lake Titicaca are a marvel of human ingenuity, unlike any other home on Earth. Built by the Uros, a people who have lived on the lake for centuries, these islands, some 40 in number, range from small platforms to villages, supporting dozens of families. Each is woven from totora reeds, harvested from the lake's shallows, layered and bound into buoyant mats that float atop the water. You can imagine the Uros at work, hands braiding reeds under the sun, their laughter mingling with the splash of oars. Huts, boats, even watchtowers rise from the same reeds, a golden world that sways with every ripple. Yet their origins are a riddle. The Uros claim descent from an ancient people predating the Inca, who fled to the lake to escape conquest or calamity. No records, Incan Spanish, or otherwise confirm their story. Their language, once distinct, has blended with Aymara and Quechua, leaving only oral tales to trace their past. Why did they choose this life suspended on water, and why do their islands endure while their beginnings vanish? You stand on an isle, its surface soft underfoot, and feel the lake's quiet pulse as if it guards the truth in its depths. Turn your thoughts to those who seek answers through reason's clear lens. Anthropologists study the Uros, piecing together their elusive history. One hypothesis suggests they fled to the lake around 1000 CE, escaping conflict with mainland tribes or early Incan expansion. The reeds, abundant and buoyant, offered safety, an unassailable refuge where enemies could not follow. Yet the lack of archaeological traces, tools, pottery, or ancient dwellings clouds this theory. Could their artifacts have sunk reclaimed by the lake's depths? Archaeologists propose another angle. The Uros may descend from a pre-Incan culture, perhaps. The Pucara, whose ruins dot Titicaca's shores. Their island building, they argue, was a survival tactic, adapting to a lake-rich environment. But why no written or material record when neighboring cultures left? Both ecologists offer a different view. The lake's unique ecosystem, with its dense totora beds, shaped a nomadic lifestyle, the islands evolving from temporary rafts to permanent homes. Yet the labor replacing reeds monthly to prevent rot suggests a commitment beyond necessity. A third theory explores migration. Linguistic clues hint at connections to distant Amazonian tribes, suggesting the Uros drifted to the Andes, their floating villages, a carryover from riverine traditions. But genetic studies are inconclusive, blending Uros ancestry with local populations. Some speculate environmental shifts, floods, or droughts pushed them to the lake, their islands, a response to a changing world. Each theory is a ripple on the water, spreading but never reaching the shore of truth. You ponder these ideas, each a wave in the lake's vastness, yet none capturing the Uros' silent journey. Now let your heart glide to the unseen, where the isles shimmer with deeper meaning. To the Uros Lake. Titicaca is Mama Cocha, the mother of waters, a goddess who nurtures and protects. You might sit with an elder, her hands weaving reeds as she speaks of the islands, as gifts from the lake built to honor its spirit. In their cosmology, the Uros are children of the water, their lives a dance with its rhythms, their origins a sacred mystery not meant to be known. The thought envelops you soft, as the lake's embrace urging you to feel the divine in the reed's gentle sway. Other traditions weave their own currents. In Incan lore, Titicaca is the birthplace of the sun, its islands sacred stepping stones for the gods. The Uros, some say, were chosen to guard this holy lake, their floating homes, a vow of devotion. Modern spiritual seekers see the isles as a symbol of balance, living neither on land nor water but in harmony with both. In Buddhist echoes, the islands evoke impermanence, their reeds decaying and renewing, a reminder of life's fleeting flow. As you sit on the isle, the lake's ripples singing beneath you, you feel a connection as if the water whispers your name. Are these islands a sanctuary, a promise, or the lake's own heart given form? The isles carry stories each, a ripple in Titicaca's timeless surface. Picture yourself centuries ago, an Uros fisherman rowing through dawn's mist, your boat gliding past islands aglow with torchlight. Families gather singing to the lake, their voices weaving gratitude for its bounty. Was this a place of ritual where offerings of fish and flowers were cast into the depths? The scene dissolves, but the reeds remain their golden tips swaying, as if holding the memory. Legends tell of stranger things. An Aymara tale speaks of a girl who long ago dove beneath an island and found a crystal cave, its walls pulsing with light. She emerged with a reed that glowed, planting it to guide her people. The island, they say, still shines at midnight, unseen by most. In the 17th century, a Spanish priest seeking converts claimed the islands moved at night, circling the lake under a moonless sky. He fled awed, never returning. More recently, a traveler in the 1980s swore she saw an island vanish in a storm, only to reappear at dawn, its huts untouched. You hear these tales shared by firelight on a swaying isle and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the islands still drift for those who believe you are the wanderer now? Your feet sinking into the soft reeds of an Uros island, the lake's gentle sway rocking you like a lullaby. The horizon stretches wide mountains framing the water, their peaks crowned with clouds. You sit a reed boat bobbing nearby, and feel the island breathe beneath you alive, with the lake's rhythm. The air hums with a quiet song, perhaps the wind, perhaps the Uros' chants lingering in the reeds. You close your eyes, and the world narrows to this moment, this place, as if the lake knows you, its waters, whispering a story you almost grasp. Who were the first to weave these isles, and why do they feel like home? The mystery of the floating isles is not a knot to untie, but a wave to ride gentle and boundless. It asks you to rest in wonder, to let the lake's rhythm guide your thoughts soft and unhurried. Anthropologists may trace their origins and elders may sing their myths, but the Uros truth is a ripple felt but never held. You rise the reeds yielding beneath you, and carry a peace as deep as the lake itself. Some wonders are not meant to be traced, only lived their motion, a gift for those who drift. As you step onto a boat, the lake's surface mirrors the stars, each a spark of the Uros' lost past. A final thought rises delicate as a ripple in the twilight. Who first wove these floating isles, and what dream do they still carry on the water? The lake offers no reply, only its endless flow, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. But the silence only deepened and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself seated on a weathered mesa in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, where the desert night unfurls like a velvet tapestry studded with stars that pulse with ancient light. Below the ruins of great houses, massive stone structures rise from the earth, their walls aligned with a precision that mirrors the heavens. A cool breeze carries the scent of sage, and the silence feels alive as if the stones themselves hum with a celestial rhythm. This is Chaco Canyon, a place where the ancestral Puebloans over 1,000 years ago built a city that maps the stars with uncanny accuracy. What message did they etch into this landscape, and why does it still call to you across the ages? As you gaze upward, the constellations seem to lean closer, inviting you to drift into their timeless mystery. Chaco Canyon, thriving between 850 and 1250 CE, is a testament to the ancestral Puebloans' ingenuity. Its great houses, Pueblo Bonito, Chetroquetl, and others, are vast multi-storied complexes of stone and adobe, some with hundreds of rooms. Their walls thick and meticulously laid, align with cardinal directions and celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, even the moon's elusive cycles. You can trace the curved wall of Pueblo Bonito, its arc, echoing the sun's path at midsummer, or stand at Fajada Butte, where a spiral petroglyph catches the solstice sun in a dagger of light. The mystery lies in their purpose. Why build such grand structures in a harsh desert far from fertile lands? Why align them so precisely with the stars? No written records remain, only oral traditions, and the stone's silent testimony. The Chacoans abandoned their city by the 13th century, leaving no clue to their departure. You walk the canyon's paths, your footsteps soft on the dust, and feel the weight of their absence, as if the stars themselves mourn the builders' lost voices. What celestial truth did they seek, and why does it linger in the canyon's quiet? Let your mind turn to those who chart the past with reason's steady gaze. Archaeoastronomers studying Chaco's alignments propose it was a ceremonial center, its structures, a map of the cosmos. The sun dagger at Fajada Butte, they note, marks solstices with precision, suggesting the Chacoans tracked the heavens to guide rituals or agriculture. Imagine priests standing atop the butte, their shadows merging with the petroglyphs' light, timing ceremonies to the sun's rhythm. Yet the canyon's remoteness, far from fields, challenges this, as does the scale of the great houses, too grand for a small population. Another theory suggests a regional hub, with roads radiating to distant pueblos, linking Chaco to a vast network. The alignments, some argue, were symbolic, reinforcing the Chacoans' authority as keepers of cosmic order. But why invest such labor in a desert, and why abandon it? Geologists offer a different lens. Climate shifts, perhaps. A prolonged drought may have driven the Chacoans away, their star maps left to mark a lost era. Tree ring data supports this, showing dry spells, but the city's pristine state suggests a planned departure, not desperation. A third hypothesis explores stellar cycles. Some alignments, like those at Chimney Rock, track the moon's 6-year cycle, a feat requiring generations of observation. Could Chaco have been a university of the stars, training skywatchers to pass down celestial knowledge, yet no tools, calendars, star charts survive to confirm this? A fringe idea whispers of extraterrestrial guidance, the alignments too precise for human hands alone, though evidence remains elusive. Each theory is a star in a vast sky, shining brightly but leaving shadows between. You ponder these ideas, each a ray of light, yet none illuminating the Chacoans' full intent. Now open your heart to the unseen, where the canyon glows with deeper truths. To the Navajo, whose ancestors knew this land, Chaco is a place of balance, its stones aligned to honor the harmony of earth and sky. You might sit with a medicine woman, her voice soft as the night wind, as she speaks of the great houses as mirrors of the cosmos built to sing with the stars. In their tradition, the alignments guide the soul's journey, linking the living to the eternal. The thought wraps you gently like a blanket of starlight, urging you to feel the canyon's pulse. Other beliefs cast their own glow. In Hopi lore, Chaco was a stop on their clan's migrations, its structures marking sacred paths guided by Kachina spirits. Modern mystics see the canyon as an energy grid, its alignments channeling cosmic forces, a place where the veil between worlds thins. In shamanic traditions, the star maps evoke a universal dance, each stone a step in creation's rhythm. As you sit beneath the Milky Way, the canyon feels alive, its silence a hymn to the heavens. Are these stones a prayer, a map, or the Earth's own dream? Aligned with the stars, Chaco holds stories, each a spark in its desert night. Picture yourself 1,000 years ago, a Chacoan elder, standing in Pueblo Bonito's great kiva, your voice rising as the solstice sun pierces the wall, bathing the room in gold. The people gather their chants, weaving with the light, honoring the sky's cycle. Was this a place of ceremony where the stars blessed the earth? The vision fades, but the stones endure their alignments, holding the memory. Legends tell of stranger things. A Zuni tale speaks of a stargazer who climbed Fahada Butte, guided by a dream, and saw the stars shift into a pattern that foretold a great change. He vanished, leaving only a turquoise bead at the spiral. In the 19th century, a cowboy camping in the canyon swore he saw lights soft like fireflies dancing along the great house walls, tracing the solstice lines. Locals whisper of a child in the 1930s who followed a shadow to a hidden kiva, its walls etched with stars that glowed. She never found it again, though her story lingers. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stars still speak through Chaco stones? You are the wanderer now, your boots sinking into the canyon's dust as you stand before Pueblo Bonito, its curved walls embracing the night. The stars burn bright, their light pooling in the stone, and you feel a rhythm as if the canyon breathes with the heavens. You trace a wall's edge, its surface cool, and imagine the hands that placed it, the eyes that watched the sky. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach. Yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What message did the Chacoans carve here, and why does it stir your soul? The mystery of Chaco Canyon is not a puzzle to solve, but a star to follow, gentle and eternal. It asks you to stand in awe, to let the alignments guide your thoughts, their patterns, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may chart their angles and storytellers may weave their myths, but the star map's truth is a light felt but never grasped. You sit the desert's silence, wrapping you like a cloak, and carry a peace as vast as the sky. Some wonders are not meant to be decoded, only cherished their glow, a gift for those who gaze. As you step back, the stars wheel above their light, a bridge between you and the Chacoans' lost world. A final thought rises delicate as a meteor's arc. What celestial message did the builders of Chaco Canyon leave, and does it still shine for those who seek? The canyon offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a city where basalt floats on the sea. Envision yourself gliding in a wooden canoe across the turquoise waters, off Pohnpei, Micronesia, where the Pacific stretches like a silken dream under a sky, kissed by dawn's first blush. Ahead, rising from the lagoon, a city of basalt columns gleams, dark prismatic pillars stacked into walls and canals, their edges sharp against the soft waves. This is Madol, the sleeping giant, a labyrinth of 92 artificial islands woven by stone and sea, its silence as profound as the tides that cradle it. The air hums with salt and mystery, and the stones seem to breathe, whispering of builders long gone and purposes lost to time. How did they raise this city on the water, and why did they leave it to sleep? As you paddle closer, the waves lap gently, inviting you to drift into its quiet enigma. Madol, built between the 12th and 17th centuries, is a marvel unlike any other. Spanning a lagoon on Pohnpei's eastern shore, its islands, some no larger than a room, others vast as plazas, are crafted from basalt logs, each weighing tons, stacked without mortar into walls up to 25 feet high. Canals like veins thread between them, navigable by canoe, linking temples, tombs, and dwellings. You can trace the seawall, its hexagonal columns fitted with a jeweler's precision, or stand on Madol Pao, where a great temple once honored the sea god. The site scale over 1.5 million tons of stone defies its remote Pacific setting, yet its mysteries are deeper still. No records explain how the Pohnpeians, with no metal tools or wheels, quarried, moved, and placed these massive logs across a lagoon. Why build here on water, far from fertile land, and why by the 19th century was it abandoned its canals, silent its stones left to the tides? You glide through a canal, the water cool beneath your boat, and feel the weight of their absence, as if the city dreams of its makers. The ocean's rhythm holds no answers, only a lullaby of secrets. Shift your gaze to those who seek truth through reason's steady current. Archaeologists studying Madol's stones propose a labor-intensive process. Basalt columns quarried from Pohnpei's cliffs were rolled on palm trunks to the shore, then rafted to the lagoon. Workers, they suggest, stacked them by hand using ramps or levers. Yet the columns weighed some over 50 tons, and the lagoon's shifting tides challenge this. Picture hundreds, laboring under the sun, their chants blending with the waves, but the precision of the walls with no gaps hints at techniques lost to time. Geologists offer another perspective. The basalt formed from volcanic flows naturally fractures into prisms, easing, quarrying, but moving them across water without cranes remains a puzzle. Could the Pohnpeians have used tidal shifts floating stones at high tide to position them? Surveys show no evidence of rafts or docks, only the stone's silent alignment. A third theory explores coral foundations. The islands rest on coral reefs, perhaps built up artificially to support the stone. Yet the effort to shape a lagoon into a city suggests a purpose beyond practicality. Some hypothesize a regional power hub with Madol as the seat of the Sodalur dynasty controlling trade across Micronesia. Its abandonment, they suggest, followed political collapse or environmental strain, perhaps a drought or typhoon. But oral histories mention no such calamity, and the site's intact state implies a deliberate departure. A fringe idea whispers of ancient navigation knowledge, the stones aligned with stars for oceanic voyages, though no clear alignments emerge. Each theory is a wave, lapping at the truth, swelling but never breaking. You ponder these ideas, each a ripple in the lagoon, yet none capturing the city's silent heart. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Madol glows with sacred light. To Pohnpeians, the city is a gift from the gods built by brothers Olosapa and Olosipa sent from the heavens to honor the sea. You might sit with a village elder, his voice soft as the tide, as he speaks of Madol as a bridge to the divine, its canals channeling prayers to the ocean's depths. In their lore, the stones were placed with magic floated by chance, their builders guided by spirits. The thought washes over you gentle as a wave, urging you to feel the sacred in the lagoon's sway. Other traditions cast their own light. In Polynesian cosmology, the city evokes the sea's eternal dance, its islands a mirror of the cosmos floating between earth and sky. Modern spiritual seekers call Madol a ley line, its basalt humming with earth's energy, a place where time thins. In shamanic visions, the canals are paths for spirits, guiding ancestors to rest. As you paddle through the city, the stone's dark gleam feels alive, their silence a chant you almost hear. Is this a temple, a memory, or the ocean's own soul given form? Madol holds stories, each a murmur in its watery veins. Picture yourself centuries ago, a priestess standing on the temple of Nandawas, your hands raised as moonlight bathes the basalt. You offer fish to the sea god, your voice weaving with the waves binding the people to the divine. Was this a place of worship where the ocean answered prayers? The vision fades, but the stones stand their surfaces holding the echo of your song. Legends tell of stranger things. A Pohnpeian tale speaks of a turtle sacred to the sea, God guiding builders to the perfect stones. When the last was placed, the turtle swam away and the city fell silent. In the 19th century, a missionary claimed the canals glowed at night, a soft blue light tracing their paths. He fled, awed, never returning. Locals whisper of a fisherman in the 1920s who saw an island shift in a storm, its stones realigning by dawn, untouched by human hands. You hear these tales shared by firelight on a coral shore and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stones still move for those who listen? You are the voyager now, your canoe gliding through Madol's canals, the basalt walls rising like guardians on either side. The water is warm, the air alive with the scent of salt and reeds, and the city feels like a living thing, its stones pulsing with quiet strength. You pause at a temple's edge, your hand brushing a column, its surface cool and smooth. The silence is a language, its words, just beyond your reach, yet it feels like an embrace, as if the city knows you. Who built this place, and what dream did they weave into its stones? The mystery of Madol is not a knot to unravel, but a tide to ride gentle and vast. It asks you to float in wonder, to let the canals guide your thoughts, their flow, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may chart its stones and elders may sing its myths, but the city's truth is a shimmer, elusive as moonlight on water. You paddle onward, the lagoon's rhythm cradling you, and carry a peace as deep as the sea. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only felt, their presence a gift for those who drift. As you steer toward the open sea, the city fades into the mist, its basalt spires a silhouette against the dawn. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble on the tide. What purpose drove the builders of Madol, and does their dream still sleep in the lagoon's heart? The ocean offers no reply, only its endless song, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert, where an oasis hides in the sands. Imagine yourself standing atop a dune in the Sahara Desert, Egypt, where the sands ripple like an ocean frozen in amber, under a twilight sky streaked with violet. The air is warm, carrying the faint perfume of ancient dust, and far in the distance a mirage shimmers, white walls gleaming, springs sparkling like jewels. This is the fabled oasis of Zerzura. A city of legend whispered by Bedouin fires its white towers in endless waters, seen only in dreams or fleeting glimpses before the desert swallows it again. The silence is vast yet alive, as if the sands hum with secrets they refuse to share. Who built this hidden haven, and why does it elude all who seek it? As you gaze into the horizon, the desert beckons, inviting you to drift into its gentle enigma. Zerzura is a phantom woven into the Sahara's lore, a city said to lie deep in Egypt's western desert, its walls of alabaster and gardens fed by springs that never dry. Medieval Arab texts like the Kitab al-Kanuz describe it as a place of wealth, guarded by a sleeping king, and a gate carved with a bird, its key lost to time. Bedouin tales paint it as a refuge, where travelers find rest under palm-shaded pools, only to wake in empty sands. No map marks its place, no ruins confirm its existence, yet its story persists, carried on the tongues of nomads and explorers for centuries. You can picture it, towers rising like moonlit spires, streets alive with laughter, waters reflecting a sky ablaze with stars. Yet Zerzura remains unseen, its location shifting with each telling, near the Gilf Khaber perhaps, or beyond the Great Sand Sea. Explorers, from 19th century adventurers to modern satellite mappers, have sought it, finding only dunes and fleeting oases. The desert's vastness guards its secret, its sands, a veil that parts for no one. You stand, your feet sinking into the warm grains, and feel the pull of a city that may never have been its absence as potent as its promise. Shift your thoughts to those who chase truth with reason's steady compass. Geographers studying the Sahara's shifting landscapes propose Zerzura as a lost oasis, perhaps a real settlement swallowed by encroaching sands. The desert, they note, was once greener with lakes and rivers, 5000 years ago. Could Zerzura have been a Neolithic haven, its springs drying as the climate turned harsh? Satellite images reveal ancient riverbeds, but no city emerges, only faint traces of human camps too small for legend's grandeur. Archaeologists offer another lens. Zerzura might be a mythologized memory of a known site like the Siwa Oasis, 500 miles away with its white limestone and ancient oracle. Yet Siwa's permanence contradicts Zerzura's elusiveness. Could it be a caravan stop buried by a sandstorm, its ruins hidden beneath dunes? Explorers like Laszlo Almasi in the 1930s found caves with prehistoric art near the Gilf Khaber, but no city, only paintings of swimmers in a vanished lake. A third theory suggests a mirage effect, optical illusions common in the Sahara, where heat bends light to conjure false cities. But why do stories of Zerzura persist detailed and vivid across cultures? Some hypothesize a cultural blend. Arab traders meeting Berber and Tuareg nomads wove tales of a utopian oasis, inspired by real places but embellished into myth. Yet the specificity, white walls, a bird-carved gate, hints at a kernel of truth. Each theory is a lantern in the desert's dusk, casting light but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a grain of sand, yet none forming the city you seek. Now let your soul wander to the unseen, where Zerzura shimmers with sacred light. To the Bedouin, the oasis is a gift from Allah, a paradise for the pure-hearted, hidden from those driven by greed. You might sit by a fire, a nomad's voice soft as the night breeze telling of Zerzura as a sanctuary where souls rest before their final journey. In their faith, its springs are eternal, flowing for those who trust the desert's wisdom. The thought settles over you, warm as a star's glow, urging you to see the sands as more than dust. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Sufi mysticism, Zerzura is a metaphor for the heart's quest, a city found only in surrender to the divine. Modern spiritual seekers call it an astral plane, a realm glimpsed in meditation, its white walls, a symbol of purity. In ancient Egyptian lore, it echoes the field of reeds, a paradise for the worthy dead. It springs a promise of rebirth. As you gaze into the desert, the horizon seems to pulse, as if Zerzura waits just beyond sight. Is it a place, a vision, or the desert's own soul dreaming in the silence? Zerzura carries stories, each a whisper on the desert wind. Picture yourself centuries ago, a weary trader crossing the Sahara, your camel's steps heavy in the sand. A light appears guiding you to white walls and cool springs, where a woman offers water that tastes of honey. You wake alone, the dunes unchanged. Was this a dream, or did Zerzura open its gates for you? The tale lingers, its truth as fleeting as the mirage. Legends tell of stranger things. A 15th century Arab manuscript recounts a warrior who found Zerzura, its gate, guarded by a stone bird. He took its key, but the city vanished, and he wandered mad until his death. In the 1920s, a British explorer lost in a sandstorm swore he saw white towers gleaming only to find barren sand by dawn. Locals speak of a Bedouin girl in the 1940s who followed a star to a hidden spring, its waters healing her sick mother. The spring was gone when she returned. You hear these tales shared under a canopy of stars and feel their pull, their call to dream. Does Zerzura still appear to those who seek with open hearts? You are the seeker now, your sandals sinking into the Sahara's warm embrace, the dunes rolling like waves under the twilight. The horizon shimmers, and for a moment you see it: white walls, a glint of water, a city that breathes. You blink and it's gone, only sand and sky remaining. Yet the vision lingers, a warmth in your chest, as if Zerzura knows you, its absence, a gentle invitation to wonder. You sit the desert silence wrapping you like a shawl and feel the sands shift, whispering a story you almost grasp. What dream built Zerzura, and why does it call to you still? The mystery of Zerzura is not a map to follow, but a mirage to cherish, soft and boundless. It asks you to stand in awe, to let the desert's vastness guide your thoughts, its silence, a path through the unknown. Scientists may scan its sands and storytellers may weave its myths, but Zerzura's truth is a flicker seen but never held. You rise, brushing sand from your hands, and carry a peace as deep as the desert itself. Some wonders are not meant to be found, only felt their light, a gift for those who wander. As you turn from the dune, the stars ignite above each, a spark of Zerzura's lost dream. A final thought rises delicate as a breeze across the sands. Is Zerzura a city hidden in the desert, or a hope woven into our souls? The Sahara offers no reply, only its endless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart open, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a trench, where lights flicker in the abyss. Envision yourself suspended in a submersible, descending into the inky blackness of the Pacific Ocean, where the Mariana Trench yawns like a silent hymn to the unknown. Far below, at depths where sunlight dares not tread, faint lights flicker, soft pulses of blue, green, and gold, dancing in the abyss like stars adrift in a liquid sky. The water presses close its weight, a gentle cradle, and the silence is profound, broken only by the hum of your craft and the distant glow of these mysterious lights. This is the Mariana Trench, the deepest wound in the Earth's crust where life should not thrive. Yet these radiant sparks defy the dark. Are they creatures, relics, or echoes of something older still? As you glide deeper, the lights beckon, inviting you to linger in their enigmatic glow. The Mariana Trench, plunging nearly 7 miles below the ocean's surface, is a realm of eternal night, its pressures crushing its cold absolute. Yet since its exploration began in the 20th century, reports of lights unexplained, fleeting, have haunted the tales of divers and submersibles. These are not the steady bioluminescence of known creatures like anglerfish, but erratic glows, sometimes as large as a man, pulsing or drifting with purpose. You can picture them, orbs weaving through the dark, trailing no wake, vanishing when approached. They appear in the Challenger Deep, the trench's lowest point where the seafloor lies, alien and untouched. No artifacts or remains confirm their source. Submersibles like the Trieste, in 1960 or James Cameron's Deep-Sea Challenger in 2012 have glimpsed these lights, their cameras catching fleeting glimmers. Are they life forms thriving in conditions that defy biology, or relics of a lost world buried in the deep? The trench's vastness, 500 miles long, 40 miles wide, guards its secrets, its currents, a veil that parts for no one. You imagine the lights pulsing below their rhythm, a language you long to hear their meaning as distant as the surface above. Turn your mind to those who seek truth in the measurable. Marine biologists, peering through submersible portholes, propose bioluminescence as the source. Unknown species adapted to the trench's extremes might emit light to communicate or hunt. Picture a creature. Its body, a lattice of glowing cells navigating the dark with pulses of blue. Yet known bioluminescent organisms, jellyfish, squid, produce fleeting flashes, not the sustained complex patterns reported. Could undiscovered microbes forming luminous colonies create these displays? Samples from the trench show novel bacteria, but none match the light's intensity. Geologists offer another view. Hydrothermal vents, common in deep-sea trenches, release chemicals that spark chemiluminescence when mixed with seawater. These vents spewing heat and minerals could glow faintly, their light amplified by the trench's unique chemistry. But the light's mobility, drifting, darting, defies this static source. A third hypothesis explores geological phenomena, piezoelectric effects in quartz-rich sediments, crushed by tectonic pressures, might generate electric sparks, appearing as lights, yet the trench's muddy floor, not rock, weakens this idea. Some speculate about human relics, lost technology from ancient or modern sources, glowing with residual energy. Sunken ships or experimental probes could leak luminescent chemicals, but no wreckage correlates with the sightings. A fringe theory whispers of extraterrestrial origins, the lights as probes or markers from beyond, though no evidence supports this. Each theory is a beacon in the dark, casting light, but leaving shadows vast. You ponder these ideas, each a current in the deep, yet none illuminating the light's true nature. Now let your soul sink to the unseen, where the trench glows with sacred meaning. To Pacific Islanders whose canoes have crossed these waters for millennia, the ocean is a living realm, its depths home to spirits of the ancestors. You might sit with a Micronesian elder, his voice soft as the waves as he speaks of the lights as souls guiding seafarers lost to the deep. In their lore, the trench is a gateway to the afterlife, its glow, a promise of eternal rest. The thought wraps you gently like a tide's embrace, urging you to feel the divine in the darkness. Other traditions cast their own light. In Shinto belief, the ocean is Kami no Umi, a sacred sea where gods dwell, their presence flickering in the abyss. Modern mystics call the trench an energy vortex, its lights a pulse of the earth's spirit connecting all life. In Polynesian tales, the lights are the eyes of Maui, the trickster god watching over the ocean's heart. As you drift in your submersible, the lights seem to pulse with intent, their glow, a whisper you almost understand. Are they spirits, energies, or the ocean's own dreams given form? The trench holds stories, each a glimmer in its lightless depths. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Polynesian navigator in a starlit canoe, glimpsing lights far below, guiding your path through a storm. Your people speak of them as omens marking safe routes or sacred waters. Was this a place of guidance, where the deep spoke to the surface? The vision fades, but the lights endure their glow, a memory of your journey. Legends tell of stranger things. A 19th century whaler lost in a fog swore he saw green orbs rise from the sea, circling his ship before vanishing. He reached port unharmed, calling the lights his saviors. In the 1960s, a submarine crew testing depths near the trench reported a golden glow that followed them, its shape shifting like a living thing. They surfaced awed, their instruments blank. Locals whisper of a diver in the 1980s who saw a blue light form a spiral, its center pulsing like a heart. He felt no fear, only peace, and never dove again. You hear these tales shared by lamplight on a distant shore and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the lights still guide those who venture deep? You are the explorer now sealed in your submersible, the trench's darkness pressing close. A light blooms ahead, soft blue, swaying like a lantern in the void. Your heart slows, matching its rhythm, and the silence feels alive, as if the ocean knows you. You glide closer, the light shifting, now gold, now green, its dance, a language just beyond your grasp. You press your hand to the porthole, the glass cold, and imagine the hands or forces that kindled these sparks. What do they illuminate, and why do they call to you? The mystery of the Mariana Trench's lights is not a code to break, but a glow to cherish, gentle and boundless. It asks you to float in wonder, to let the light's dance guide your thoughts, their radiance a path through the unknown. Scientists may probe their chemistry, and storytellers may weave their myths, but the light's truth is a flicker felt but never held. You ascend the glow fading below, and carry a peace as deep as the sea. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only witness their light, a gift for those who dive. As you break the surface, the stars above mirror the lights below, each a spark of the trench's lost secret. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble in the deep. What are the glowing depths of the Mariana Trench, and do they shine for a purpose? We cannot know. The ocean offers no reply, only its endless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a jungle where stone spheres hum with mystery. Envision yourself wandering through the lush emerald jungle of the Diquís Delta in Costa Rica, where the air hums with the chorus of cicadas and the scent of damp earth. Before you, nestled among tangled vines and ancient trees, rests a perfect stone sphere, its surface smooth as a moonlit pearl glowing faintly in the dappled sunlight. These are the stone spheres of the Diquís, scattered across the jungle like forgotten dreams, each one carved with a precision that defies time. The silence of the forest wraps you gently, yet the spheres seem to pulse with a quiet energy, whispering of makers long gone and purposes lost to the ages. What did these orbs mean, and why do they stir your soul with their silent song as you pause? The jungle breathes, inviting you to linger in their tender mystery. The stone spheres of Costa Rica, known as Las Bolas, are a marvel of ancient craftsmanship. Numbering over 300, they range from mere inches to 8 feet in diameter, some weighing as much as 15 tons. Carved from granodiorite, a hard volcanic rock, they are scattered across the Diquís Delta, some aligned in patterns, lines, triangles, or clusters, others solitary, half buried in the earth. Their surfaces are polished to a near-perfect roundness, a feat that speaks of immense skill. You can trace one with your hand, its curve flawless, as if it rolled from the stars themselves. Dating to between 600 and 1500 CE, these spheres are tied to the Diquís culture, a pre-Columbian people who thrived in the region. Yet no records, written or oral, explain their purpose or creation. Were they markers, monuments, or sacred objects? Why were they abandoned, left to the jungle's embrace? The sites where they rest, often near remnants of settlements, offer no tools, no workshops, only the spheres themselves, silent and unyielding. You stand among them, the forests hum blending with their presence, and feel a question. Take root. What story do these stones hold, and why does it echo still? Shift your gaze to those who seek answers through reason's steady light. Archaeologists, brushing away centuries of soil, propose the spheres as status symbols crafted by Diquís elites to mark power or territory. Their size and polish, they argue, required vast resources, suggesting a society with complex organization. Picture artisans chiseling stone with stone tools, their hands guided by skill honed over generations. Yet the absence of quarrying debris or unfinished spheres puzzles. How did they achieve such perfection without leaving a trace? Another theory suggests astronomical significance. Some alignments, when mapped, point to solstices or constellations, hinting at a celestial calendar. Could the Diquís have placed these orbs to track the heavens, guiding planting or rituals? Surveys, however, find inconsistent patterns, and erosion has shifted many spheres from their original places. Geologists offer a different angle. The granodiorite sourced from nearby quarries could be shaped by natural fracture lines, eased into spheres by water or abrasives. But the labor moving tons of stone across rivers and jungles defies simple explanation. A third hypothesis explores practical uses. Perhaps the spheres marked sacred spaces like plazas or burial grounds, or served as weights for engineering feats, yet no graves or structures directly linked to them, and their scattered placement feels deliberate, not functional. Some speculate about lost technologies, polishing methods, or transport systems, but no evidence supports this. Each theory is a leaf on the jungle floor, vibrant yet fleeting, unable to cover the mystery's roots. You ponder these ideas each, a vine climbing toward truth, yet none reaching the canopy of understanding. Now let your heart drift to the unseen, where the spheres glow with deeper meaning. To the Bribri and Kabakar, modern descendants of the Dikis, the jungle is alive, its stones imbued with the spirits of ancestors. You might sit with an elder, her voice soft as falling rain as she speaks of the spheres, as gifts from Sibo, the creator, placed to guard the earth's balance. In their cosmology, each orb holds a soul, its roundness, a symbol of eternity, its presence, a prayer for harmony. The thought enfolds you gentle as a breeze through the leaves, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's stillness. Other traditions weave their own threads. In shamanic lore, the spheres are oracles resonating with energies that guide the initiated. Modern spiritual seekers call them earth chakras, their placement a map of cosmic flow, humming with unseen vibrations. In Mesoamerican echoes, they evoke the ballgame, their shape, a nod to cycles of life and death. As you rest beside a sphere, its surface warm from the sun, you sense a pulse as if it breathes with the jungle. Are these stones, guardians, prayers, or the earth's own heartbeat given form? The spheres carry stories, each a murmur in the forest's green heart. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Diki's healer kneeling beside a sphere, your hands tracing its curve as you chant for rain. The jungle listens, its creatures silent, as the stone seems to hum in reply. Was this a place of ritual where the earth answered prayers? The vision fades, but the sphere remains its surface, holding the echo of your voice. Legends tell of stranger things. A Bribri tale speaks of a boy who long ago slept beside a sphere and dreamed of a star falling into it, filling it with light. When he woke, the stone glowed faintly, guiding him to a hidden spring. In the 1930s, banana plantation workers clearing jungles swore a sphere rolled uphill to avoid their blades stopping at a clearing's edge. Locals nod, telling of a woman in the 1950s who heard a sphere sing a low, resonant note before finding a lost child nearby. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a jungle village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the spheres still sing? For those who listen, you are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on the jungle floor as you approach a stone sphere, its surface gleaming through the vines. The air is thick with the scent of moss and flowers, and the forest's hum wraps you like a lullaby. You touch the stone, its curve cool and smooth, and feel a quiet pulse as if it knows you. The jungle fades, and for a moment you see them, hands shaping stone, voices chanting under starlight, a people whose dreams live in this orb. What did they seek, and why does their work feel like a gift? The mystery of the stone spheres is not a lock to open, but a melody to hear, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the orb's presence guide your thoughts, their stillness, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map their placements and elders may weave their myths, but the sphere's truth is a whisper felt but never grasped. You step back, the jungle's green canopy closing around you, and carry a peace as deep as the earth. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only cherish their silence, a gift for those who pause. As you turn from the sphere, the jungle's chorus rises, a symphony of life that echoes the stone's quiet hum. A final thought drifts to you, delicate as a petal on the breeze. What purpose did the stone spheres serve and do? Their maker's dreams still resonate in their curves. The forest offers no reply, only its vibrant stillness, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a mountain where bells chime without source. Envision yourself seated on a rocky ledge in the remote heights of Tibet, where Mount Kailash pierces the heavens like a crystal spire, its snow-draped slopes glowing faintly under a sky of endless sapphire. The air is thin, sharp with the scent of frost and sacred juniper, and a profound silence blankets the landscape, broken only by the faint silvery chime of bells, soft, elusive, drifting from nowhere. These are the eternal bells of Mount Kailash, a sacred peak revered by millions, where pilgrims hear music in the mountain's stillness, its source invisible among the crags. The wind sighs gently, and the chimes seem to weave a melody older than time, inviting you to pause in their ethereal mystery. What rings these bells, and why do their notes linger in your soul? Mount Kailash, standing 638 meters in the Tibetan plateau, is a spiritual beacon for Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, and Bon practitioners. Its four faces aligned with the prospices, the courting six people, cardinal directions, a cosmic axis mundi. Pilgrims have walked its 32-mile Kora, a sacred circumambulation for centuries, seeking blessings or enlightenment. Amid this ritual, many report hearing bells clear, resonant like temple chimes echoing from the mountain slopes. Yet no bells, no monasteries, no human hands are found. You can imagine the sound, a delicate peal rising with the dawn fading, as you search the cliffs, as if the mountain itself sings. The mystery deepens with its persistence. No inscriptions or artifacts explain the phenomenon, and the bells defy recording their notes too fleeting for microphones. Are they a trick of the mind, a gift of the divine, or something woven into the peak's very stone? The mountain, unclimbed by tradition's decree, guards its secrets, its silence as vast as the sky above. You sit, your breath clouding in the chill, and feel the chimes echo, a question that hums in the heart of Kailash. Shift your thoughts to those who seek answers in the measurable. Acousticians studying the mountain's terrain propose a natural explanation. Wind whistling through Kailash's rocky crevices, shaped by erosion into flute-like channels, could produce bell-like tones. Picture the breeze dancing over jagged peaks, coaxing music from the stone. Yet the chime's clarity, described as melodic, not random, challenges this. And the sound's absence in strong winds puzzles further. Geologists offer another angle. The mountain's granite, rich in quartz, might resonate under subtle seismic tremors common in the tectonically active Himalayas. Low-frequency vibrations, felt more than heard, could mimic bells to sensitive ears. Tests with seismometers detect minor quakes, but the bell's timing, often at dawn or dusk, defies consistent patterns. A third hypothesis explores altitude's effect. At 15,000 feet low, oxygen might induce auditory hallucinations, the brain weaving chimes from silence. Yet pilgrims acclimatized and lucid report the sound with striking consistency. Some suggest ice or snow shifting on Kailash's slopes, creating crystalline clinks that carry in the thin air. But the bells ring year-round, even in summer's thaw. A fringe theory whispers of electromagnetic fields generated by the mountain's minerals, stimulating the brain's auditory cortex. No instruments confirm this, leaving each theory a spark in the twilight, bright but fleeting. You ponder these ideas, each a breath in the mountain's silence, yet none capturing the bell's delicate song. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where Kailash vibrates with sacred resonance. To Hindus, the mountain is Shiva's abode, its bells the god's voice blessing those who walk the Kora. You might sit with a sadhu, his saffron robes dusted with snow, as he speaks of the chimes as mantras ringing to cleanse the soul. In their faith, Kailash is the center of the universe. Its bells, a call to awaken. The thought wraps you gently like a prayer beat in your palm, urging you to hear the divine in the mountain's hush. Other traditions lend their voices. In Tibetan Buddhism, Kailash is the mandala of Demchok, its chimes the sound of enlightenment, guiding pilgrims to inner peace. Bon practitioners, older than Buddhism, see the bells as spirits of the mountain guarding sacred paths. Modern mystics call Kailash a cosmic antenna, its resonance linking Earth to the stars. As you rest on the Kora, the chimes seem to pulse within you, a melody that stirs your spirit. Are these bells a divine song, a natural echo, or the mountain's own breath, given voice? Kailash carries stories, each a note in its eternal chime. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Jain pilgrim on the Kora, your steps slow, as you chant to Rishabhanatha, the first Tirthankara who found liberation here. A bell rings clear and sweet, guiding you through a blizzard to safety. Was this a place of miracles, where the mountains sang to the faithful? The sound fades, but the path remains, its stones worn by countless feet. Legends tell of stranger things. A Tibetan tale speaks of a monk who in the 12th century heard bells that formed a mantra, revealing a hidden cave with glowing scripts. He emerged enlightened, but silent, his secret kept of Lacan. In the 19th century, a British explorer mapping the plateau reported chimes that led him to a spring, its water warm despite the snow. Locals whisper of a child in the 1950s who followed the bells to a ledge where a lotus bloomed in winter, then vanished. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a nomad's tent and feel their pull, their call to listen. Do the bells still ring for those who walk with open hearts? You are the pilgrim now, your boots crunching on the rocky path of the Kora, Mount Kailash, rising before you its slopes, a tapestry of snow and stone. The air is sharp, your breath, a quiet rhythm, and then you hear it, a chime soft as a sigh, drifting from the cliffs. It wraps around you a melody that feels like home, and you pause, your heart slowing to its cadence. The mountain looms its presence, a gentle weight, as if it knows you. You close your eyes, and the bells become a river, carrying you through time to pilgrims, monks, wanderers, all drawn to this sound. What do they sing and why do they call to you? The mystery of Kailash's bells is not a puzzle to solve, but a song to join, gentle and boundless. It asks you to walk in reverence, to let the chimes guide your thoughts, their notes, a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure their echoes and mystics may weave their meanings, but the bell's truth is a breeze felt but never held. You continue the Kora, the mountain's silence enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the sky. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only heard, their music a gift for those who pause. As you complete the Kora, the dawn paints Kailash in hues of rose and gold, the bells fading into the mountain's hush. A final thought rises delicate as a snowflake on the wind. What rings the eternal bells of Mount Kailash, and do they sing for a truth we cannot know? The peak offers no reply, only its timeless presence, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself standing in the highlands of Ethiopia, where the dawn bathes the land in a golden haze, and towering obelisks rise from the earth like ancient sentinels, their weathered surfaces catching the first light. The air is cool, scented with acacia and frankincense, and the silence of the Tigray region feels alive, as if the stones hum with the memory of a vanished people. This is Aksum, once the heart of a mighty kingdom, its granite spires piercing the sky, whispering of a civilization that faded into the dust. Where did the Aksumites go, and what wisdom did they carry into the shadows? As you rest among these relics, the wind stirs, inviting you to wander in their timeless mystery. Aksum, flourishing from the 1st to the 7th century CE, was a beacon of the ancient world, a hub of trade linking Africa, Arabia, and Rome. Its capital, nestled in Ethiopia's northern highlands, boasted palaces, churches, and obelisks, some over 100 feet tall, carved from single blocks of granite. You can trace the stele of King Azana, its inscriptions in Ge'ez Greek, and Sabaean hinting at conquests and faith. The kingdom minted gold coins, built stone reservoirs, and traded frankincense across continents. Yet by the 8th century, Aksum was a ghost, its people gone, its structures left to crumble. The mystery lies in its disappearance. No texts, Ethiopian or foreign, detail its fall. The obelisks, some fallen, others standing, bear no scars of war. Were the Aksumites driven out, or did they simply drift away? The city's isolation, far from fertile rivers, adds to the enigma. Why build here, and why abandon such grandeur? You walk among the ruins, your footsteps soft on the earth, and feel the weight of their absence, as if the stones mourn their makers. The silence is a riddle, its answer buried in the highland's heart. Turn your thoughts to those who probe the past with reason's quiet hand. Archaeologists sifting through Aksum's ruins propose environmental collapse as a cause. The region's soils, once fertile, show signs of erosion by the 7th century, perhaps from overfarming or deforestation. Picture farmers tilling fields under a relentless sun, their crops failing as rains dwindled. Could drought have starved the kingdom, forcing its people to new lands? Yet the reservoirs built with skill suggest resilience, and no mass graves hint at famine. Historians offer another view. Trade routes shifted. Aksum thrived on Red Sea commerce, But the rise of Islamic powers rerouted trade to Arabia, cutting the kingdom's lifeline. Could economic decline have emptied the city, its wealth fading like a desert stream? Yet the lack of destruction palace is intact. Obelisks untoppled implies a gradual departure, not a collapse. Geographers propose climate change. A cooling period evidenced in tree rings may have altered rainfall, pushing the Axumites south. But oral traditions mention no such exodus. A third hypothesis explores invasion or internal strife. The rise of the Zagwe dynasty succeeding Aksum suggests political upheaval, but no records of conflict survive. Some speculate disease, malaria, or plague decimated the population, though skeletal remains are scarce. A fringe theory whispers of a cultural shift, the Aksumites blending into neighboring tribes, their identity dissolving. Each theory is a lantern's glow casting light, but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a stone in the ruins, yet none revealing the kingdom's fate. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where Aksum shines with sacred meaning. To Ethiopian Orthodox Christians, the kingdom is a holy legacy, home to the Ark of the Covenant, said to rest in Aksum's Church of St. Mary of Zion. You might sit with a priest, his robes swaying in the breeze as he speaks of Aksum as God's chosen city, its obelisks raised to honor divine wisdom. In their faith, the Aksumites never truly left. Their spirits linger guarding the Ark's secret. The thought enfolds you soft as a prayer, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own threads. In Coptic lore, Aksum was a bridge to heaven, its obelisks pointing to the divine. Modern Rastafarians see it as a Zion, a symbol of African unity, its fall, a call to reclaim lost glory. In esoteric circles, the obelisks are cosmic markers, aligned with energies that pulse through the earth. As you stand by a fallen stele, its granite warm under your hand, you sense a presence as if the kingdom's soul hums within. Are these stones, monuments, prayers, or the earth's own memory-given form? Aksum carries stories, each a whisper in its ancient dust. Picture yourself in the 4th century, a merchant in Aksum's market, your wares ivory gold spread under the obelisk's shadow. A priestess chants nearby, her voice blessing a steles raising its tip, piercing the sky. Was this a place of ceremony where stone bound earth to heaven? The vision fades, but the obelisks stand their surfaces, holding the echo of her song. Legends tell of stranger things. An Ethiopian tale speaks of a queen descendant of Solomon who hid the ark in a secret chamber beneath an obelisk. When Aksum fell, she vanished, her footsteps erased by wind. In the 10th century, a monk claimed he saw lights dancing atop the steles at midnight, guiding him to a spring that healed his sight. Locals whisper of a child in the 19th century who found a gold coin under a fallen obelisk, its script unreadable but glowing faintly. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a Tigray village, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the obelisks still guard Aksum's secrets? You are the wanderer now, your steps soft on the earth as you walk among Aksum's obelisks, their shadows stretching long in the dusk. The air is warm, the silence vast, and you pause by a stele, its carvings worn but proud. You touch its surface, feeling a pulse as if the stone knows you. The highlands unfold around you, hills rolling, skies endless, and you imagine the Aksumites, their lives woven into these spires. Their laughter, their prayers, their wisdom linger just beyond your grasp. Where did they go, and what did they carry into the silence? The mystery of Aksum is not a lock to open, but a light to follow, gentle and eternal. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the obelisks guide your thoughts, their presence a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may unearth their stones, and priests may chant their sanctity, but the kingdom's truth is a breeze felt but never held. You sit the earth cradling you and carry a peace as deep as the highlands. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who pause. As you step away, the obelisks stand tall, their silhouettes sharp against the starry sky. A final thought rises delicate as a wisp of incense on the wind. Where did the people of Aksum go, and does their wisdom still whisper in these stones? The highlands offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart steady, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert where sands sing their own ancient song. Picture yourself perched on a crest of golden sand in the Gobi Desert, Mongolia, where the dunes rise like sculpted waves beneath a sky painted with the soft lavender of twilight. The air is crisp, carrying the faint tang of dust and distant grasses, and as the wind stirs, a low haunting melody hums through the silence, a song woven by the sands themselves. These are the whispering dunes, where the shifting grains sing with a voice that feels alive, as if the desert breathes secrets from its ancient heart. The sound wraps you gently, a lullaby older than memory, inviting you to linger in its tender mystery. What secrets do these dunes sing, and why does their melody call to your soul? The whispering dunes found in the Gobi's southern reaches, particularly near Kongor and Els, are a phenomenon of eerie beauty. These towering dunes, some rising 300 meters, stretch across the desert, their crests sharp as blades against the horizon. When the wind moves or when sand slides underfoot, they sing a resonant hum, like a distant choir, ranging from deep moans to high flute-like notes. You can imagine standing atop a dune, your presence stirring a melody that echoes across the vastness as if the grains themselves speak. Known to locals as the Singing Sands, this phenomenon has been noted for centuries, yet its cause and meaning remain elusive. The sound is loudest in dry conditions, fading in rain or stillness, and varies with each dune's shape and size. No artifacts or ruins anchor the song to a specific culture, only nomadic tales and fleeting traveler accounts. Why do these dunes sing, and what secrets lie buried beneath their shifting forms? You sit the sand warm beneath you and feel the hum vibrate through your bones, a riddle carried on the desert wind. Shift your mind to those who seek answers through reason's calm lens. Geologists studying the Gobi's dunes propose a physical explanation. The singing arises from avalanching sand grains, their friction generating vibrations that resonate in the dune's structure. Picture grains tumbling down a slope, each collision a note, in a natural symphony amplified by the dune's shape like a giant drum. Yet the sound's clarity, melodic, not chaotic puzzles, and not all dunes sing even under identical conditions. Acousticians offer another perspective. The dune's unique composition, quartz-rich sand, dry and uniform, may create a boom effect where grains synchronize their motion, producing coherent sound waves. Experiments show that grain size and moisture levels affect the pitch, but why only certain dunes like Kongor and Els sing so vividly remains unclear. A third hypothesis explores wind dynamics. Air currents funneled by the Gobi's valleys might vibrate the sand's surface like breath over a flute's mouth. Yet the hum persists in gentle breezes, defying strong wind's chaos. Some suggest buried structures. Ancient ruins or hollows amplify the sound, acting as resonance chambers. Seismic surveys find no such cavities, only sand and bedrock. A fringe theory posits electrostatic charges with grains sparking tiny discharges that hum in the dry air, though no instruments detect this. Each theory is a gust across the dunes, stirring thought but leaving the melody's source veiled. You ponder these ideas, each a grain in the wind, yet none capturing the song's haunting grace. Now let your heart drift to the unseen, where the dunes glow with sacred resonance. To Mongolian nomads, the Gobi is a living spirit, its sands the voice of Tengri, the sky god, singing to guide the faithful. You might sit with a herder, his eyes crinkled from sun and wind as he speaks of the dunes, as ancestors' whispers, their song a call to honor the earth's eternal cycle. In their belief, the hum is a prayer rising to meet the stars. The thought enfolds you soft as a cloud's edge, urging you to hear the divine in the desert's voice. Other traditions weave their own melodies. In Buddhist lore, the dunes song is the echo of mantras chanted by monks long gone, their vibrations lingering in the sand. Modern shamans call the Gobi a sacred threshold, its singing dunes, a portal to the spirit world, their hum aligning body and soul. In Taoist thought, the sound evokes the flow of qi, the desert's energy harmonizing with the cosmos. As you rest on the dune, the hum fills your chest, a pulse that feels alive. Is this the voice of gods, spirits, or the desert's own heart-given song? The dunes carry stories, each a note in their timeless hum. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Silk Road trader crossing the Gobi, your caravan, pausing as the dunes begin to sing. The sound guides you to a hidden spring, its water sweet in the arid night. Was this a place of miracles where the desert offered salvation? The melody fades, but the sand remains its grains, holding the memory of your path. Legends tell of stranger things. A Mongolian tale speaks of a bard who, in the 13th century, followed the dune's song to a buried shrine, its walls etched with stars. He sang its secrets, then vanished, his lute left behind. In the 19th century, a Russian explorer claimed the dunes sang words faint, in an unknown tongue, guiding him through a sandstorm. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who danced on a dune her steps, coaxing a melody that drew eagles from the sky. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a nomad's gur and feel their call to listen. Does the song still guide those who wander? You are the wanderer now, your feet sinking into the dune's warm embrace as the Gobi's twilight deepens. The sand shifts, and a hum rises low, resonant like a chant from the earth's core. You close your eyes, and the sound becomes a river flowing through you, carrying images of ancient travelers, their faces lit by starlight. The dune feels alive, its song, a companion that knows you. You kneel, letting the grains slip through your fingers, and wonder what secrets does this melody guard, and why does it feel like a call home? The mystery of the whispering dunes is not a code to break, but a song to join, gentle and boundless. It asks you to rest in awe, to let the hum guide your thoughts, its rhythm, a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure its vibrations, and nomads may weave its myths, but the dune's truth is a breeze felt but never grasped. You rise the sand clinging to your hands and carry a peace as vast as the desert. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only heard, their melody a gift for those who pause. As you step down the dune, the stars ignite above their light, a mirror to the sand's song below. A final thought rises delicate as a whisper on the wind. What secrets do the whispering dunes of the Gobi sing, and do they call to a truth we cannot know? The desert offers no reply, only its endless hum, its invitation to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a fortress where tunnels twist into the earth. Envision yourself standing atop a windswept hill in Cusco, Peru, where the fortress of Sacsayhuaman looms, its massive stone walls interlocking like the vertebrae of some ancient beast under a sky streaked with the rose and gold of dawn. Below your feet, the earth hums faintly, as if guarding secrets in its depths. Tunnels unseen, twisting through the bedrock, their entrances hidden among the fortress's stones. These are the unmapped tunnels of Sacsayhuaman passages, carved by hands unknown, their endpoints lost in the mountain's heart. The air carries a whisper of dust and sacred coca, and the silence feels alive, as if the tunnels sing of a purpose long forgotten. Who carved these hidden paths, and what waits at their end? As you pause, the stones seem to beckon, inviting you to drift into their quiet enigma. Sacsayhuaman, built by the Inca in the 15th century, is a marvel of engineering. Its granite and andesite walls, some stones weighing over 100 tons, fitted so tightly that a leaf cannot slip between them. The fortress perched above Cusco was a sacred and military stronghold, its zigzag walls evoking the teeth of a puma, the Inca's sacred animal. Yet beneath this grandeur lies the true mystery, a network of tunnels known as chincanas winding through the earth. You can imagine their entrances, narrow shadowed gaps in the rock, leading to passages that twist and turn, some explored, others sealed by time or intent. Local lore speaks of tunnels stretching for miles, perhaps linking Sacsayhuaman to Cusco's Temple of the Sun or beyond. Spanish chroniclers like Garcilaso de la Vega in the 16th century noted their existence, but no map charts their full extent. Some passages accessible until the 20th century have collapsed or been blocked, their endpoints unknown. Were they escape routes, sacred paths, or repositories for treasures? You stand by a sealed entrance, the stone cool under your touch, and feel the earth's pulse, as if the tunnels hold a secret they refuse to share. Turn your mind to those who seek answers with reason's steady light. Archaeologists studying Sacsayhuaman's foundations proposed the tunnels as practical infrastructure channels for water storage or defense. The Inca masters of stonework could have carved them with bronze and stone tools, using fire to weaken rock, before chiseling. Picture workers toiling in torchlit gloom, their chants echoing as they hollowed the earth. Yet the tunnel's depth and complexity, some descending dozens of meters, suggest a purpose beyond utility, and no tools or debris confirm this labor. Geologists offer another angle. The Andes' volcanic bedrock, fractured by tectonic shifts, might contain natural caves that the Inca expanded. Seismic surveys detect voids beneath the fortress, but their extent defies mapping, and the tunnel's smooth walls hint at human hands. Could they have been quarries hollowed to supply the fortress's stones? Yet the passage's intricate turns and occasional carvings, faint geometric, suggest more than extraction. A third hypothesis explores ritual use. The tunnel's alignment with sacred sites like the Coricancha hints at ceremonial paths, perhaps for priests or initiates. But why seal them, and why no artifacts, pottery offerings remain? Some speculate about treasure vaults hiding Inca gold from Spanish looters, though searches find only empty chambers. A fringe theory whispers of acoustic engineering, the tunnels designed to amplify chants or Earth's vibrations, but no sound persists today. Each theory is a torch in the dark, casting light but leaving shadows vast. You ponder these ideas, each a step into the labyrinth, yet none revealing its end. Now let your soul descend to the unseen, where the tunnels glow with sacred meaning. To Quechua communities, Sacsayhuaman is a living temple, its tunnels a womb of Pachamama, the Earth Mother. You might sit with a shaman, his coca leaves scattered in offering, as he speaks of the chincanas as pathways to the underworld, where spirits guide the living. In their cosmology, the tunnels are veins carrying the Earth's lifeblood, their darkness, a space for transformation. The thought enfolds you soft as a woven alpaca shawl, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own threads. In Andean spirituality, the tunnels connect the three realms, Hanan Pacha sky, Ke Pacha earth, and Uku Pacha underworld, a journey for the soul. Modern mystics call them energy conduits, channeling the Andes' power, their twists mirroring life cycles. In Incan lore, they evoke Inti, the sun god, their paths leading to hidden light. As you stand by a sealed entrance, the earth's quiet hum stirs your heart as if the tunnels sing to you. Are they a labyrinth, a sanctuary, or the mountain's own soul-given passage? The tunnels hold stories each, a whisper in their shadowed depths. Picture yourself in the Inca era, a priestess descending a chincana, your torch casting flickers on carved walls. You chant, the sound echoing as you seek a vision in the dark. Was this a place of initiation where the earth revealed its secrets? The flame wavers, but the tunnel endures its silence, holding your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A Quechua tale speaks of a warrior who entered a tunnel seeking Inca treasure, only to emerge weeks later, his hair white. Speaking of a golden city below, he vanished, leaving no map. In the 17th century, a Spanish looter chasing gold claimed the tunnels sang a low hum that led him to a sealed door unopenable. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who wandered into a chincana and returned with a stone etched with stars, claiming voices guided her out. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a Cusco plaza and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the tunnels still speak to those who venture within? You are the explorer now standing at the edge of a chincana's mouth, the cool air rising from its depths like a breath. The fortress looms above its stones, a silent chorus, and you imagine stepping inside the darkness, wrapping you gently. Your heart beats in time with the earth's pulse, and the tunnel feels alive, its walls holding stories. You almost see priests, warriors, seekers, all walking this path. You pause your hand on the stone and sense a presence, as if the labyrinth knows you. What lies at its end, and why does it call to you? The mystery of Sacsayhuaman's tunnels is not a door to open, but a path to follow, gentle and boundless days. And quote, it asks you to walk in reverence, to let the darkness guide your thoughts, its silence a map through the unknown. Archaeologists may probe its depths and shamans may chant its sanctity, but the tunnel's truth is a shadow felt but never grasped. You step back the dawn's light, warming the stones, and carry a peace as deep as the earth. Some wonders are not meant to be mapped, only wandered their darkness, a gift for those who dare. As you turn from the fortress, the Andes rise around you, their peaks, a silent hymn to the sky. A final thought drifts to you delicate as a coca leaf on the breeze. Who carved the unmapped tunnels of Sacsayhuaman and what waits at their hidden end? The earth offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart steady, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a city where stars align in stone. Imagine yourself seated on a grassy knoll in the Valley of Mexico, where the night unfurls like a silken cloak, and the pyramids of Teotihuacan rise before you, their stone faces aglow under a moon that bathes the world in silver. The air is cool, scented with agave and ancient dust, and the silence hums with a presence, as if the city itself whispers questions to the stars. This is Teotihuacan, a metropolis of the ancient world. Its avenues and temples aligned with celestial precision. Its builders vanished into the folds of time. Why does its stillness feel like a riddle waiting to be heard? As you gaze at the Pyramid of the Sun, its shadow stretching long the night invites you to drift into its gentle enigma. Teotihuacan, flourishing from 100 BCE to 650 CE, was once a thriving hub home to perhaps 125,000 souls, its streets alive with merchants, priests, and artisans. The city sprawls across 13 square miles, its heart dominated by the Pyramid of the Sun and Pyramid of the Moon linked by the Avenue of the Dead, a wide straight path aligned with the Pleiades and the setting sun. You can trace the city's grid, its buildings oriented 15 degrees east of true north mirroring celestial patterns. With uncanny accuracy, murals of jaguars and feathered serpents adorn its walls, their colors faded but vibrant in memory. The mystery lies in its origins. An end, no texts name its builders. The Aztecs arriving centuries later called it the place where the gods were born, but knew no more. By the 7th century, Teotihuacan was abandoned, its temples silent, its streets empty. Was it a sacred city, a trade empire, or something else? Why did its people leave? And where did they go? You walk the avenue, your footsteps echoing, and feel the city's silence. A question carved in stone, its answer lost among the stars. Let your thoughts turn to those who seek truth with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists excavating Teotihuacan's foundations propose it as a ceremonial center, its pyramids built to honor cosmic forces. The alignment with the Pleiades, they suggest timed rituals or harvests with priests atop the pyramids tracking stars to guide the city's rhythm. Picture them robed in feathers, their chants rising as the sun sets behind the mountains. Yet the city's size, larger than Rome at its peak, suggests more than ritual, and no calendars or star charts survive to confirm this. Another theory posits a trade empire, its wealth drawn from obsidian and cacao roots. The Avenue of the Dead, some argue, was a market spine, its alignments symbolic of power, not astronomy. But why abandon such prosperity? Environmental scientists point to drought evidenced in sediment cores, which may have starved the city, driving its people to greener lands. Yet the lack of destruction, no widespread fire or ruin, implies a peaceful exodus, not panic. A third hypothesis explores social collapse. Signs of internal burning in elite quarters suggest rebellion or unrest, perhaps against a ruling priesthood. But the absence of mass graves or defensive walls challenges this. Some speculate disease, perhaps smallpox from early contact, decimated the population, though skeletal evidence is scarce. A fringe idea whispers of cosmic events, a supernova or comet encoded in the city's layout, its abandonment tied to a celestial omen. Each theory is a star in the night, shining but leaving darkness between. You ponder these ideas, each a step on the avenue, yet none revealing the city's heart. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where Teotihuacan glows with sacred meaning. To the Aztecs, the city was divine, its pyramids the birthplace of the sun and moon. You might sit with a Nahua elder, her voice soft as the night breeze as she speaks of Teotihuacan, as a mirror of the heavens, its stones laid to honor creation's pulse. In their cosmology, the city's silence is a prayer, its builders ascending to join the gods. The thought wraps you gently like a shawl of moonlight, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's stillness. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Toltec lore, Teotihuacan was a city of wisdom, its alignments guiding souls to enlightenment. Modern spiritual seekers call it an energy center, its pyramids channeling cosmic forces their silence, a call to inner awakening. In Mesoamerican belief, the Avenue of the Dead is a path to the underworld, its stars leading the departed home. As you stand by the Pyramid of the Moon, the night feels alive, its silence, a hymn you almost hear. Is this a temple, a star map, or the Earth's own dream-given form? Teotihuacan carries stories, each a whisper in its moonlit halls. Picture yourself centuries ago, a priest atop the Pyramid of the Sun, your hands raised as the Pleiades rise, your voice weaving blessings for the city. The crowd below sways their torches, flickering like stars on Earth. Was this a place of cosmic rites, where the heavens spoke? The vision fades, but the stones endure, their surfaces holding the echo of your chant. Legends tell of stranger things. An Aztec tale speaks of a warrior who entered a hidden chamber beneath the Pyramid of the Moon, finding a crystal that glowed with starlight. He vanished, the chamber never found again. In the 17th century, a Spanish friar claimed the pyramids hummed at dawn, a sound like distant flutes guiding him to a buried altar. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw a jaguar's shadow dance across the avenue, leading her to a spring that vanished by morning. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a nearby village, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the pyramids still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your sandals brushing the ancient stones of the Avenue of the Dead, the pyramids rising like silent guardians under the moon. The air is cool, the silence vast, and you pause by the Pyramid of the Sun, its mass, a quiet promise. You touch its stone, feeling a warmth as if it knows you. The stars above align with the city's grid, and you imagine the builders, their eyes on the heavens, their hands shaping this earthbound sky. Their dreams linger just beyond your reach, yet the silence feels like a question waiting for your heart to answer. Why does this city call to you, and what did its builders seek? The mystery of Teotihuacan is not a lock to open, but a light to follow, gentle and timeless. It asks you to walk in reverence, to let the stars guide your thoughts, their patterns, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map its avenues, and elders may chant its sanctity, but the city's truth is a shadow felt, but never grasped. You sit the night enfolding you, and carry a peace as deep as the sky. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who pause. As you step away, the moon casts long shadows across the pyramids. There forms a quiet hymn to the stars. A final thought rises delicate as a breath in the night. What message did the builders of Teotihuacan leave in their star-aligned city, and does its silence still wait for us to hear? The stones offer no reply, only their timeless presence, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sea where ships vanish into the mist. Imagine yourself adrift on a wooden skiff in the heart of the Atlantic Ocean, where the Bermuda Triangle stretches like a silken veil beneath a sky heavy with twilight's amber glow. The sea is calm, its surface, a mirror of stars, yet an unseen current tugs at your boat, whispering of secrets hidden in the deep. This is the Bermuda Triangle, a vast expanse between Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, where ships and planes vanish, leaving no trace but ripples that fade into the waves. The silence is vast yet alive, as if the ocean cradles the lost in its eternal embrace. What swallows these vessels, and why does the sea keep their stories unspoken? As you float, the horizon shimmers, inviting you to drift into its gentle enigma. The Bermuda Triangle, spanning roughly 500,000 to 500,000 square miles, is a realm where the ordinary dissolves into mystery. Since the 19th century, over 50 ships and 20 aircraft have disappeared here, their fates unrecorded by wreckage or signal. The USS Cyclops, a Navy ship with 309 aboard, vanished in 1918 without a distress call. Flight 19, a squadron of 5 bombers, faded into the ether in 1945, their radios silent after cryptic reports of disorientation. You can picture the scene, a ship's sails catching the last light, then gone swallowed by a sea that offers no clues. No consistent pattern marks. These losses, some vanish in storms, others in clear skies. The ocean floor, scoured by submersibles, yields no debris, no answers. Is it a natural trap, a cosmic anomaly, or something beyond comprehension? The triangle's boundaries, loosely defined, seem to shift with each tale, its mystery as fluid as the waves. You glide across the water, your hand trailing in the cool current, and feel the sea's silence, a riddle that hums with the voices of the lost. Turn your mind to those who seek answers through reason's steady lens. Oceanographers propose natural phenomena. The triangle lies in a region of volatile weather where sudden squalls and rogue waves towering up to 100 feet can engulf ships. Picture a vessel caught in a storm's grip, its hull shattered by a wave no one sees coming. Yet many vanishings occur in calm seas, and no wreckage surfaces, defying this theory's reach. Meteorologists offer another angle. The Gulf Stream, a swift current slicing through the triangle, could sweep debris far from crash sites, erasing evidence. Storms, born in the Atlantic's warm waters, might combine with downdrafts to disorient pilots, explaining aircraft losses. But why no distress signals, no floating remains? Geologists point to the ocean floor, riddled with deep trenches and methane hydrate deposits. Could gas bubbles erupting from the seabed sink ships by reducing water density or choke plane engines with vapor? Tests show methane vents, but their rarity and scale don't account for the frequency of disappearances. A third hypothesis explores magnetic anomalies. The triangle includes areas where compasses misalign, pointing to true north instead of magnetic north. Could this confuse navigators leading vessels astray? Yet modern GPS and radar should counter this, and many crews were seasoned. A fringe theory whispers of electromagnetic disturbances, perhaps from solar flares or underwater currents disrupting electronics, though no consistent data supports this. Each theory is a wave in the dark, swelling but never breaking on the shore of truth. You ponder these ideas, each a ripple on the sea, yet none capturing the triangle's silent pull. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the triangle shimmers with deeper meaning. To Caribbean islanders, the sea is a living spirit, its depths home to ancestors and deities who claim what they will. You might sit with a Bahamian elder, her voice soft as the lapping waves as she speaks of the triangle, as a sacred threshold where the lost are taken to a realm beyond time. In their lore, the vanished are not gone, but held their souls sailing eternal waters. The thought wraps you gently like a tide's caress, urging you to feel the divine in the sea's silence. Other traditions weave their own currents. In Vodou, the triangle is a domain of Ogwe, the Loa of the sea, his will guiding ships to unseen shores. Modern mystics call it a portal, a rift where dimensions touch the vanished, crossing into other worlds. In ancient mariner tales, the sea hides a city of the lost, its lights flickering below, calling sailors home. As you float on the waves, the silence feels alive, as if the ocean knows you. Is this a graveyard, a gateway, or the sea's own heart beating with the lost? The triangle holds stories, each a whisper on the waves. Picture yourself in 1945, a pilot in flight, 19, your compass spinning wildly as the horizon blurs. You, radio, everything looks strange. Even the ocean before silence claims you, your plane gone without trace. Was this a place where reality bends, swallowing the unwary? The story lingers, its truth as fleeting as the sea's foam. Legends tell of stranger things. A 19th century schooner captain nearing Bermuda swore he saw a ship of light sails, glowing crew, silent sailing against the wind before vanishing. In the 1960s, a yacht crew reported a fog that hummed, their instruments failing as a green light pulsed below, then faded. Locals whisper of a fisherman in the 1980s who found a derelict boat adrift, its deck empty, but warm as if the crew had stepped away moments before. You hear these tales shared by lantern light on a coastal pier and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the ghost ships still sail for those who venture near? You are the mariner now, your skiff rocking gently on the triangle's glassy surface, the stars above mirrored in the water below. The silence is deep, yet a faint hum stirs the air as if the sea whispers your name. You peer into the depths, and for a moment a light flickers, soft blue, drifting like a lantern in the dark. Your heart slows, matching the ocean's rhythm, and you feel a presence as if the vanished know you're here. You trail your fingers in the water, its coolness, a quiet promise, and wonder what took these ships, and why does their absence feel like a call? The mystery of the Bermuda Triangle is not a knot to untie, but a tide to ride gentle and boundless. It asks you to float in awe, to let the sea's silence guide your thoughts, its depths, a path through the unknown. Scientists may chart its currents, and storytellers may weave its myths, but the triangle's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You steer your boat onward, the stars guiding your way, and carry a peace as vast as the ocean. Some wonders are not meant to be solved, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who sail. As you drift toward the horizon, the sea reflects the dawn. Its light, a mirror to the vanished ships below. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble on the tide. What claims the ghost ships of the Bermuda Triangle, and do they sail in a sea we cannot see? The ocean offers no reply, only its endless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a city carved in rose-red stone. Imagine yourself standing at the mouth of a narrow canyon in Jordan's desert, where the 6 rose-red cliffs tower above their surfaces, glowing like embers under a sky fading to twilight's violet. As you step forward, the path opens to reveal Petra, a city carved into the rock, temples, tombs, and homes, etched with intricate facades, their details softened by centuries of wind and sand. The air carries the scent of dust and distant myrrh, and the silence feels alive, as if the stones whisper tales of a people long vanished. This is Petra, the hidden capital of the Nabateans, its purpose veiled in mystery, its makers faded into the desert's embrace. Why was it carved here, and why did its voices fall silent? As you wander, the cliffs seem to lean closer, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. Petra, flourishing from the 4th century BCE to the 2nd century CE, was the heart of the Nabatean kingdom, a crossroads of trade linking Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean, carved into the sandstone cliffs of Wadi Musa. Its structures, the treasury, the monastery, the royal tombs blend Hellenistic elegance with desert ingenuity. You can trace the treasury's facade, its columns and pediments, sculpted with a jeweler's precision, or walk the colonnaded street once alive with merchants and caravans. Water channels hewn into the rock, fed cisterns, sustaining a city of 20,000 in a barren land. Yet Petra's purpose and its end are shrouded. Was it a capital, a ceremonial hub, or a sacred necropolis? Why build such grandeur in a remote canyon? And why by the 4th century CE did its people abandon it? No Nabatean texts survive, only fragments in Greek and Arabic hinting at wealth and worship, but not their fall. Earthquakes, trade shifts, or conquest may have played a role, but the city's intact state suggests a quiet departure. You stand in the Seek, the cliffs towering, and feel the weight of their absence, as if Petra dreams of its makers under the desert stars. Shift your thoughts to those who probe the past with reason's steady gaze. Archaeologists studying Petra's ruins propose it as a trade hub, its wealth drawn from frankincense and spice roots. The city's water system channels, dams, cisterns allowed it to thrive in the desert, supporting markets and caravanserais. Picture merchants bartering under torchlight, their goods piled high, the cliffs echoing their voices. Yet why carve such elaborate facades for a trading post, and why abandon it when trade still flowed? Geologists offer another perspective. Petra's sandstone, soft yet durable, was ideal for carving its canyons, providing shelter from invaders. Earthquakes like 1 in 363 CE may have damaged water systems, forcing residents to leave. But excavations show repairs, suggesting resilience. Could climate change, drier seasons evidenced in sediment cores, have strained resources? The city's cisterns, however, remained functional, weakening this theory. A third hypothesis explores cultural shifts. The Roman annexation in 106 CE integrated Petra into a larger empire, perhaps diverting trade to Palmyra. Did the Nabateans assimilate, leaving their city behind? Yet no mass migration is recorded, and Petra's structures show no signs of violence. Some speculate religious changes. Christianity's rise diminished its pagan temples, but churches were later built within. A fringe theory suggests a hidden catastrophe disease or a forgotten calamity, though no graves or relics confirm this. Each theory is a lantern in the canyon, casting light, but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a step through the sick, yet none revealing Petra's heart. Now let your soul rise to the unseen where Petra glows with sacred meaning. To Bedouin tribes who still roam Wadi Musa, the city is a gift from the jinn, its cliffs carved by spirits to guard ancient truths. You might sit with a tribal elder, his voice soft as the desert breeze as he speaks of Petra, as a sanctuary, its tombs, a bridge to the ancestors. In their lore, the Nabateans never left. Their spirits linger whispering in the wind. The thought enfolds you gentle, as a star's light urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own threads. In Islamic mysticism, Petra evokes the lost city of Thamud, its facades, a warning against hubris, though its beauty suggests devotion, not pride. Modern spiritual seekers call it an energy nexus, its canyons channeling the Earth's pulse, their carvings a map of cosmic harmony. In Nabatean, faith hinted at by altars to Dushara, the god of mountains, Petra was a holy place, its rocks alive with divine presence. As you stand in the royal tombs, the cliffs seem to hum a pulse you feel within. Are these stones a temple, a memory, or the desert's own soul given form? Petra holds stories, each a whisper in its rose-red halls. Picture yourself in the 1st century BCE, a Nabatean priest standing before the treasury, your hands raised as moonlight bathes the facade. You offer myrrh to Dushara, your voice blending with the night, the cliffs echoing your prayer. Was this a place of worship where gods dwelt in stone? The vision fades, but the facade remains its carvings, holding the echo of your chant. Legends tell of stranger things. A Bedouin tale speaks of a merchant who centuries ago entered a hidden chamber behind the treasury, finding a golden urn that glowed. He fled, and the entrance vanished. In the 19th century, a Swiss explorer, Johann Burckhardt, who rediscovered Petra, claimed the sick sang a low resonant hum, guiding him through a sandstorm. Locals whisper of a girl in the 1920s who saw a shadow dance across the monastery's facade, leading her to a spring that sparkled then disappeared. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the cliffs still sing for those who pause? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft in the Sikh's narrow embrace, the cliffs rising like guardians on either side. The treasury emerges, its rose-red face glowing in the dusk, and you pause, your breath mingling with the desert air. You touch a carved column, its surface cool, and feel a presence as if the city knows you. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. You imagine the Nabateans, merchants, priests, families, their lives carved into these cliffs, their dreams lingering in the stone. Why did they leave, and what did they hope to keep? The mystery of Petra is not a puzzle to solve, but a path to walk gentle and boundless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the cliffs guide your thoughts, their silence a map through the unknown. Archaeologists may unearth their stones and Bedouin may weave their myths, but Petra's truth is a shadow felt but never grasped. You sit the desert's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as deep as the canyons. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the Sikh, the stars ignite above their light, a mirror to Petra's lost dreams. A final thought rises delicate, as a breath in the desert night. Why was the hidden city of Petra carved, and what dream did its people carry into the sands? The cliffs offer no reply, only their timeless presence, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a forest where trees sing without source. Picture yourself standing at the edge of Germany's Black Forest, where twilight weaves a tapestry of shadow and amber light through ancient pines, their needles whispering softly in the breeze. The air is cool, scented with resin and damp moss, and as you step deeper, a faint melody hums, a low, resonant hum that seems to rise from the branches themselves like a lullaby without source. These are the singing trees, a phenomenon whispered of by locals, their song drifting through the forest's heart, elusive yet undeniable. The silence of the woods feels alive, as if the trees guard secrets older than time. What stirs this melody, and why does it linger in your soul? As you pause, the forest's hush invites you to drift into its gentle enigma. The Black Forest, a vast expanse of rolling hills and dense woodland in southwestern Germany, has long been a place of myth and mystery. Within its depths, particularly near secluded glades, locals and travelers report a haunting sound, a hum or chant, sometimes like distant voices, rising from the trees at twilight or dawn. Unlike wind through leaves or creaking boughs, this melody is clear, almost musical, with a rhythm that feels deliberate. You can imagine standing in a clearing, the pines towering like silent sentinels, their branches swaying as the hum weaves through the air, now soft, now swelling, then fading as you seek its source. No instruments or artifacts mark the sound's origin. The phenomenon, noted in folklore for centuries, lacks precise documentation, its occurrences tied to specific groves, yet unpredictable. Is it a trick of the forest, a natural echo, or something woven into the trees themselves? The Black Forest, steeped in tales of spirits and ancient rites, offers no answers, only the song's fleeting presence. You walk deeper, your footsteps muffled on the needle-strewn floor, and feel the melodies pull a riddle that hums in the twilight's embrace. Shift your thoughts to those who seek truth through reason's steady gaze. Acousticians studying the forest soundscape propose a natural cause: wind interacting with the pine's structure, their needles or hollow trunks acting as resonators like organ pipes. Picture the breeze threading through branches, coaxing vibrations that mimic a hum. Yet the melody's clarity described as choral, not random challenges. This and the sound persists in still air-defying, simple aerodynamics. Botanists offer another angle. The trees, mostly spruce and fir, may release volatile compounds that under certain conditions create micro-vibrations in the air perceived as sound. Experiments detect such emissions, but their link to audible music is tenuous. Could the forest geology, limestone karsts beneath the soil, amplify subtle tremors resonating through the trees? Seismometers record faint vibrations, but the hum's melodic nature eludes this explanation. A third hypothesis explores auditory illusions. The forest's dense canopy and uneven terrain might distort sounds, bird calls, streams into a perceived melody, heightened by the brain's tendency to find patterns. Yet locals familiar with the woods distinguish the hum from natural noises. Some speculate about fungal networks, the mycorrhizal web beneath the forest vibrating as roots communicate, though no technology confirms this. Each theory is a lantern's glow casting light, but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a note in the forest song, yet none capturing its haunting grace. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the forest hums with sacred meaning. To the Swabian people of the region, the Black Forest is a realm of spirits, its trees alive with the voices of ancestors or woodland deities. You might sit with a village storyteller, her voice soft as the evening mist, as she speaks of the singing trees as guardians, their melody, a blessing for those who tread lightly. In their lore, the hum is a prayer, rising to weave earth and sky. The thought enfolds you gentle as a falling leaf, urging you to hear the divine in the forest's hush. Other traditions weave their own melodies. In Germanic folklore, the trees are home to the Waldgeister forest spirits, whose songs guide the lost or warn of change. Modern pagans see the hum as the earth's heartbeat resonating through ancient groves, sacred to Freya or Woden. In Christian mysticism, the sound evokes angelic hymns lingering where monks once prayed. As you stand among the pines, the hum feels alive, a pulse that stirs your heart. Is this the voice of spirits, the forest's soul, or a memory woven into the branches? The forest holds stories, each a whisper in its shadowed glades. Picture yourself, centuries ago, a medieval herbalist wandering the Black Forest, your basket heavy with roots. As twilight falls, the trees begin to hum, guiding you to a hidden spring, its water sweet and healing. Was this a place of miracles where the forest sang to the faithful? The melody fades, but the pines stand their needles holding the echo of your path. Legends tell of stranger things. A Swabian tale speaks of a bard who in the 12th century followed the tree's song to a clearing where a stone altar glowed, etched with runes. He sang its secrets, then vanished, his harp left behind. In the 18th century, a hunter claimed the trees sang words faint in an old tongue, leading him through a fog to safety. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who danced in a grove as the hum swelled, drawing fireflies that formed a spiral before fading. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a forest village and feel their pull, their call to listen. Does the song still guide those who wander? You are the wanderer now, your boots sinking into the forest's soft floor, the pines rising like silent choristers around you. The twilight deepens, and a hum begins, low, resonant, weaving through the branches like a breath. You pause, your heart slowing to its rhythm, and the sound feels like a companion, as if the trees know you. You touch a trunk, its bark cool and rough, and imagine the hands or spirits that kindled this song, their voices lingering in the wood. The forest silence is a language, its notes just beyond your grasp, yet it feels like an embrace, a call to belong. What stirs this melody, and why does it feel like a homecoming? The mystery of the singing trees is not a code to break, but a song to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the hum guide your thoughts, its rhythm, a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure its vibrations, and storytellers may weave its myths, but the tree's truth is a whisper felt, but never held. You step forward, the forest's hush, enfolding you, and carry a peace as deep as the pines. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only heard, their melody a gift for those who linger. As you step from the grove, the stars pierce the canopy, their light a mirror to the tree's song below. A final thought rises delicate as a breeze through the needles. What sings in the black forest's trees, and does their melody carry a truth we cannot know? The woods offer no reply, only their timeless hum, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a lake where bells ring beneath the water. Envision yourself seated on the grassy shore of Lake Svetloyer, Russia, where the water mirrors a sky awash with the delicate pinks and golds of dawn. The lake lies still, its surface, a glassy veil, and from its depths rises a faint, silvery chime, a sound like distant bells, soft and clear, weaving through the morning's hush. This is the legend of Kitej, a city said to have drowned centuries ago, its spires and streets now hidden beneath the lake, yet its bells ring on their melody, drifting to those who listen. The air carries a scent of pine and mist, and the silence feels alive, as if the water guards a story it will not tell. What rings these bells, and why does their song call to your soul? As you sit, the lake's stillness invites you to drift into its gentle enigma. The legend of Kitej, rooted in 13th century Russia, tells of a city so pure it was spared destruction by divine will. When Mongol invaders approached, the story goes, Kitej vanished beneath lake, Svetloyer preserved in a submerged realm where its bells still toll for the faithful. The lake, small and round, lies in the Nizhny Novgorod region, its waters clear and deep. Pilgrims drawn for centuries report hearing bells, sometimes a single chime, sometimes a chorus rising from the depths, especially at dawn or during holy days. You can imagine the sound, a delicate peal, echoing as if from a cathedral far below, fading when you lean closer. No ruins or artifacts confirm Kitej's existence. The lake's floor, scanned by divers, reveals only sediment and sunken logs, no trace of a city. Yet the bells persist in stories, their sound-defying explanation. Was Kitej a real city, a myth born of faith, or something else entirely? Why do its chimes linger, heard by some but not all? You gaze across the water, its surface unbroken, and feel the pull of a mystery that hums beneath the waves, as if the fifth lake cradles secrets it will never share. Turn your thoughts to those who seek answers through reason's steady lens. Acousticians studying Lake Svetloyer propose a natural explanation. Underwater currents, stirring sediment, or trapped air could create vibrations that mimic bells. Picture bubbles rising from the lakebed, their release a chime carried by water's acoustics. Yet the sound's clarity, described as melodic, not random, challenges this, and divers find no gas vents or cavities to account for it. Geologists offer another perspective. The region's limestone bedrock, riddled with karst caves, might amplify subtle tremors, their vibrations traveling through water to sound like bells. Seismic sensors detect microquakes, but the bell's timing, often tied to dawn or prayer, defies geologic patterns. Could wind over the lake's surface, interacting with its bowl-like shape, produce a resonant hum? Experiments show water can amplify sound, but the bell's distinct tones elude this theory. A third hypothesis explores auditory illusions. The brain, primed by legend and silence, might weave ambient sounds, birds, wind waves, into perceived chimes. Psychological studies support this, yet pilgrims skeptical or devout report the same sound with striking consistency. Some speculate about underwater springs, their flow striking rocks to create bell-like notes, though sonar finds no such features. Each theory is a ripple on the lake, spreading but never reaching the shore of truth. You ponder these ideas, each a wave in the stillness, yet none capturing the bell's ethereal song. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Svetloyer glows with sacred meaning. To Russian Orthodox Christians, Kitezh is a holy city hidden by God to protect its purity. You might sit with a pilgrim, her scarf bright against the dawn, as she speaks of the bells as angels' voices ringing to guide the faithful. In their faith, Kitezh is alive, its submerged spires a promise of salvation, its chimes a call to prayer. The thought wraps you gently like a shawl of morning mist, urging you to hear the divine in the lake's hush. Other traditions weave their own melodies. In Slavic folklore, Kitezh is a realm of spirits, its bells, a bridge between worlds, tolling for those who seek truth. Modern mystics call the lake a portal, its chimes resonating with Earth's energy, a vibration that aligns the soul. In Buddhist echoes, the sound evokes impermanence, a reminder that all cities fall, yet their essence endures. As you sit by the shore, the bell's faint hum stirs your heart, a pulse you feel within. Are these chimes a divine song, a memory, or the lake's own soul-given voice? Svetloyer holds stories, each a chime in its watery depths. Picture yourself in the 13th century, a monk fleeing Mongol hooves your prayers answered as Kitezh sinks beneath the lake, its bells ringing farewell. You stand on the shore, the sound guiding you to safety. Was this a place of miracles where faith defied destruction? The melody fades, but the water remains its surface, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A medieval chronicle speaks of a maiden who, seeking Kitezh, dove into the lake and saw golden domes aglow, their bells ringing her name. She surfaced silent, her eyes forever changed. In the 18th century, a fisherman claimed the lake sang at midnight, its chimes forming a hymn that calmed a storm. Locals whisper of a child in the 1930s who followed the bells to a shore where a cross appeared, then vanished with the dawn. You hear these tales shared by candlelight in a village church and feel their pull, their call to listen. Do the bells still ring for those who believe you are the pilgrim, now seated on Svetloyer's shore, your hands resting on the cool grass as the lake reflects the rising sun? The silence is deep, then a chime rises soft, clear, like a breath from the depths. It wraps around you, a melody that feels like a memory, and you lean closer, the water's edge lapping at your feet. The sound is a companion, as if the lake knows you, its bells, weaving a song just beyond your grasp. You close your eyes, and the chimes become a tide, carrying you to a city of light below, domes, spires, faces lost to time. What rings these bells, and why do they call to you? The mystery of Kitezh's bells is not a puzzle to solve, but a song to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to rest in reverence, to let the chimes guide your thoughts, their notes, a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure their echoes, and pilgrims may weave their myths, but the bell's truth is a shimmer felt, but never held. You rise the lake's stillness, enfolding you, and carry a peace as deep as its waters. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only heard, their melody a gift for those who linger. As you step from the shore, the lake mirrors the stars, their light, a reflection of Kitezh's hidden song. A final thought rises delicate, as a ripple in the dawn. What rings the sunken bells of Kitezh, and do they toll for a truth we cannot know? The water offers no reply, only its endless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a land where stone walls curve with the stars. Picture yourself seated on a granite outcrop in the savanna of Zimbabwe, where the twilight sky unfurls like a silken canopy, its stars mirrored in the curves of ancient stone walls below. The air is warm, scented with acacia and dry earth, and the silence hums with a presence, as if the stones themselves whisper tales of a forgotten people. This is Great Zimbabwe, a city of sweeping star-shaped enclosures, their granite blocks fitted without mortar, glowing faintly under the African moon. Built by hands unknown, their purpose dances just beyond reach, a mystery woven into the savanna's heart. What rituals unfolded here under the endless sky, and why do the stones still sing of their makers? As you rest, the night enfolds, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. Great Zimbabwe, flourishing between the 11th and 15th centuries, was the heart of a sophisticated civilization in southern Africa. Spanning 1,800 acres, its stone enclosures, some walls rising 36 feet, form intricate patterns, curves, chevrons, and spirals that seem to echo the stars. The great enclosure, with its conical tower and the hill complex perched above, are masterpieces of dry stone masonry, their blocks so precisely cut that they stand firm, without binding. You can trace the walls' gentle arcs, their shapes, suggesting a cosmic design perhaps aligned with celestial events. The mystery lies in its builders and their purpose. No written records survive, only oral traditions, from the Shona people who claim descent from this kingdom. Was it a royal capital, a ceremonial hub, or a sacred site? Why was it abandoned by the 15th century, its stones left to the savanna's embrace? Artifacts, gold beads, Chinese porcelain hint at trade with distant lands, yet no texts or graves reveal the city's heart. You walk the paths, your footsteps soft on the earth, and feel the silence, a question carved in stone, its answer lost among the stars. Let your mind turn to those who seek truth with reason's steady light. Archaeologists excavating Great Zimbabwe's ruins propose it as a royal capital home to a Shona elite who controlled gold trade with the Swahili coast. The walls, they suggest, were symbols of power, their curves, aesthetic or defensive, enclosing palaces and markets. Picture chiefs presiding over courts, their wealth displayed in shimmering beads, the walls echoing their authority. Yet the absence of fortifications or weapons challenges this, and the enclosure's patterns seem more ritual than practical. Astronomers offer another perspective. The wall's alignments, particularly in the great enclosure, may track solstices or stars like Canopus, suggesting a ceremonial calendar. Could priests have stood here charting the heavens to time rituals or harvests? Surveys, however, find no consistent celestial markers, and erosion has shifted some stones. Geographers propose environmental decline. Drought or soil depletion evidenced in pollen records may have driven the population to richer lands. But the city's intact state suggests a deliberate departure, not desperation. A third hypothesis explores social change. The rise of new trade routes, perhaps to the north, could have diminished Great Zimbabwe's wealth, prompting migration. Yet oral histories mention no such exodus. Some speculate disease, malaria, or plague thinned the population, though skeletal remains are scarce. A fringe theory whispers of a lost technology, the wall's precision hinting at tools or methods unknown, though no evidence supports this. Each theory is a spark in the dusk, casting light, but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a stone in the enclosure, yet none revealing the city's soul. Now let your heart drift to the unseen, where Great Zimbabwe glows with sacred meaning. To the Shona, the ruins are a dwelling of ancestors, their stones alive with the spirits of Mwari, the creator god. You might sit with an elder, his voice soft as the savanna breeze, as he speaks of the enclosures, as sacred circles built to honor the harmony of earth and sky. In their cosmology, the wall's curves mimic the stars' paths, their rituals binding the living to the divine. The thought wraps you gently like a woven blanket, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own threads. In Bantu spirituality, the city is a place of initiation, its enclosures guiding souls through cosmic cycles. Modern spiritual seekers call it an energy center, its star-shaped walls channeling the Earth's pulse, their patterns a map of universal balance. In Christian echoes, the ruins evoke a lost Eden, a place where humanity touched the divine before fading. As you rest by the conical tower, the stones seem to hum a vibration you feel within. Are these walls a temple, a memory, or the savannah's own dream given form? Great Zimbabwe holds stories each, a whisper in its ancient stones. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Shona priestess standing in the great enclosure, your hands raised as the Milky Way blazes overhead. You chant the walls, amplifying your voice as the community gathers to honor the stars. Was this a place of cosmic rites where the heavens bless the earth? The vision fades, but the stones endure their curves, holding the echo of your song. Legends tell of stranger things. A Shona tale speaks of a healer who, guided by a dream, found a stone in the hill complex that glowed under moonlight, revealing a vision of rain. She vanished, leaving only a carved bird. In the 16th century, a Portuguese trader claimed the walls sang at dawn, a low hum that led him to a hidden spring. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw shadows dance across the enclosure, forming a star pattern that faded with the sun. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a village crawl and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stones still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on the savanna earth as you walk through great Zimbabwe's enclosures, the star-shaped walls curving like a celestial embrace. The air is warm, the silence vast, and you pause by the conical tower, its stones warm from the sun. You touch its surface, feeling a pulse as if the city knows you. The stars above mirror the wall's patterns, and you imagine the builders, their eyes on the heavens, their hands shaping this earthbound sky. Their dreams linger just beyond your reach, yet the silence feels like a question waiting for your heart to answer. What rituals unfolded here, and why do they call to you still? The mystery of Great Zimbabwe is not a puzzle to solve, but a star to follow, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the walls guide your thoughts, their curves a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map their stones and elders may chant their sanctity, but the city's truth is a shadow felt but never grasped. You sit the savannah's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as deep as the night. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the enclosure, the stars blaze above their light, a mirror to great Zimbabwe's lost dreams. A final thought rises delicate as a breeze across the savannah. What rituals did the builders of Great Zimbabwe hold and do? Their stars still shine in these stones. The ruins offer no reply, only their timeless presence, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert, where lines trace messages for the sky. Picture yourself standing on a windswept plateau in Peru's Nazca Desert, where the dawn's first rays pierce a veil of mist, revealing vast glyphs etched into the earth, spirals, animals, and lines stretching like threads across a canvas of dust. The air is cool, scented with dry stone and fleeting dew, and the silence feels alive, as if the desert hums with the breath of ancient hands. These are the Nazca lines, giant geoglyphs crafted by a people lost to time, visible only from the sky, their shapes a silent dialogue with the heavens. Who traced these patterns, and what message do they whisper to the stars? As you gaze across the plain, the mist swirls gently, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. The Nazca lines, created between 500 BCE and 500 CE by the Nazca culture, sprawl across 50 square miles of arid plateau. Hundreds of figures, hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, and geometric spirals range from 50 to 200 feet long, etched by removing dark surface pebbles to reveal pale soil beneath. You can trace the outline of a condor, its wings spanning a football field, or follow a straight line running miles with uncanny precision. Their scale is staggering, yet their purpose remains a riddle, as no Nazca texts or tools explain their creation. Why draw figures seen only from above? Why in this barren desert far from water or fields, the lines preserved by the region's dryness were rediscovered in the 1920s by pilots, their aerial view revealing a cosmic artistry? Were they offerings to gods, maps of the stars, or paths for rituals? The Nazca vanished by the 7th century, leaving no clue to their intent or departure. You walk the plateau, your footsteps soft in the dust, and feel the line's silent gaze as if they wait for eyes far above to read their story. Shift your thoughts to those who seek answers with reason's steady light. Archaeologists propose the lines as ceremonial pathways walked by Nazca priests in rituals to invoke rain or fertility. Picture robed figures pacing a spiral, their chants rising to the sky, the glyphs amplifying their prayers. Yet the line's vastness and aerial design challenge this. Why create art invisible to those on the ground? Surveys find no ceremonial artifacts, only scattered pottery, weakening this theory. Astronomers offer another view. The lines may be a celestial calendar, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or constellations like Orion. Some glyphs, like the hummingbird, point to solar events, suggesting a map of the heavens. But many lines defy clear alignments, and erosion blurs their precision. Geographers suggest practical uses. The lines could mark underground water sources, guiding the Nazca to scarce resources in a desert. Yet no wells or channels align with the glyphs, and their complexity seems beyond utility. A third hypothesis explores social cohesion. The lines requiring communal effort may have unified the Nazca, their creation, a shared act of devotion. But why abandon them, and why no record of their meaning? Some speculate environmental collapse droughts, evidenced in sediment cores, drove the Nazca away, though their fields show irrigation skill. A fringe theory, whispers of aerial knowledge, perhaps balloons or kites, though no evidence supports this. Each theory is a pebble in the dust, stirring ripples, but never reaching the truth's core. You ponder these ideas, each a line in the desert, yet none tracing the glyph's full meaning. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the Nazca lines glow with sacred resonance. To Quichua descendants, the desert is a living canvas, its glyphs a dialogue with Pachamama, the Earth Mother. You might sit with a shaman, his coca leaves scattered in offering, as he speaks of the lines as prayers drawn to call rain or honor the stars. In their cosmology, the figures are spirits, condor, spider tree, guiding the Nazca to the divine. The thought enfolds you soft as a desert breeze, urging you to feel the sacred in the earth's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Andean spirituality, the lines are a cosmic map, linking earth to the heavens. Their shapes, a dance of creation. Modern mystics call them an energy grid, their patterns channeling the desert's pulse, resonating with universal harmony. In Incan echoes, they evoke Inti, the sun god, their lines guiding light to sacred places. As you stand by the monkey glyph, the mist seems to hum, a vibration you feel within. Are these lines a prayer, a map, or the desert's own soul given form? The Nazca lines hold stories, each a whisper in the desert's dust. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Nazca elder standing on the plateau, your hands tracing a spiral as the sun sets, your voice calling to the sky for rain. The community gathers their footsteps, marking the lines, their songs blending with the wind. Was this a place of cosmic rites where the earth spoke to the stars? The vision fades, but the glyphs remain, their patterns holding the echo of your chant. Legends tell of stranger things. A Quechua tale speaks of a priestess who, guided by a dream, drew a hummingbird that glowed under starlight, summoning a storm. She vanished, leaving only a feather. In the 1940s, a pilot flying over the lines swore he saw a figure, a giant hand, move its lines, shifting before settling still. Locals whisper of a child in the 1970s who followed a line to a hidden cache of turquoise glowing faintly, then gone by dawn. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the lines still speak to those who watch the sky? You are the wanderer now, your sandals sinking into the Nazca's dry earth as you stand by the spider glyph, its legs stretching across the plain. The mist lifts, revealing the desert's vast canvas, and the silence feels like a breath, as if the lines know you. You trace a line with your gaze, imagining the hands that cleared these stones, the eyes that looked upward. The air hums faintly, a rhythm just beyond hearing, and you feel a connection as if the glyphs whisper your name. What message did they draw, and why does it feel like a call from the stars? The mystery of the Nazca lines is not a code to break, but a vision to cherish, gentle and boundless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the glyphs guide your thoughts, their patterns, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map their lines, and shamans may chant their sanctity, but the line's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You sit the desert's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as vast as the sky. Some wonders are not meant to be read, only seen their silence a gift for those who linger. As you step from the plateau, the stars burn bright their light, a mirror to the glyphs below. A final thought rises delicate as a wisp of mist in the dawn. Who drew the Nazca lines, and what message do they carry to the heavens? The desert offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from an island where stone faces gaze at the sea. Imagine yourself standing on the windswept slopes of Easter Island, where the Pacific Ocean stretches like a boundless dream under a sky brushed with the soft corals of dawn. Before you, the Moai massive stone statues stand sentinel, their solemn faces gazing toward the horizon, their eyes carved of coral and obsidian catching the first light. The air is salty laced with the scent of wild grass, and the silence feels alive, as if the stones hold secrets they will not share. This is Rapa Nui, home to nearly 1,000 Moai each, a monolith of volcanic tuff, their meaning veiled in the mists of time. How were they moved across this remote island, and what do they watch for in the endless sea? As you pause, the wind whispers, inviting you to linger in their gentle enigma. The Moai, crafted by the Rapa Nui people between 1,200 and 1,600 CE, are among the world's most iconic mysteries. Carved from the quarries of Rano Raraku, these statues, some over 30 feet tall and weighing up to 80 tons, stand on ceremonial platforms called ahu, their backs to the sea, facing inland villages. You can trace their features: broad noses, pursed lips, and deep-set eyes, each face unique yet unified in its silent vigil. Some wear red stone hats pukao, as if crowned for eternity. Their creation and transport across a treeless island with few resources defy explanation, and their purpose, sacred, political, or cosmic, remains elusive. Why were they built? And why by the 19th century were many toppled? Their makers diminished, no written records survive, only oral traditions fragmented by time and colonial disruption. The Rapa Nui culture, once thriving, faded after European contact, leaving the Moai to stand alone. You walk among them, your footsteps soft on the volcanic soil, and feel their gaze as if they watch for something beyond the horizon, their silence, a riddle woven into the island's heart. Shift your thoughts to those who seek answers with reason's steady light. Archaeologists propose the Moai as ancestral figures carved to honor chiefs or deities, their placement on ahu, a link between the living and the dead. The Rapa Nui, they suggest, moved them using ropes and sledges, rolling the statues over logs or walking them upright with synchronized pulls. Picture teams of workers chanting under the sun, their ropes taut as they inch a Moai across the island. Yet experiments show this method is slow, and the island's scarce trees, evidenced in pollen records, suggest few logs were available. Engineers offer another perspective. The statues' rounded bases allowed them to be rocked and tilted, easing transport. Trials in the 1980s walked Moai replicas, but the process risks damage, and many statues show no wear from such movement. Could ramps or levers now lost have lifted them? No traces of such tools remain. Geologists point to the island's volcanic tuff, soft enough for stone tools, but heavy, making transport a monumental task. Some hypothesize water transport, with statues floated along coasts, though Rapa Nui's rugged shores challenge this. A third theory explores collapse, overpopulation, or deforestation suggested by archaeological middens may have strained resources, leading to conflict and the toppling of Moai. Yet oral traditions hint at deliberate abandonment, not chaos. A fringe idea suggests acoustic levitation, sound waves easing the stones, though physics dismisses this. Each theory is a beacon on the shore, casting light but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a step across the island, yet none revealing the Moai's full journey. Now let your soul drift to the unseen. where the moai glow with sacred meaning. To modern Rapa Nui, the statues are moai, aringa, ora living faces, embodying ancestors who guard the island. You might sit with an elder, her voice soft as the ocean breeze, as she speaks of the moai as vessels of mana, spiritual power, their gaze, protecting villages from harm. In their cosmology, the statue's silence is a prayer, their eyes watching for harmony's return. The thought wraps you gently like a wave's caress, urging you to feel the sacred in their stillness. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Polynesian lore, the moai echo the tiki of other islands, their faces channeling divine energy. Modern spiritual seekers call them sentinels of the cosmos, aligned with stars or ley lines, their gaze a bridge to the heavens. In shamanic thought, they are anchors holding the island's spirit against the sea's pull. As you stand before a moai, its coral eyes gleaming, you sense a presence, as if it sees you. Are these stones, guardians, prayers, or the island's own soul-given form? The moai hold stories each, a whisper in Rapa Nui's windswept silence. Picture yourself centuries ago, a carver at Rano Raraku, your stone tools shaping a moai's face as the sun sets. You chant, your voice blending with the sea, honoring an ancestor whose spirit will live in the stone. Was this a place of reverence, where the dead watched over the living? The vision fades, but the moai endure their gaze, holding your chant's echo. Legends tell of stranger things. A Rapa Nui tale speaks of a priest who, guided by a dream, carved a moai that sang at dawn, its voice guiding fishermen home. He vanished, leaving only a coral eye. In the 18th century, a Dutch explorer claimed a moai's shadow moved, pointing to a hidden spring before settling still. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw a moai's eyes glow under moonlight, leading her to a cave with carved stars now lost. You hear these tales shared by firelight on a coastal bluff and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the moai still watch for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on Rapa Nui's volcanic earth as you stand before a moai, its face looming under the stars. The ocean murmurs its rhythm, blending with the silence, and you feel a connection as if the statue knows you. You touch its base, the tough, cool, and rough, and imagine the hands that shaped it, the eyes that set its gaze. The horizon stretches endless, and the moai's stare feels like a question waiting for your heart to answer. What do they watch for, and why does their silence feel like a call? The mystery of the moai is not a puzzle to solve, but a vigil to share, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let their gaze guide your thoughts, their silence, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may trace their journeys, and elders may chant their power, but the moai's truth is a tide felt but never grasped. You sit the island's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as vast as the sea. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherish their gaze, a gift for those who pause. As you step from the ahu, the stars blaze above their light, a mirror to the moai's silent watch below. A final thought rises delicate as a wave on the shore. How were the silent monoliths of Easter Island moved, and what do they watch for in the endless sea? The island offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a river, whose source eludes the dawn. Picture yourself standing on the misty banks of a river in East Africa, where the White Nile flows like a silver thread through a tapestry of emerald reeds and distant mountains, its waters catching the first blush of dawn. The air is heavy with the scent of wet earth and wild jasmine, and the river's gentle murmur feels like a heartbeat, pulsing with secrets older than the hills. This is the White Nile, a lifeline of ancient civilizations, its headwaters veiled in a mystery that no explorer has fully unraveled. Somewhere in the highlands of Rwanda or Burundi, its source lies hidden, a spring or lake whispered of, but never truly found. What secrets does the Nile cradle in its ceaseless flow? As you dip your hand in the cool water, the current invites you to drift into its timeless enigma. The White Nile, one of two main tributaries feeding the mighty Nile, stretches over 4,000 miles, nourishing Sudan, Uganda, and Egypt. While the Blue Nile's source at Lake Tana in Ethiopia is known, the White Nile's origin remains a riddle. Explorers since the 19th century, Burton Speake Livingstone, have sought its headwaters, pointing to Lake Victoria or smaller streams in Rwanda's Nyungwe forest. Yet no single spring claims the title. The river seems to emerge from a web of tributaries each, a whisper of the true source. You can trace its flow through papyrus swamps and rocky gorges, its waters clear and steady, but the ultimate fountainhead slips away, cloaked in mist and legend. Why does the source remain unseen? The region's dense forests, rugged terrain, and shifting streams defy mapping, and local traditions guard sacred springs with silence. The Nile's flow, sustaining empires from pharaonic Egypt to medieval Nubia, carries no record of its birth. Is it a single spring, a hidden lake, or a spirit that rises from the earth? You walk along the bank, the river's song soft in your ears, and feel its mystery, a current that pulls at your heart, its origin as elusive as a dream. Shift your thoughts to those who seek truth through reason's steady gaze. Hydrologists mapping the Nile's basin propose Lake Victoria as the primary source, its outflow at Jinja, Uganda, marking the White Nile's start. Yet smaller tributaries like the Kagera River or springs in Rwanda's Virunga Mountains feed the lake, complicating the claim. Picture explorers trekking through mist-soaked forests, their instruments tracing streams that vanish into marshes. Satellite imagery reveals a network of rivulets, but none stand alone as the definitive source. Geographers offer another angle. Tectonic activity in the East African Rift may have fractured the region, creating multiple springs that merge into the White Nile. Could a hidden aquifer buried deep feed these streams, its outlet obscured by volcanic rock? Seismic studies detect underground water, but no clear path emerges. Climatologists suggest ancient lakes now dry once fed the Nile, their remnants scattered in Rwanda's highlands. Yet oral histories mention no such lakes, only sacred springs guarded by spirits. A third hypothesis explores human intervention. Early communities revering the Nile's source may have concealed it to protect its sanctity, diverting streams or masking springs. Archaeological sites near Lake Victoria show ancient settlements, but no evidence of such tampering exists. Some speculate seasonal shifts, floods, or droughts alter the tributary's flow, hiding the source in a cycle of change. Each theory is a droplet in the river, rippling outward but never reaching the truth's core. You ponder these ideas, each a current in the Nile's flow, yet none unveiling its hidden spring. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the Nile shimmers with sacred meaning. To the Tutsi and Hutu of Rwanda, the river's source is a gift from Imana, the Creator, its waters, a lifeblood that binds earth to the divine. You might sit with a village elder, her voice soft as the river's murmur, as she speaks of the source as a sacred womb hidden to protect its purity. In their cosmology, the Nile's flow is a prayer carrying blessings to all who drink. The thought wraps you gently like a mist on the water, urging you to feel the sacred in the river's song. Other traditions weave their own currents. In ancient Egyptian belief, the Nile was born of Hapi, its source, a divine spring in the heavens, flowing to earth through hidden caves. Modern spiritual seekers call the river a lay, line its unseen source, a pulse of cosmic energy sustaining life across continents. In Nilotic folklore, the source is guarded by spirits, their whispers heard in the water's rush. As you stand by the river, its flow cool against your feet, you sense a presence as if the Nile sings to you. Is this a spring, a spirit, or the earth's own heart-given voice? The Nile holds stories, each a ripple in its endless flow. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Nubian priestess kneeling by a stream in Rwanda's highlands, your hands cupping water as you pray for harvest. The river answers, its current shimmering, with light guiding you to a hidden spring. Was this a place of offerings where the divine met the earth? The vision fades, but the water remains its surface, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A Tutsi tale speaks of a hunter who, guided by a dream, found a spring that glowed like moonlight, its waters healing his wounds. He marked it with a stone, but it vanished by dawn. In the 19th century explorer, John Hanning Speke, claimed he heard voices in the mist near Lake Victoria, leading him to a stream he swore was the Nile's source, though he never found it again. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who followed a stream to a cave where water sang, then disappeared when she spoke. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a riverside village and pull their call to dream. Does the Nile's source still sing for those who seek you are the wanderer? Now your sandals sinking into the muddy bank as the white Nile flows before you, its waters reflecting the dawn's golden light. The mist swirls veiling the horizon, and you hear a faint hum as if the river knows you. You dip your hand in the current, its coolness, a quiet promise, and imagine the hands that drank here, the voices that prayed. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach. Yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Where does this river begin, and why does its flow feel like a homecoming? The mystery of the White Nile's source is not a map to draw, but a tide to ride, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the river's flow guide your thoughts. Its current, a path through the unknown. Hydrologists may trace its streams and elders may chant its sanctity, but the source's truth is a mist felt but never grasped. You rise the river's song lingering in your ears and carry a peace as deep as its waters. Some wonders are not meant to be found, only followed their flow, a gift for those who wander. As you step from the bank, the mist rises, revealing mountains that cradle the river's secret. A final thought drifts to you, delicate as a ripple on the water. What is the unseen source of the White Nile, and what secrets does it cradle in its flow? The river offers no reply, only its endless song, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert where mummies sleep in gilded silence. Envision yourself standing on a windswept ridge in the Tarim Basin, Xinjiang, China, where the desert stretches like a sea of amber dunes under a sky, fading to the soft indigo of dusk. Before you, half buried in the sand, lie ancient mummies, their bodies wrapped in woven silks and wool, their faces serene as if dreaming beneath the weight of centuries. The air carries the dry scent of salt and sage, and the silence feels alive as if the desert hums with the whispers of a people lost to time. These are the gilded tombs, resting places of a civilization whose origins remain a mystery, their splendor preserved by the arid sands. Who were they, and why were they left to this silent embrace? As you kneel beside a tomb, the dunes seem to sigh, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. The Tarim Basin mummies discovered in the late 19th and early 20th centuries are a marvel of preservation. Dating from 1800 BCE to 200 CE, these bodies, hundreds found across sites like Shaohei and Lulin, lie in shallow graves, their skin and hair intact, their garments vibrant with reds, blues, and golds. You can trace the intricate weaves of their textiles, some adorned with tartan patterns, others with delicate embroidery, hinting at a sophisticated culture. Their features, some with high cheekbones, others with light hair, suggest a diverse people unlike the region's later inhabitants. The mystery lies in their identity and fate. No written records name them, and their graves scattered across the desert offer few clues. Were they nomads, traders, or settlers of a lost city? Why were they buried with such care yet abandoned to the sands? The Tarim Basin, a crossroads of the Silk Road, was once greener with rivers and oases, but by the first millennium CE, it was a wasteland, its people gone. You stand among the dunes, the mummies' silent forms at your feet, and feel their absence, a riddle woven into the desert's heart. Shift your thoughts to those who seek truth through reason's steady gaze. Archaeologists studying the mummies' graves propose they were Indo-European nomads, perhaps Tocharians migrating from Central Asia. Their textiles and tools, wooden combs, bronze pins, suggest a pastoral life trading along ancient routes. Picture herders weaving under starlight, their hands crafting garments for the dead. Yet their diversity, some with Caucasian features, others East Asian, defies a single origin, and no settlements match their graves' splendor. Geneticists offer another perspective. DNA from the mummies shows mixed ancestry, linking them to steppe peoples and early Siberian groups. Could they have been a melting pot blending cultures across the Silk Road? Yet the lack of written records or permanent structures complicates this. Climate scientists suggest environmental collapse. The Tarim's rivers, evidenced in sediment cores, dried up by 200 CE, forcing migration. But the mummy's careful burial, some with boats, others with offerings, implies a deliberate farewell, not flight. A third hypothesis explores ritual burial. The graves, often boat-shaped, may reflect a belief in a journey after death, the mummies prepared for a voyage across a cosmic sea. Yet no myths or artifacts confirm this, and the boats are impractical for desert travel. Some speculate disease or conflict ended their culture, though no skeletal trauma or mass graves appear. Each theory is a grain of sand slipping through the fingers of understanding. You ponder these ideas, each a whisper in the dunes, yet none unveiling the mummy's truth. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the mummies glow with sacred meaning. To Uyghur locals, the Tarim is a land of spirits, its tombs guarded by ancestors who watch from the sands. You might sit with a village elder, his voice soft as the desert wind as he speaks of the mummies, as travelers their gilded wrappings, a gift to guide them to the eternal. In their lore, the desert preserves them, a testament to their sanctity. The thought wraps you gently like a silken shroud, urging you to feel the sacred in their stillness. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Buddhist tales, the Tarim was a path of enlightenment, its mummies, monks, or pilgrims buried with reverence, their spirits lingering to guide seekers. Modern mystics call the tombs energy nodes, their placement in the desert's vastness, a map of cosmic balance. In shamanic thought, the mummies are wayfarers, their boats sailing an unseen river to the afterlife. As you kneel by a tomb, the mummy's serene face seems to watch you, a presence you feel within. Are these tombs a passage, a prayer, or the desert's own soul-given form? The Tarim holds stories, each a whisper in its arid silence. Picture yourself centuries ago, a weaver in a Tarim oasis, your hands braiding wool for a loved one's burial, your songs weaving blessings into the cloth. The desert watches its sands, preserving your work for eternity. Was this a place of farewell, where the dead were honored with splendor? The vision fades, but the mummies remain their garments, holding the echo of your song. Legends tell of stranger things. A Uyghur tale speaks of a merchant who, lost in the desert, found a tomb glowing under moonlight, its mummy whispering directions to safety. He survived, but the tomb was gone by dawn. In the 19th century, explorer Sven Hedin claimed a sandstorm uncovered a mummy whose eyes opened, then closed as if alive. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who found a golden amulet near a tomb, its surface etched with stars that faded when touched. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the mummies still speak to those who wander? You are the wanderer. Now your sandals sinking into the Tarim's warm sand as you kneel beside a mummy, its gilded wrappings shimmering in the dusk. The desert stretches endless, its silence a gentle cradle, and you feel a connection as if the mummy knows you. You touch the frayed edge of a textile, its colors vibrant despite the centuries, and imagine the hands that wove it, the hearts that mourned. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Who were these people, and why do their tombs feel like a homecoming? The mystery of the gilded tombs is not a puzzle to solve, but a shroud to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the mummies guide your thoughts, their silence, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may study their remains and elders may chant their sanctity, but the mummy's truth is a shadow felt but never grasped. You rise the desert's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as deep as the sands. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only honored their silence, a gift for those who pause. As you step from the tomb, the stars ignite above their light, a mirror to the mummy's gilded sleep below. A final thought rises delicate as a breath in the desert night. Who were the people of the Tarim Basin, and what wisdom did they leave to the sands? The dunes offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sky where lights dance without source. Envision yourself, bundled in furs, seated on a snow-draped hill within the Arctic Circle, where the night sky unfurls like a cosmic canvas, its darkness pierced by ribbons of emerald and violet light. The aurora borealis dances above its shimmering veils, weaving patterns that seem to pulse with intent, as if whispering secrets to the stars. The air is sharp with frost, scented with pine, and the faint tang of ice, and the silence feels alive, broken only by the soft crackle of snow beneath you. These are the drifting shadows lights that have captivated humanity for millennia, their source a mystery older than the heavens themselves. What stories do they tell, and why do their patterns elude our grasp? As you watch, the aurora's glow invites you to drift into its ethereal enigma. The aurora borealis, a celestial spectacle, visible in the Arctic Circle, paints the night with curtains of green, purple, and crimson, sometimes flaring, sometimes swaying like a slow tide. Spanning regions from Norway to Canada, it appears most vividly in the polar night, its patterns shifting spirals, arcs, or shimmering waves that defy prediction. You can trace their motion, a silent ballet that feels alive, as if the sky itself breathes. Known to science as charged particles from the sun colliding with Earth's atmosphere, the aurora's deeper mystery lies in its patterns and tails, which no equation fully explains. Why do these lights form such intricate designs, and why do they stir such awe? Indigenous stories and ancient texts speak of messages, spirits, or omens, yet no culture has decoded their dance. The aurora's intensity varies with solar cycles, but its forms, sometimes seen as figures or symbols, remain a riddle. You stand beneath its glow, your breath clouding in the cold, and feel its presence, a question woven into the night, its answer as distant as the stars. Shift your gaze to those who probe the heavens with reason's clarity. Physicists explain the aurora as solar wind, charged particles from the sun, striking gases in Earth's magnetosphere, exciting them to emit light. Picture particles streaming through space, caught by magnetic fields, igniting nitrogen and oxygen in a radiant glow. Yet the patterns, why a spiral one night, a curtain the next, elude precise models. Could atmospheric waves rippling through the ionosphere shape the aurora's dance? Satellites detect such waves, but their link to specific forms is unclear. Meteorologists offer another view. Earth's magnetic field interacting with solar storms may create localized vortices that sculpt the lights. Data shows stronger auroras during solar maxima, yet the intricate designs persist even in quiet cycles. Could rare gases like neon contribute unique hues or shapes? Spectral analysis finds no such anomalies. A third hypothesis explores ground effects. Arctic geology rich in magnetic minerals might channel the aurora's energy, influencing its patterns. Yet ground stations detect no consistent correlation. Some speculate about cosmic influences, pulsars, or interstellar fields modulating the solar wind. Though evidence is thin, a fringe theory whispers of quantum effects, particles entangled across vast distances, shaping the lights in ways we cannot measure. Each theory is a spark in the polar night, illuminating fragments, but leaving the aurora's dance veiled. You ponder these ideas, each a ray of light, yet none capturing the shadow's full mystery. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where the aurora shimmers with sacred resonance. To the Sami of Scandinavia, the lights are the souls of ancestors, dancing to guide or warn the living. You might sit with an elder, her voice soft as the snow, as she speaks of the aurora as a bridge to the spirit world, its patterns, a language of the divine. In their cosmology, to whistle at the lights risks calling them closer, a sacred boundary respected by all. The thought wraps you gently like a blanket of frost, urging you to feel the sacred in the sky's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Inuit lore, the aurora is a path for the dead, their torches lighting the way to the afterlife. Norse myths see it as the Valkyries' armor gleaming, as they choose warriors for Valhalla. Modern mystics call it an energy field, its dance aligning human consciousness with the cosmos. As you gaze upward, the lights seem to pulse with intent, their glow a whisper you almost understand. Are they spirits, omens, or the sky's own soul given form? The aurora holds stories, each a flicker in its radiant veil. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Sami herder guiding reindeer under the polar night, the aurora flaring above in a spiral of green. Its light leads you to a frozen spring, thawed by unseen warmth, saving your herd. Was this a place of miracles where the sky spoke to the earth? The vision fades, but the lights endure their dance, holding the echo of your path. Legends tell of stranger things. A Viking saga speaks of a warrior who, lost in a blizzard, saw the aurora form a raven's shape, guiding him to shelter. He swore it sang a low hum that calmed his fear. In the 19th century, a Canadian trapper claimed the lights drew a map in the sky, leading him to a hidden cache of furs, then vanished. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw the aurora pulse in time with her heartbeat, showing her a vision of her lost mother. You hear these tales shared by firelight in an Arctic camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the lights still guide those who watch? You are the wanderer now, your boots sinking into the snow as you stand beneath the Arctic sky, the aurora weaving its emerald threads above. The cold bites gently, but the lights warm your heart, their dance a rhythm you feel within. You raise your hand as if to touch their glow, and imagine the hands or spirits that kindled this spectacle, their stories woven into the night. The silence is a language, its patterns just beyond your grasp, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What do these shadows say, and why do they dance for you? The mystery of the aurora is not a code to break, but a light to follow, gentle and boundless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the dance guide your thoughts, its radiance a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure its particles and elders may chant its sanctity, but the aurora's truth is a shimmer felt, but never held. You sit the snow's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the sky. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only witness their glow, a gift for those who gaze. As you turn from the hill, the aurora fades into the dawn, its light lingering like a memory in the stars. A final thought rises delicate as a snowflake on the breeze. What weaves the drifting shadows of the aurora, and do their patterns carry a message we cannot read? The sky offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a cave, where temples rise from solid rock. Imagine yourself standing at the threshold of a cavern in Maharashtra, India, where the Ellora caves emerge from the basalt cliffs, like a symphony frozen in stone, their shadowed entrances glowing faintly under a sky kissed by the amber of dawn. The air is warm-laced with the scent of sandalwood and ancient dust, and a faint hum seems to rise from the rock itself, as if the caves breathe with a life of their own. These are the temples of Ellora, hewn from solid rock over centuries, their intricate carvings defying the limits of human hands. Who shaped these sacred halls, and why do they pulse with an energy that feels alive? As you step inside the cool stone enfolds, inviting you to wander in their timeless enigma. The Ellora caves, crafted between the 6th and 10th centuries CE, are a marvel of devotion and artistry. Spanning a 2-kilometer stretch, 34 caves house temples for Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains, each carved directly from the basalt of the Charanandri hills. The Kailasa Temple Cave 16 is the heart of the complex, a monolithic masterpiece, its spire soaring 30 meters carved top-down from a single rock. You can trace its intricate reliefs, gods dancing, elephants guarding, and pillars soaring like petrified trees, all sculpted with a precision that seems impossible for the era's tools. The mystery lies in their creation and purpose. How did artisans with only chisels and hammers carve such vast, flawless temples from solid stone? Why blend 3 faiths, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, in one sacred site? No inscriptions fully explain their makers, and their abandonment by the 11th century adds another layer of enigma. Were they sanctuaries, monasteries, or something beyond? You walk through a cave's shadowed hall, the carvings gleaming in torchlight, and feel the rock's pulse as if it holds the voices of its creators, their secrets locked in stone. Shift your thoughts to those who probe the past with reason's clarity. Archaeologists marvel at Ellora's craftsmanship, suggesting teams of skilled artisans supported by the Rashtrakuta dynasty worked for generations. They propose a top-down method: workers carve from the cliff's summit, removing millions of tons of rock to shape courtyards and shrines. Picture them chiseling under lamplight, their tools sparking against basalt, guided by plans now lost. Yet the scale Kailasa alone rivals a small pyramid challenges this, as does the lack of debris or workshops nearby. Engineers offer another angle. Precise surveying, perhaps using water levels or plumb lines, ensured the cave's symmetry. Could fire and water heating and cooling the rock have eased carving? Yet the carving's detail, delicate lotus petals, flowing robes, suggest tools beyond bronze or iron. Geologists note the basalt's hardness requiring immense labor, yet its layered structure may have aided sculptors. Could natural fissures have guided their chisels? No clear evidence confirms this. A third hypothesis explores cultural fusion. Ellora's mix of faiths may reflect a cosmopolitan society, its caves a diplomatic gesture or a spiritual experiment. But why abandon such a site with no signs of destruction? Some speculate economic decline or invasions, though no records support this. A fringe theory whispers of advanced techniques, sound waves, or lost tools, though no artifacts back this claim. Each theory is a flicker in the cave's shadows, casting light but leaving depths unseen. You ponder these ideas, each a chisel mark, yet none unveiling the cave's full truth. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Ellora vibrates with sacred resonance. To local Hindus, the Kailasa temple is Shiva's abode, its rock, a living embodiment of the divine. You might sit with a sadhu, his voice soft as the morning breeze, as he speaks of the caves as portals carved to draw the soul closer to moksha. In their faith, the stone hums with Shiva's energy, its carvings a prayer eternal. The thought wraps you gently like a garland of jasmine, urging you to feel the sacred in the rock's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Jainism, the caves are a path to liberation, their serene tirthankaras guiding devotees to purity. Buddhists see them as a mandala, their chambers mirroring the cosmos, a space for meditation's quiet ascent. Modern mystics call Ellora an energy vortex, its basalt resonating with Earth's pulse, its carvings a map of spiritual harmony. As you stand in a Buddhist cave, a carved Buddha smiling softly, you sense a vibration as if the stone breathes. Are these caves, temples, portals, or the Earth's own heart-given form? Ellora holds stories, each a whisper in its shadowed halls. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Jain monk, meditating in Cave 32, your breath blending with the stone's cool stillness. A faint hum rises, guiding your mind to visions of eternity. Was this a place of transcendence, where the divine met the seeker? The vision fades, but the carvings endure their details, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A local tale speaks of an artisan who, carving Kailasa's spire, saw a light glow within the rock, revealing a hidden chamber. He entered and vanished, his tools left behind. In the 9th century, a pilgrim claimed the cave sang at dawn a low chant that healed his fever. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who wandered into a cave and saw a statue move its eyes gleaming before returning to stone. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a nearby village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the caves still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps echoing in a Hindu cave, the carvings of Vishnu and Lakshmi glowing in the dim light. The air is cool, the silence vast, and you pause by a pillar, its intricate vines seeming to sway. You touch the stone, its surface smooth and warm, and feel a pulse, as if the cave knows you. The shadows dance, and you imagine the artisans, their chisels singing their faith, shaping this rock into a hymn. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Who shaped these caves, and why do they feel alive? The mystery of Ellora is not a riddle to solve, but a rhythm to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the stone guide your thoughts, its carvings a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may trace its chisel marks and sadhus may chant its sanctity, but the cave's truth is a breath felt but never grasped. You step into the light, the cliffs embrace, lingering, and carry a peace as deep as the rock. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only felt, their presence a gift for those who linger. As you step from the cave, the dawn paints the cliffs in hues of gold and rose the stones, standing silent yet alive. A final thought rises delicate as a lotus on the wind. What hands shape the carved caves of Ellora, and why do they pulse with a life we cannot name? The rock offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sea where a queen's ships sleep in silence. Imagine yourself adrift on a small boat in the Mediterranean Sea, where the water shimmers like molten sapphire under a sky draped in the tender hues of twilight. The waves lap gently, their rhythm a soft lullaby, and the horizon glows with the last embers of day. Beneath you, somewhere in these depths, lies the lost fleet of Cleopatra, Egypt's last queen, her ships swallowed by the sea, their gilded prows and treasures hidden from sight. The air carries the scent of salt and ancient secrets, and the silence feels alive, as if the waves whisper tales of a queen's ambition, now cradled in the deep. Where do these ships rest, and what golden secrets do they guard? As you glide across the water, the sea invites you to drift into its timeless enigma. Cleopatra VII, ruler of Egypt from 51 to 30 BCE, commanded a navy renowned for its splendor ships, adorned with gold, their sails dyed purple, carrying her wealth and power across the Mediterranean. Historical accounts like those of Plutarch describe her fleet at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, where she and Mark Antony faced Octavian's forces. Defeated, Cleopatra fled, but many of her ships vanished, not in battle's chaos, but in the sea's quiet embrace. No wreckage, no treasures, no trace of their fate survives. You can envision them galleys with carved prows, their decks gleaming, sinking into the depths, their stories silenced by the waves. The mystery lies in their resting place and purpose. Were they sunk deliberately hiding Cleopatra's wealth from Rome, or did storms or currents claim them, scattering their remains across the seafloor? The Mediterranean, vast and deep, yields few clues, its currents shifting relics beyond reach. Why do no records, Egyptian, Roman, or Greek, pinpoint their loss? You float above the unseen depths, the water's surface unbroken, and feel the pull of a queen's legacy, its secrets guarded by the sea's eternal hush. Let your mind drift to those who probe the deep with reason's steady light. Marine archaeologists scanning the Mediterranean with sonar suggest the fleet sank near Alexandria, or Actium caught in battle or storms. The seafloor off Greece's Actium coast, they propose hides, wrecks buried in sediment, their wood long dissolved, but gold and bronze enduring. Picture divers combing murky depths, their lights catching glints of metal, yet searches yield only pottery, no royal ships, and the sea's currents, strong and unpredictable, scatter evidence far afield. Oceanographers offer another perspective. The Mediterranean's complex currents, like the Levantine gyre, could have swept wrecks to distant trenches or abyssal plains. Could Cleopatra's ships lie in depths beyond submersible's reach? Perhaps near the Hellenic trench surveys detect anomalies, but none match the fleet's grandeur. Geologists point to seismic activity. Earthquakes common in the region may have buried wrecks under landslides, sealing them from view. Yet no seismic records align with Actium's aftermath. A third hypothesis explores deliberate scuttling. Cleopatra, facing defeat, may have sunk her treasure-laden ships to deny Octavian her wealth, a final act of defiance. Ancient texts hint at her cunning, but no evidence. Coins anchors confirms this. Some speculate human error, overloaded ships fleeing in panic could have foundered in shallow waters now silted over. Each theory is a ripple on the sea, spreading but never touching the truth's core. You ponder these ideas, each a current in the deep, yet none unveiling the fleet's silent grave. Now let your soul sink to the unseen, where the fleet glows with sacred meaning. To modern Egyptians, Cleopatra is a symbol of resilience. Her ships, a testament to a queen who defied empires. You might sit with a fisherman, his voice soft as the waves as he speaks of the fleet as an offering to Isis, goddess of the sea, sunk to protect Egypt's soul. In their lore, the ships sail an eternal realm, their gold alight in the divine. The thought wraps you gently, like a tide's embrace, urging you to feel the sacred in the water's hush. Other traditions weave their own currents. In Hellenistic belief, Cleopatra was a living goddess, her fleet a bridge to the divine, its loss a sacrifice to appease Poseidon. Modern mystics call the Mediterranean a spiritual crossroads, the ship's treasures resonating with Earth's energy hidden for a future awakening. In Coptic Christian tales, the fleet's loss evokes divine judgment, yet its mystery suggests mercy preserving Cleopatra's legacy. As you drift on the sea, the waves seem to pulse a rhythm you feel within. Are these ships, relics, offerings, or the sea's own dream given form? The Mediterranean holds stories, each a whisper in its endless waves. Picture yourself in 31 BCE, a sailor on Cleopatra's flagship, the Anatolia, its gilded prow slicing the sea as you flee Actium. The sky darkens and the ship sinks, yet you feel no fear, only peace, as if the water welcomes you. Was this a place of sacrifice where a queen's will met the sea's embrace? The vision fades, but the waves remain their rhythm, holding the echo of your voyage. Legends tell of stranger things. A Greek tale speaks of a fisherman who centuries ago hauled up a golden ore, its surface etched with Ptolemaic symbols. It crumbled to dust when he reached shore. In the 18th century, a Venetian captain swore he saw a ship of light rise from the sea near Alexandria, its sails glowing before vanishing. Locals whisper of a diver in the 1920s who found a bronze statue in the depths, its eyes gleaming only to lose it in a sudden current. You hear these tales shared by lantern, light on a coastal dock, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do Cleopatra's ships still sail for those who seek? You are the wanderer now, your boat rocking gently on the Mediterranean surface, the stars above mirrored in the water below. The silence is deep, yet a faint hum stirs, as if the sea knows you. You peer into the depths, imagining gilded prows and treasure-laden holds their forms just beyond sight. Your hand trails in the water, its coolness, a quiet promise, and you feel a connection as if the fleet's legacy calls to you. The waves whisper their words just beyond your grasp, yet they feel like a welcome, a call to belong. Where do these ships rest, and what do they guard in the deep? The mystery of Cleopatra's fleet is not a riddle to solve, but a tide to ride, gentle and boundless. It asks you to float in reverence, to let the waves guide your thoughts, their rhythm, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may scan the depths, and storytellers may weave their myths, but the fleet's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You steer onward, the sea's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the horizon. Some wonders are not meant to be found, only cherished, their silence a gift for those who drift. As you glide toward the shore, the dawn paints the sea in hues of gold, and rows the waves a mirror to the fleet's hidden light. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble on the tide. Where lies the vanished fleet of Cleopatra, and what golden secrets do the waves guard? The sea offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a circle of stones that hums under moonlight. Envision yourself seated on a dew-kissed knoll in Wiltshire, England, where the rolling plains cradle Stonehenge, its ancient stones standing like silent giants under a moonlit sky woven with threads of silver. The air is cool, scented with damp grass, and the faint musk of earth and a low, resonant hum seems to rise from the stones as if they sing to the stars in a language lost to time. These are the singing stones of Stonehenge, a circle of sarsen and bluestone crafted over 4,000 years ago. Their purpose, a mystery that hums in the night's embrace. What ceremonies did these stones cradle, and why do their voices still call to your soul? As you rest, the moonlight bathes the circle, inviting you to drift into its timeless enigma. Stonehenge, built between 3000 and 2000 BCE, is a monument of breathtaking ambition. Its massive sarsen stones, some weighing 30 tons, form an outer ring, while smaller bluestones, hauled from Wales, 200 miles away, create an inner circle. Lintels crown, the sarsens locked with mortise and tenon joints, a feat of precision unmatched in its era. You can trace the stone's weathered surfaces, their shapes aligned with solstices, the heel stone catching the midsummer sunrise in perfect symmetry. Yet no written records, no tools, no graves reveal its builder's intent or their fate. Why was it built, and why abandoned by 1500 BCE? Was it a temple, an observatory, or a place of healing? The stone's faint hum, reported by visitors at dawn or dusk, adds another layer. Some hear a low vibration like a distant chant, others feel it in their bones. Is this a trick of wind, a resonance of stone, or something deeper? You walk the circle, your footsteps soft on the earth, and feel the stone's presence, a riddle that sings in the moonlight, its answer veiled in the ages. Let your mind turn to those who seek truth with reason's steady gaze. Archaeologists propose Stonehenge as a ceremonial site. its solstice alignments marking rituals for a prehistoric people. Picture priests in woven robes, their chants rising as the sun crests the heel stone binding earth to sky. Excavations reveal cremated remains, suggesting a place of burial or ancestor worship. Yet the scale stones hauled across vast distances implies a purpose beyond graves. Astronomers offer another view, Stonehenge as a celestial calendar tracking solstices, equinoxes, and perhaps lunar cycles. The Sarsen's alignment with the sun's path is precise, but other stones align inconsistently, muddying this theory. Could it have been an observatory guiding harvests or navigation? Geologists focus on the hum. Blue stones rich in quartz may resonate when struck or vibrated by wind, their acoustic properties amplified by the circle's shape. Tests confirm some stones ring when tapped, yet the hum's sporadic nature defies explanation. A third hypothesis explores healing. The blue stones, sourced from Preseli Hills, were believed to have medicinal powers in local lore. Did pilgrims come to be cured? The hum, a therapeutic vibration, yet no healing artifacts, amulets, offerings support this. Some speculate social unity, the monument's construction uniting tribes, though its abandonment challenges this. A fringe theory whispers of acoustic engineering, the circle designed to amplify chants, but no evidence confirms this. Each theory is a star in the night casting light but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a note in the stone's song, yet none unveiling their full melody. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Stonehenge pulses with sacred meaning. To modern druids, the stones are a temple of the earth, their hum, the voice of ancient spirits. You might sit with a bard, his voice soft as the moonlight as he speaks of Stonehenge as a sacred circle, its stones channeling the divine to balance human souls. In their cosmology, the hum is a prayer rising to meet the cosmos. The thought wraps you gently like a cloak of starlight, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Celtic lore, the stones were raised by Merlin, their hum, a spell binding earth to sky. Modern pagans call Stonehenge a cosmic nexus, its alignments resonating with ley lines, its song a call to awakening. In Christian mysticism, the circle evokes a primal worship, its stones, a hymn to creation's mystery. As you stand within the circle, the hum stirs your heart, a vibration you feel within. Are these stones a sanctuary, a portal, or the earth's own soul given voice? Stonehenge holds stories, each a whisper in its ancient circle. Picture yourself millennia ago, a healer standing among the stones, your hands raised, as the solstice moon bathes the Sarsens in silver. You chant the hum, rising to meet your voice, as the community gathers to honor the dead. Was this a place of rites where spirits met the living? The vision fades, but the stones endure their surfaces, holding the echo of your song. Legends tell of stranger things. A Celtic tale speaks of a druid who, guided by a dream, touched a blue stone and heard it sing a prophecy of peace. He vanished, leaving only a carved staff. In the 17th century, a shepherd claimed the stones, hummed a tune that led him to a hidden spring, its water healing his flock. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw shadows dance within the circle, forming a spiral under moonlight, then fading. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a Wiltshire village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the stones still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on the grass as you stand within Stonehenge's circle, the Sarsens towering like silent guardians under the moon. The air is cool, the silence vast, and a faint hum rises as if the stones know you. You touch a blue stone, its surface smooth and cold, and feel a pulse, a rhythm that blends with your heartbeat. You imagine the builders, their hands shaping this circle, their eyes on the stars, their chants echoing in the night. The hum is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What ceremonies did these stones cradle, and why do they call to you? The mystery of Stonehenge is not a puzzle to solve, but a song to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the hum guide your thoughts, its rhythm, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map its alignments, and bards may chant its sanctity, but the stone's truth is a shadow felt, but never grasped. You sit the moonlight enfolding you and carry a peace as deep as the night. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherished their song, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the circle, the stars blaze above their light, a mirror to the stone's silent hum below. A final thought rises delicate as a breath in the moonlight. What ceremonies did the singing stones of Stonehenge cradle, and do their voices still call to a truth we cannot know? The circle offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its invitation to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from a garden where statues emerge from the earth. Imagine yourself wandering through a tangled glade in Cornwall, England, where the lost gardens of Heligan unfold like a forgotten dream, their overgrown paths cloaked in ivy and mist. The air is heavy with the scent of damp moss and blooming honeysuckle, and through the foliage stone statues emerge half-buried figures of maidens and mythical beings, their weathered faces peering from the earth as if awakened by your blank presence. A faint breeze stirs the leaves, carrying a whisper that feels alive, as if the garden holds secrets its makers left behind. These are the gardens of Heligan, once a vibrant estate, now a labyrinth of mystery, their statues hidden for centuries. Why were they buried, and what do they guard in this verdant silence? As you step deeper, the garden's hush invites you to drift into its gentle enigma. The lost gardens of Heligan, sprawling across 200 acres, were once the pride of the Tremaine family, cultivated in the 18th and 19th centuries with exotic plants and ornate sculptures. By the early 20th century, after World War I, the estate fell into neglect, its gardens swallowed by brambles and time. Rediscovered in the 1990s, the gardens revealed a startling secret: statues, some life-sized, buried or half-submerged in the soil. Their forms, maidens, shepherds, mythical creatures crafted with care, yet left to the earth's embrace. You can trace their moss-covered curves, their eyes seeming to follow you as if guarding a story no one remembers. Why were these statues hidden, and why was the garden abandoned? No records explain the burial, whether deliberate or natural, and the Tremaines left no clue to their intent. Was it neglect, ritual, or a deeper purpose? The gardens, now partially restored, hold no diaries, no artifacts to name their makers or their fate. You walk a path overgrown with ferns, the statues' silent gaze stirring your heart their mystery, a riddle woven into the roots of Heligan. Shift your thoughts to those who seek answers with reason's steady gaze. Archaeologists excavating the gardens propose natural burial. Decades of neglect allowed soil and roots to entomb the statues, their weight sinking them into the soft Cornish earth. Picture storms and seasons piling earth over stone vines, weaving a shroud. Yet the statues' placement, some upright, others carefully laid, suggests intent, and no erosion fully accounts for their depth. Botanists offer another perspective. The garden's exotic plants, from palms to rhododendrons, created a microclimate, their rapid growth accelerating soil accumulation. Could roots seeking water have pulled statues downward, burying them over time? Soil analysis shows layers of organic decay, but the statue's preservation, some with intact features, challenges this slow process. Geologists point to Cornwall's clay-rich soil, prone to shifting, which may have engulfed the figures during floods. Yet no flood records align with Heligan's decline. A third hypothesis explores human action. The Tremaines, facing financial ruin after the war, may have buried the statues to protect them from looters or vandals. Estate records hint at economic strain, but no mention of burial exists. Some speculate ritualistic intent, the statues hidden as offerings to the land, though no local traditions support this. A fringe theory whispers of magnetic anomalies in Cornwall's granite, drawing statues into the earth, but no data confirms this. Each theory is a leaf in the undergrowth, vibrant but fleeting, unable to uncover the garden's truth. You ponder these ideas, each a root in the soil, yet none revealing what the statues guard. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Heligan glows with sacred resonance. To Cornish locals, the gardens are a living spirit, their statues guardians of the land's ancient magic. You might sit with a villager, her voice soft as the evening mist, as she speaks of the figures as protectors buried to preserve the garden's soul. In their folklore, the statues are alive, their eyes watching over those who tread lightly. The thought enfolds you gentle as a petal's fall, urging you to feel the sacred in the garden's hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Celtic lore, the statues evoke the city fairy folk who dwell in hidden realms, their burial a pact with the earth. Modern pagans call Heligan a sacred grove, its statues channeling the land's energy, their submersion a ritual to renew its power. In Christian mysticism, the figures suggest a lost Eden buried to await a time of rebirth. As you stand by a statue, its stone face, half covered in ivy, you sense a pulse, as if it breathes. Are these figures guardians, offerings, or the garden's own soul given form? Heligan holds stories, each a whisper in its tangled paths. Picture yourself centuries ago, a gardener tending Heligan's blooms, your hands placing a statue, a maiden with a serene smile beneath a willow. You whisper a blessing, the earth accepting her as night falls. Was this a place of offerings where the land was honored? The vision fades, but the statue remains its form, half buried, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A Cornish tale speaks of a groundskeeper who in the 19th century saw a statue, a horned figure, glow under moonlight, guiding him to a hidden spring. He vanished, leaving only his spade. In the 1920s, a visitor claimed the statues whispered at dusk, their voices leading her to a buried locket. Its inscription faded. Locals tell of a child in the 1950s who saw a statue's eyes move, pointing to a path where roses bloomed in winter, then vanished. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a Cornish hamlet and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the statues still watch for those who wander? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on Heligan's mossy paths, the statues emerging like silent companions from the earth. The air is thick with the scent of fern and dew, and you pause by a figure, a shepherd, his stone face serene, half entombed in roots. You touch its surface, cool and weathered, and feel a presence as if it knows you. The garden's hush is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. You imagine the hands that placed it here, the hearts that wove this mystery. Why were they buried, and what do they guard in this verdant silence? The mystery of Heligan statues is not a riddle to solve, but a bloom to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to walk in reverence, to let the figures guide your thoughts, their silence, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may unearth their forms and villagers may chant their myths, but the statue's truth is a shadow felt but never grasped. You step deeper into the glade, the garden's embrace lingering, and carry a peace as deep as its roots. Some wonders are not meant to be unveiled, only felt, their silence a gift for those who linger. As you step from the garden, the stars ignite above, their light a mirror to the statue's hidden watch below. A final thought rises delicate as a leaf on the breeze. Why were the statues of Heligan buried, and what do they guard in the earth's embrace? The garden offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a mountain where a hidden city waits in the snow. Imagine yourself perched on a windswept ledge in the Himalayas, where snow-dusted peaks pierce a sky of crystalline blue, and the air shimmers with the faint scent of juniper and ice. Below, valleys vanish into clouds, their folds hiding secrets older than the mountains themselves. In this vast silence you sense a presence, a city Shambhala whispered of in ancient texts, a realm of peace and wisdom said to lie, hidden among these peaks, glimpsed only in visions. The wind carries a soft hum, as if the snow itself sings of this unseen paradise. Does Shambhala exist, or is it a dream woven into the frost? As you sit, the mountain stillness envelops you, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. Shambhala, a legend born in ancient Buddhist and Hindu texts, is described as a hidden kingdom nestled in the Himalayas, its golden spires and emerald gardens shielded by mist and magic. The Kalachakra Tantra, a 10th century Buddhist scripture, paints it as a sanctuary of enlightenment, where enlightened beings preserve wisdom for a world in need. You can envision its streets radiant with light lined with lotus blossoms, where sages meditate under trees that hum with cosmic harmony. Yet no map marks its place. No explorer has found its gates and its location, perhaps in Tibet, Nepal, or beyond, remains a whisper in the snow. The mystery lies in its elusiveness. Is Shambhala a physical city, a spiritual metaphor, or something between? Why does it appear only in dreams or visions, and why has no trace ruins, relics surfaced in the rugged Himalayas? The kingdom's absence coupled with its vivid presence in Colossi lore stirs the heart, as if it waits just beyond sight. You stand on the ledge, the wind swirling around you, and feel its call, a riddle that dances in the mountain's silence, its truth veiled by clouds. Shift your thoughts to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Geographers studying the Himalayas' vast terrain propose Shambhala as a lost settlement, perhaps a forgotten Buddhist monastery buried by landslides or snow. The region's valleys, they note, hide ancient trade routes and small ruins. Stupas carvings dot remote cliffs. Picture monks carving a sanctuary in a hidden vale, their work erased by time. Yet no site matches Shambhala's grandeur, and the Himalayas' ruggedness defies large settlements. Archaeologists offer another view. Shambhala may be a composite inspired by real places like Mustang or Leh, blended into myth. Could oral traditions carried by Silk Road traders have woven tales of a utopian city? Excavations find no trace of a golden kingdom, only modest hermitages. Geologists suggest glacial shifts the Himalayas shaped by tectonic forces may have buried Shambhala under ice, or rocket spires lost to avalanches. Yet no debris fields hint at such a city, and the legend's specificity gardens towers challenges this. A third hypothesis explores psychology Shambhala as a vision induced by altitude, meditation, or ritual, its vivid imagery, a product of the mind's yearning. Studies of high-altitude hypoxia show hallucinations, yet the consistency of Shambhala's descriptions across cultures defies this. Some speculate a hidden valley cloaked by microclimates sustains a secret community, though satellite imagery finds no such haven. Each theory is a snowflake on the wind, drifting but never settling. You ponder these ideas, each a step on the icy path, yet none unveiling Shambhala's truth. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where Shambhala glows with sacred resonance. To Tibetan Buddhists, it is a Bayul, a hidden land of enlightenment, accessible only to those pure of heart. You might sit with a lama, his prayer beads clicking softly, as he speaks of Shambhala as a realm within and without, its gates opened by meditation. In their faith, the city's light guides the soul to liberation. Its invisibility, a test of faith. The thought wraps you gently like a shawl of snow, urging you to seek the sacred in the mountain's hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Hindu lore, Shambhala is linked to Kalki, the final avatar of Vishnu destined to emerge from its gates to renew the world. Modern mystics call it an astral city, its spires vibrating with cosmic energy glimpsed in dreams. In Bon tradition, it is a sacred refuge guarded by spirits of the peaks. As you gaze into the clouds, a faint hum stirs as if Shambhala breathes. Is it a city, a vision, or the mountain's own soul given form? Shambhala holds stories, each a whisper in the Himalayan winds. Picture yourself centuries ago, a monk on a pilgrimage, your robes dusted with snow as you climb a pass. A vision unfolds, golden towers, gleaming voices chanting in a valley below. You blink, and it's gone. Only snow and stone remaining. Was this a glimpse of Shambhala? A gift for the faithful? The vision fades, but the mountains endure their peaks, holding the echo of your dream. Legends tell of stranger things. A Tibetan tale speaks of a lama who in the 12th century followed a star to a hidden valley, its gates aglow with light. He returned silent, his eyes forever changed. In the 19th century, a British explorer claimed he saw spires in the mist near Kangchenjunga vanishing as he approached. Locals whisper of a nomad in the 1920s who found a lotus blooming in a snowfield, its petals glowing, guiding him to safety. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a mountain camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Does Shambhala still appear to those who seek? You are the pilgrim now, your boots crunching on the Himalayan snow as you stand on the ledge, the peaks rising like silent guardians around you. The wind hums, and for a moment you see it, golden spires, gardens blooming in the mist, a city that feels like home. You blink and it's gone, only clouds and stone remaining. Your heart slows, matching the mountain's rhythm, and you feel a presence as if Shambhala knows you. You touch the icy rock, it's cold, a quiet promise, and imagine the souls who dreamed this city, their visions woven into the snow. Does it exist, and why does its light call to you? The mystery of Shambhala is not a map to draw, but a vision to cherish, gentle and boundless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the mountains guide your thoughts, their silence, a path through the unknown. Geographers may scan their slopes, and lamas may chant their sanctity, but Shambhala's truth is a mist felt but never grasped. You sit the snows hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the peaks. Some wonders are not meant to be found, only dreamed their light, a gift for those who linger. As you descend the path, the clouds part, revealing stars that mirror Shambhala's hidden glow. A final thought rises delicate as a snowflake on the breeze. Does the unseen city of Shambhala exist, or is it a dream woven into the snow? The mountains offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from islands where stones whisper ancient runes. Envision yourself standing on a windswept cliff in Scotland's Orkney Islands, where the North Sea's waves crash against rugged shores, and the sky drapes a veil of soft silver over the rolling moors. Before you, ancient stones rise from the earth, slabs etched with runes, their cryptic symbols weathered yet sharp, glowing faintly in the twilight's tender light. The air is crisp, scented with salt and heather, and a faint hum seems to weave through the silence as if the stones murmur tales of rituals lost to time. These are the silent runes of the Orkney Islands, carved by hands unknown, their stories locked in granite and mystery. Who etched these signs, and what secrets do they hold? As you pause, the sea's rhythm enfolds you, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. The Orkney Islands, an archipelago off Scotland's northern coast, are home to a Neolithic heartland where ancient sites like the Ring of Brodgar and Skara Brae whisper of a people who thrived 5000 years ago. Among these, the runestone slabs inscribed with geometric spirals, ogham-like lines, and enigmatic symbols stand as silent witnesses. You can trace their carvings at sites like the Standing Stones of Stenness, or hidden in coastal caves, each mark precise, as if speaking a language no one remembers. Some runes resemble Norse scripts from later centuries, yet others predate, Viking arrival rooted in a deeper past. The mystery lies in their purpose, and creators. Were they markers of ritual memorials or maps of the spirit? Why do they cluster here in this remote archipelago, and why were they left to the wind and sea? No texts decipher their meaning, and the Neolithic people, followed by Picts and Vikings, left no clear record. The stone's faint hum reported by locals at dawn or dusk adds another layer. Some hear a low vibration, others feel it in their chest. You walk among them, your fingers brushing the cold granite, and feel their silence, a riddle etched in the earth, its answer lost to the ages. Shift your thoughts to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists propose the runes as ceremonial markers carved by Neolithic communities to honor gods or ancestors. Picture a priest, tracing spirals under starlight, their chants blending with the sea's roar, the stones anchoring sacred rites. Excavations reveal nearby henges and burials suggesting ritual, yet the runes' diversity, some abstract, others linear, defies a single purpose. Linguists offer another view. The symbols may be an early script, a proto-ogham, or lost language used for trade or storytelling. Could they record offerings or territorial claims, yet their patterns resist translation and no Rosetta Stone exists? Geologists suggest the stone's composition, sandstone and granite, might resonate with wind or seismic tremors, creating the reported hum. Tests show some slabs vibrate when struck, but the sound's melodic quality, described as a chant, eludes this explanation. A third hypothesis explores cultural blending later. Picts or Vikings may have added runes to older stones, merging traditions. Radiocarbon dating supports Neolithic origins, but Viking-era carvings overlap, muddying the timeline. Some speculate environmental shifts, colder climates evidenced in pollen records, drove the original builders away, leaving the ruins to later hands. A fringe theory whispers of acoustic design, the stones placed to amplify ritual sounds, though no evidence confirms this. Each theory is a wave on the shore, swelling but never breaking. You ponder these ideas, each a mark on the stone, yet none unveiling their full story. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the runes glow with sacred resonance. To Orkney's modern inhabitants, the stones are alive, their carvings, a dialogue with ancestral spirits. You might sit with a crofter, his voice soft as the sea breeze as he speaks of the runes as guardians etched to protect the island's soul. In their lore, the hum is a song of the ancients, rising to guide the living. The thought wraps you gently like a shawl of mist, urging you to feel the sacred in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Celtic spirituality, the runes evoke the otherworld, their symbols a map to realms beyond. Modern pagans call them a cosmic script, resonating with Earth's energy, their hum, a call to balance. In Norse myth, they echo Odin's runes, gifts of wisdom carved in sacrifice. As you stand by a runestone, its spirals catching the moonlight, you sense a vibration as if it speaks to you. Are these stones a prayer, a portal, or the island's own soul-given form? The runes hold stories, each a murmur in their weathered lines. Picture yourself millennia ago, a Neolithic seer kneeling by a stone at Brodgar, your hands tracing a spiral as the solstice moon rises. You chant the hum, rising to meet your voice, binding earth to sky. Was this a place of rites where the divine met the mortal? The vision fades, but the stone endures its carvings, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. An Orcadian tale speaks of a druid who, guided by a dream, carved a rune that glowed, revealing a vision of peace. He vanished, leaving only a carved shell. In the 10th century, a Viking sailor claimed a stone hummed a tune that guided his ship through a storm. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw a rune pulse with light, leading her to a hidden spring that vanished by dawn. You hear these tales shared by firelight in an Orkney croft, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the runes still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your boots sinking into the damp grass as you stand by, a runestone, its symbols gleaming under the stars. The sea murmurs its rhythm, blending with the silence, and a faint hum rises as if the stone knows you. You touch its surface, cold and smooth, and feel a pulse, a rhythm that blends with your heartbeat. You imagine the hands that carved it, the voices that chanted here, their dreams woven into the granite. The hum is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Who carved these runes, and what stories do they hold? The mystery of the silent runes is not a code to break, but a song to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the stones guide your thoughts, their hum a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may trace their carvings and crofters may chant their sanctity, but the rune's truth is a whisper felt but never grasped. You sit the island's hush, enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the sea. Some wonders are not meant to be, read only cherished, their silence a gift for those who linger. As you step from the stone, the stars blaze above their light, a mirror to the rune's silent song below. A final thought rises, delicate as a wave on the shore. Who carved the silent runes of the Orkney Islands, and what stories do they hold in their ancient lines? The stones offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert, where lights drift without cause. Picture yourself seated on a weathered blanket in the high desert of West Texas, where the vast plains of Marfa stretch beneath a sky, awash with the delicate purples and golds of twilight. The air is warm, scented with sagebrush and distant rain, and across the horizon soft orbs of light flicker golden white, sometimes red, drifting like lanterns carried by an unseen hand. These are the Marfa lights, glowing gently in the night, appearing and vanishing without trace, leaving only wonder in their wake. The silence of the desert feels alive, as if the earth itself hums with secrets these lights guard. What are they, and why do they dance in this lonely expanse? as you watch the orbs weave their silent spell, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. The Marfa lights, first reported in the 1880s by a cowboy herding cattle, are a phenomenon that defies explanation. Seen in the desert near Marfa, Texas, along Highway 67 toward Presidio, these orbs ranging from pinpoints to basketball-sized hover dart or glide above the scrubland. You can imagine them glowing softly, sometimes splitting into pairs, then merging or fading into the night. They appear unpredictably most often at dusk or after dark and resist capture by cameras or pursuit, vanishing when approached. No artifacts or physical traces mark their presence. Locals, ranchers, and tourists alike have watched them for generations, their stories weaving a tapestry of awe. Are they natural, otherworldly, or something woven into the desert's heart? The Mitchell Flat, where they appear, is a barren stretch, far from city lights, its isolation amplifying their mystery. You stand in the viewing area, the desert stretching endless, and feel their glow, a riddle that pulses in the starlit silence, its answer as fleeting as the lights themselves. Let your mind turn to those who seek clarity, with reason's steady hand. Atmospheric scientists propose the lights as a mirage effect known as fata morgana, where temperature gradients bend light from distant sources, car headlights perhaps, creating glowing orbs. Picture warm desert air meeting cooler layers, refracting beams into dancing illusions. Yet the lights appear in all weather, even on still nights, and their movements darting, hovering, defy simple optics. Physicists offer another angle: ball lightning or plasma discharges sparked by the region's geology rich in quartz and iron. Could static electricity generated by tectonic stress or wind over dry sand ignite glowing plasmas? Experiments detect faint electromagnetic fields in the area, but the light's longevity, sometimes lasting hours, challenges this theory. Geologists suggest underground gases like methane igniting spontaneously to form fleeting glows. Yet soil samples show no significant gas deposits, and the lights leave no burn marks. A third hypothesis explores human sources: distant campfires, ranch lights, or military experiments from nearby bases. But the lights predate modern technology, and their erratic paths defy fixed sources. Some speculate about piezoelectric effects in quartz-rich rocks generating sparks that mimic orbs, though no consistent data supports this. Each theory is a flicker in the desert night, casting light but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a spark on the horizon, yet none capturing the light's elusive dance. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the Marfa lights glow with sacred meaning. To the Apache whose ancestors roamed these plains, the lights are spirits of the departed dancing to guide or warn the living. You might sit with a tribal elder, his voice soft as the evening breeze as he speaks of the orbs as ancestors' lanterns lit to protect the land's heart. In their cosmology, the lights are a prayer rising to meet the stars. The thought wraps you gently like a blanket of dusk, urging you to feel the sacred in the desert's hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Mexican folklore, the lights are luces errantes, wandering souls seeking rest, their glow a call for peace. Modern spiritual seekers call them energy manifestations, resonating with the desert's lines their dance, a pulse of cosmic harmony. In Christian mysticism, they evoke angelic signs, lights guiding the lost to salvation. As you watch an orb drift, its glow pulsing softly, you sense a presence as if it knows you. Are these lights, spirits, energies, or the desert's own soul-given form? The Marfa lights hold stories, each a shimmer in the desert's silence. Picture yourself. A century ago, a rancher riding across the plains, your horse pausing as a golden orb rises, guiding you through a dust storm to safety. Was this a place of omens where the desert offered protection? The vision fades, but the lights endure their glow, holding the echo of your path. Legends tell of stranger things. An Apache tale speaks of a warrior who, lost in the desert, followed a red orb to a hidden spring, its water glowing faintly. He drank and vanished, leaving only his bow. In the 1950s, a trucker claimed a white light hovered over his cab, singing a low hum before fading, his radio silent. Locals whisper of a child in the 1980s who saw a blue orb dance in a circle, revealing a stone etched with symbols gone by dawn. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a Marfa camp, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the lights still guide those who wander? You are the wanderer now, your blanket spread on the desert floor as you gaze across the Mitchell Flat, the stars above mirrored in the orbs below. A light blooms soft gold drifting like a breath, and your heart slows matching its rhythm. The desert's silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach. Yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. You stand your hand outstretched and imagine the forces, spirits, energies, or dreams that kindle these lights. Their glow is a presence, as if they know you, their dance a question waiting for your heart to answer. What are these orbs, and why do they call to you? The mystery of the Marfa lights is not a puzzle to solve, but a glow to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let their dance guide your thoughts, their radiance a path through the unknown. Scientists may measure their flickers and storytellers may weave their myths, but the light's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You sit the desert's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as vast as the plains. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only witness their glow, a gift for those who linger. As you fold your blanket, the orbs fade into the dawn, their light lingering like a memory in the stars. A final thought rises delicate as a wisp of sage on the breeze. What are the glowing orbs of Marfa, and what wonder do they weave in the desert night? The plains offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert, where springs bloom without source. Picture yourself perched on a dune's crest in the Taklamakan Desert, China, where the sands stretch like a golden sea under a sky painted with the tender hues of dawn. The air is warm, carrying the faint scent of dust and distant tamarisk, and below a cluster of emerald reeds sways around a sparkling spring, its waters an impossible jewel in this arid heart. These are the hidden springs of the Taklamakan oasis, that bloom where none should, fed by waters that rise from unseen depths. The silence hums with a quiet presence, as if the dunes themselves guard a secret older than time. What feeds these springs, and why do they shimmer in the desert's embrace? As you gaze, the sands whisper, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. The Taklamakan, one of the world's harshest deserts, spans 130,000 square miles in Xinjiang, its name meaning place of no return in Uyghur lore. Yet scattered across its dunes, small oases, thrive pockets of green where springs bubble, sustaining tamarisk trees, poplars, and rare travelers. You can imagine the waters clear, cool, rising from the sand in pools that defy the surrounding dryness. Some, like the oasis at Nia, have supported ancient Silk Road settlements, their ruins half buried nearby. Others appear fleetingly vanishing with the shifting dunes, only to re-emerge miles away. The mystery lies in their source. No rivers feed the Taklamakan's heart. Its rains are scarce, its surface parched. Where do these springs draw their life? Ancient texts like those of the Han Dynasty mention oases, but not their origins, and local nomads speak of waters that sing from the earth. Why do they persist in a land that devours all else, and why do their locations shift? You kneel by a spring, its ripples catching the light, and feel its pulse a riddle guarded by the dunes, its answer as elusive as the wind. Let your mind drift to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Hydrologists propose underground aquifers fed by distant Himalayan snowmelt as the spring's source. Picture water seeping through porous rock, pooling beneath the dunes to rise in rare fissures. Satellite imagery reveals ancient riverbeds, suggesting a wetter past 10,000 years ago, but no active streams reach the desert's core. Could these aquifers buried deep sustain the oasis? Yet their depth, hundreds of meters, challenges how water surfaces without pumps. Geologists offer another perspective. Tectonic faults in the Tarim Basin may channel groundwater, creating artesian springs where pressure forces water upward. Seismic studies detect fractures, but their link to specific oases is unclear, and the spring's mobility defies fixed geology. Could subterranean channels carved by ancient floods redirect water unpredictably? Soil samples show no consistent conduits, and the oasis' fleeting nature puzzles further. A third hypothesis explores atmospheric moisture, Rare desert rains trapped in sand layers might seep to form temporary springs. Climate data supports occasional storms, but the spring's steady flow even in drought contradicts this. Some speculate human intervention, ancient irrigation systems like Kerez tunnels diverting water, yet no such structures align with the remotest oases. Each theory is a droplet in the sand, shimmering but evaporating before the truth. You ponder these ideas, each a ripple in the spring, yet none unveiling its hidden source. Shift your heart to the unseen, where the springs glow with sacred resonance. To Uyghur nomads, the Taklamakan is a living spirit. Its oasis gifts from Tengri, the sky god, sustaining life in a land of death. You might sit with a herder, his voice soft as the evening breeze as he speaks of the springs, as tears of the earth rising to heal the weary. In their cosmology, the waters are sacred, their source a divine mystery not meant to be known. The thought wraps you gently like a veil of mist, urging you to feel the sacred in the desert's hush. Other traditions weave their own currents. In Buddhist lore, the springs are lotus pools, blessed by bodhisattvas to guide pilgrims. Modern mystics call them energy wells, their waters resonating with the earth's pulse, a beacon for spiritual seekers. In ancient Chinese tales, they are dragon veins, their flow a gift of celestial balance. As you dip your hand in the spring, its coolness stirs your soul, a pulse you feel within. Are these waters a gift, a prayer, or the desert's own heart given form? The springs hold stories, each a shimmer in their crystal depths. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Silk Road merchant crossing the Taklamakan, your camel's steps heavy in the sand. A spring appears, its waters sparkling, guided by a hum you feel in your bones. You drink, and the desert spares you. Was this a place of miracles where the earth offered salvation? The vision fades, but the spring remains its ripples, holding the echo of your gratitude. Legends tell of stranger things. A Uyghur tale speaks of a poet who, lost in the dunes, followed a song to a spring, its waters glowing under starlight. He drank and saw visions of a golden city, then vanished, leaving only his quill. In the 10th century, a monk claimed a spring sang, a mantra leading him to a hidden cave with jade carvings gone by dawn. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who found a spring that bloomed with lotus flowers, their petals fading when she touched them. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the springs still sing for those who wander? You are the wanderer now, your sandals sinking into the warm sand as you kneel by a hidden spring, its waters reflecting the dawn's golden light. The dunes rise around you, their silence a gentle cradle, and you feel a connection as if the spring knows you. You cup the water, its coolness, a quiet promise, and imagine the hands that drank here, the hearts that gave thanks. The desert's hush is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What feeds these springs, and why do they feel like a gift? The mystery of the hidden springs is not a puzzle to solve, but a flow to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the waters guide your thoughts, their ripples a path through the unknown. Hydrologists may trace their currents, and herders may chant their sanctity, but the spring's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You rise the sand clinging to your hands and carry a peace, as deep as the desert. Some wonders are not meant to be found, only felt, their waters a gift for those who pause. As you step from the oasis, the dunes glow under the rising sun, their sands a mirror to the spring's hidden light. A final thought rises delicate as a ripple on the water. What feeds the hidden springs of the Taklamakan, and what secrets do they guard in the desert's heart? The sands offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sea, where ancient ruins sleep beneath the waves. Envision yourself floating in a small boat on the Gulf of Cambay, India, where the sea stretches like a silken tapestry, its surface shimmering under a twilight sky, brushed with hues of amber and indigo. Beneath you, hidden in the depths, lie the ruins of Dwarka, a city of legend said to have been the kingdom of Lord Krishna, its stone walls and temples now cradled by the waves. The air is warm, scented with salt, and the faint whisper of ancient prayers and the water's gentle sway feels alive as if it hums with secrets from a time beyond memory. Was this truly Krishna's city? And why does it sleep in the ocean's embrace? As you drift, the sea's silence beckons, inviting you to wander in its timeless enigma. Dwarka, according to the Mahabharata and other ancient Hindu texts, was a golden city built by Krishna on India's western coast, a thriving capital of the Yadava clan. Submerged ruins discovered in the 1980s off the modern city of Dwarka in the Gulf of Cambay hint at its reality. Sonar and dives reveal stone structures, walls, columns, and anchors scattered across the seabed at depths of 20 to 70 meters. You can imagine their forms weathered blocks, some carved with geometric patterns resting in the silt, their shapes suggesting streets and plazas lost to time. Artifacts like pottery and seals dated to 1500 BCE or earlier suggest a sophisticated culture. The mystery lies in its submersion and purpose. Was this Krishna's Dwarka, a historical city tied to myth, or another settlement lost to rising seas? Why was it abandoned and how did it sink? No inscriptions name its people, and the Mahabharata's tale of Dwarka's flooding after Krishna's departure blends legend with enigma. The Gulf's murky waters guard the ruins, offering no clear answers. You glide above the waves, lapping softly, and feel the city's presence, a riddle pulsing in the deep, its story as elusive as the tides. Let your mind turn to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Marine archaeologists scanning the Gulf of Cambay with sonar proposed the ruins as a pre-Harappan port thriving around 2000 BCE. The structures, rectangular platforms, grid-like patterns, suggest a planned city, perhaps a trade hub linking India to Mesopotamia. Picture merchants unloading pottery under a blazing sun, their ships anchored in a bustling harbor. Yet the site's depth, far below ancient sea levels, suggests a catastrophic flood, and no definitive Harappan seals confirm this link. Geologists offer another perspective. Rising sea levels driven by post-ice age, melting around 7000 BCE, could have submerged a coastal city. Sediment cores show a gradual inundation, but the ruins' preservation intact, walls not eroded, challenges this slow process. Could a tsunami common in the tectonically active Indian Ocean have swept Dwarka under no debris fields or mass graves? Support this. And the structure's order suggests a gradual sinking. A third hypothesis explores human agency. The city may have been abandoned due to drought or invasion, later submerged by natural shifts. Pollen records hint at aridity around 1500 BCE, but the ruins show no signs of destruction. Some speculate an earthquake altered the coastline, flooding the city, though seismic data is inconclusive. A fringe theory suggests advanced engineering canals or dikes failed, letting the sea reclaim the land. But no such structures are found. Each theory is a ripple in the Gulf, spreading but never touching the truth's core. You ponder these ideas each, a wave in the deep, yet none unveiling Dwarka's fate. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where Dwarka shimmers with sacred resonance. To Hindus, the city is Krishna's divine abode, its submersion, a return to the cosmic ocean from which it came. You might sit with a priest, his voice soft as the waves, as he speaks of Dwarka as a temple of the soul, its ruins a reminder of life's impermanence. In their faith, the sea guards Krishna's legacy, its waters a veil for the divine. The thought wraps you gently like a lotus on the tide, urging you to feel the sacred in the ocean's hush. Other traditions weave their own currents. In Jainism, Dwarka's fall echoes the cycle of time, its ruins a lesson in detachment. Modern spiritual seekers call it a chakra of the earth, its submerged stones resonating with cosmic energy, a beacon for enlightenment. In local Gujarati lore, the city is a gift from Varuna, the sea god, its sinking a pact to protect its sanctity. As you float above the Gulf, the water's rhythm feels alive, a pulse you sense within. Is this Krishna's city a spiritual haven, or the ocean's own heart, given form? Dwarka holds stories each, a murmur in its watery depths. Picture yourself, centuries ago, a Yadava merchant standing on Dwarka's shore, your wares, spices, gold piled high as Krishna's banners wave. The sea rises, and you pray the city sinking as if called home. Was this a place of divine will where gods shaped fate? The vision fades, but the waves remain their rhythm, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A Gujarati tale speaks of a fisherman who long ago hauled up a stone from the gulf, its surface etched with Krishna's flute glowing faintly. It slipped back into the sea when he spoke. In the 17th century, a Portuguese sailor claimed he saw golden spires in the waves at dusk, vanishing as he sailed closer. Locals whisper of a diver in the 1980s who found a carved pillar that hummed, guiding him to safety in a storm. You hear these tales shared by lamplight in a coastal village, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Does Dwarka still shine for those who seek? You are the wanderer. Now your boat gliding over the Gulf of Cambay, the water's surface reflecting the stars above. The silence is deep, yet a faint hum stirs, as if the sea knows you. You peer into the depths, imagining stone walls and temples, their forms just beyond sight. Your hand trails in the water, its coolness, a quiet promise, and you feel a connection as if Dwarka's legacy calls to you. The waves whisper their words just beyond your grasp, yet they feel like a welcome, a call to belong. Was this Krishna's city, and what does it guard in the deep? The mystery of Dwarka is not a puzzle to solve, but a tide to ride, gentle and timeless. It asks you to float in reverence, to let the waves guide your thoughts, their rhythm, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may scan its depths, and priests may chant its sanctity, but Dwarka's truth is a shimmer felt, but never grasped. You steer onward, the sea's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the ocean. Some wonders are not meant to be found. Only cherish their silence, a gift for those who drift. As you glide toward the shore, the dawn paints the sea in hues of gold, and rose the waves a mirror to Dwarka's hidden light. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble on the tide. Was the sunken city of Dwarka truly Krishna's? And why does it sleep in the ocean's heart? The sea offers no reply, only its endless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. So, we drift again toward a land where stones fit without mortar. Picture yourself standing on a high plateau in Bolivia's Andes, where the ancient ruins of Tiahuanaco rest under a sky so vast, it seems to cradle the stars. The air is thin, scented with the faint tang of earth and sacred coca, and the stones before you, massive, perfectly fitted blocks, glow softly in the dawn's tender light, as if murmuring secrets from a time long faded. These are the whispering walls of Tiahuanaco, a city of precision-crafted stone. Its builders vanished their purpose, a mystery etched in silence. The wind carries a low hum as if the stones themselves speak their voices, weaving a tale no one can fully hear. Who raised these walls, and what secrets do they guard? As you pause, the plateau's stillness unfolds, inviting you to drift into its timeless enigma. Tiahuanaco, built between 300 and 1000 CE, is a marvel of ancient engineering, its structures scattered across Bolivia's Altiplano near Lake Titicaca. The Acapana Pyramid, the Colossi Temple, and the Gateway of the Sun are crafted from andesite and sandstone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, fitted so tightly that no mortar binds them and a knife's edge cannot slip between. You can trace the gateway's frieze, its carvings of a staff-wielding deity, and winged figures hinting at rituals lost to time. The stones quarried miles away are cut with laser-like precision, their surfaces smooth as if polished by unseen hands. The mystery lies in their creation and the builder's fate. Who were the Tiahuanaco people, and why did their city fade by the 11th century? No written records survive, only oral traditions from the Aymara, who claim descent but know little of their purpose. Was it a ceremonial hub, a capital, or a cosmic shrine? The wall's faint hum, reported by visitors at dawn, adds another layer. Some hear a low vibration, others feel it in their bones. You walk among the stones, their silence a riddle, their secrets locked in their flawless seams. Let your mind turn to those who seek truth with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists propose Tiahuanaco as a ceremonial center, its stones raised by a pre-Incan culture for rituals tied to agriculture or astronomy. Picture priests chanting in the Kalasasaya, their voices aligning with the solstice sun as it pierces the gateway. Excavations reveal canals and altars suggesting offerings, yet the scale blocks hauled across mountains implies a purpose beyond mere worship. How did they move such masses with only stone tools? Engineers offer another perspective. The stone's precision suggests advanced techniques, perhaps using templates or abrasives to shape andesite harder than granite. Could ramps and levers now lost have lifted them? Yet no quarry debris or tools confirm this, and the block's weight defies simple mechanics. Geologists point to the Altiplano's volcanic rock, which fractures cleanly, easing, cutting but transporting 100-ton stones across rugged terrain remains a puzzle. Some hypothesize water transport via ancient canals, though no such channels exist today. A third theory explores collapsed drought evidenced in lake sediment cores may have starved the city, driving its people away. Yet the ruins show no destruction, only an orderly abandonment. Some speculate social upheaval or invasion, though no graves or weapons support this. A fringe idea suggests acoustic engineering, the stones carved to resonate with chants or Earth's vibrations, explaining the hum. Tests detect faint resonance but no deliberate design emerges. Each theory is a spark in the dawn, casting light but leaving shadows deep. You ponder these ideas, each a stone in the wall, yet none unveiling Tiahuanaco's truth. Shift your heart to the unseen, where the walls pulse with sacred resonance. To the Aymara, Tiahuanaco is a gift from Viracocha, the creator god, its stones, a bridge to the divine. You might sit with a Yatari, his voice soft as the morning breeze as he speaks of the walls as living ancestors, their hum, a prayer for balance. In their cosmology, the city is a cosmic axis, its stones singing to align earth and sky. The thought wraps you gently like a woven alpaca shawl, urging you to feel the sacred in the plateau's hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Andean spirituality, the walls are a mandala, their precision reflecting universal harmony. Modern mystics call Tiahuanaco an energy node, its stones resonating with the earth's pulse, their hum, a call to awakening. In Incan lore, the city was a prototype for Cusco, its builders, divine architects. As you stand by the gateway of the sun, the stones seem to vibrate, a pulse you feel within. Are these walls a temple, a memory, or the earth's own soul given voice? Tiahuanaco holds stories, each a murmur in its silent stones. Picture yourself centuries ago, an Aymara priest standing in the Kalasasaya, your hands raised as the solstice sun gilds the gateway. You chant the walls, humming in reply as the community gathers to honor the stars. Was this a place of cosmic rites where heaven met earth? The vision fades, but the stones endure their carvings, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. An Aymara tale speaks of a shaman who touched a stone and heard it sing, revealing a vision of rain. He vanished, leaving only a coca leaf. In the 16th century, a Spanish chronicler claimed the walls glowed at dawn, guiding him to a hidden spring. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw a stone shift, revealing a carved eye that blinked, then closed. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a highland village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the walls still sing for those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps soft on the Altiplano's earth, as you stand among Tiahuanaco's walls, their perfect seams glowing in the dawn. The air is thin, the silence vast, and a faint hum rises as if the stones know you. You touch a block, its surface cool and smooth, and feel a pulse, a rhythm that blends with your heartbeat. You imagine the builders, their hands shaping this city, their chants rising to the sky. The hum is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Who raised these walls and what secrets do they guard? The mystery of Tiahuanaco is not a puzzle to solve, but a song to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the stones guide your thoughts, their hum a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may measure their seams and Yatairis may chant their sanctity, but the wall's truth is a whisper felt but never grasped. You sit the plateau's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as deep as the Andes. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherished their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the ruins, the dawn paints the stones in hues of gold and rose their hum fading into the plateau's silence. A final thought rises delicate as a breeze across the Altiplano. Who built the whispering walls of Tiahuanaco, and what secrets do they sing in their silence? The stones offer no reply, only their timeless presence, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a frozen land where pyramids rise from the ice. Envision yourself bundled in furs, standing on a frozen plain in Antarctica where the ice stretches like a boundless mirror under a sky, aglow with the pale shimmer of polar twilight. Before you, jagged peaks pierce the snow shapes, too angular, too symmetrical to be mere mountains, their forms hinting at pyramids sculpted by hands unknown. The air is sharp, scented with frost and the faint whisper of ancient winds, and the silence feels alive as if the ice hums with secrets from a forgotten age. These are the mysterious formations of Antarctica rising from the eternal snows, their origins veiled in the continent's icy embrace. Are they natural summits or relics of a lost civilization? As you gaze, the snow's quiet pulse invites you to drift into their timeless enigma. In the Transantarctic Mountains and Ellsworth Range, satellite images and explorer accounts reveal peaks with strikingly geometric forms, tetrahedral shapes, sharp edges, and flat faces that mimic human-made pyramids. First noted in the 20th century, these formations, like the Gamburtsev Mountains buried beneath miles of ice, appear too regular for nature's random hand. You can imagine their contours stark against the white expanse, their surfaces glinting as if carved, their bases lost in glaciers that have held them for millennia. Some, like the peaks near Vinson Massif, rise starkly, their symmetry, defying the chaos of erosion. The mystery lies in their origin and purpose. Are these mountains shaped by geologic forces, or do they hide structures from an age before ice claimed? The continent Antarctica, frozen for 34 million years, was once temperate with forests and rivers. Could a civilization have thrived here? Its traces buried, no artifacts, tools, carvings have surfaced, and the ice's vastness guards any secrets. You stand on the frozen plain, the peaks looming, and feel their silence, a riddle etched in frost, its answer as elusive as the wind. Let your mind turn to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Geologists propose the formations as Nunataks peaks, sculpted by glacial erosion into angular shapes. Picture ice grinding against rock over eons, carving pyramids from ancient bedrock. Studies of the Gamburtsev Mountains mapped by radar show tectonic uplift and erosion, yet their tetrahedral forms buried under 2 miles of ice defy typical mountain profiles. Could unique weathering driven by Antarctica's extreme winds create such symmetry? The patterns persist across regions, challenging this explanation. Glaciologists offer another view. Subglacial water flowing beneath ice sheets may have shaped the peaks, polishing them into geometric forms. Seismic data detects liquid lakes under the ice, but their role in sculpting pyramids is unclear, and the peaks' sharp edges resist fluid erosion. Could frost wedging splitting rock in freeze-thaw cycles mimic human design? Yet the formation's scale, some spanning kilometers, stretches this theory thin. A third hypothesis explores ancient tectonics. Antarctica's breakup from Gondwana 180 million years ago may have fractured bedrock into prismatic shapes, later exposed by ice. Geologic models support this, but the peaks' uniformity across vast distances puzzles researchers. Some speculate meteorite impacts shaping craters into pyramids, though no impact sites align. A fringe theory whispers of lost technology, ancient builders using unknown methods, yet no relics support this. Each theory is a snowflake in the storm, drifting but never settling. You ponder these ideas, each a glint in the ice, yet none unveiling the peak's truth. Shift your heart to the unseen, where the peaks glow with sacred resonance. To indigenous peoples who never reached Antarctica, but whose myths echo across oceans, the far south is a realm of spirits, its peaks, guardians of Earth's memory. You might sit with a storyteller, her voice soft as the polar wind, as she speaks of the formations as altars raised by forgotten souls to honor the eternal. In their lore, the ice preserves their sanctity, a light for those who seek. The thought wraps you gently like a blanket of snow, urging you to feel the sacred in the frozen hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In New Age belief, the peaks are energy vortices, their shapes channeling cosmic forces resonating with Earth's pulse. Ancient Polynesian tales carried to distant shores hint at a white land where gods shaped mountains to mark creation. In esoteric thought, they are relics of a lost age, perhaps Atlantis, their forms a silent prayer. As you stand by a peak, its icy face gleaming, you sense a vibration as if it breathes. Are these pyramids, mountains, altars, or the ice's own soul given form? The peaks hold stories, each a whisper in the frozen silence. Picture yourself millennia ago, a figure in furs standing before a pyramid-shaped peak as the aurora dances above. You carve an offering in the snow, the ice humming in, reply guiding you to safety. Was this a place of pilgrimage, where the earth spoke, the vision fades but the peaks endure their forms, holding the echo of your prayer? Legends tell of stranger things. An Inuit tale carried across continents speaks of a voyager who dreamed of white pyramids in a frozen land, their tips glowing under starlight. He woke with a stone unmarked in his hand. In the 1910s explorer, Ernest Shackleton claimed a peak shifted in the mist, revealing a carved face, then vanished. Local scientists at Antarctic bases whisper of a pilot in the 1960s who saw a pyramid pulse with light guiding his plane through a blizzard. You hear these tales shared by lamplight in a research camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the peaks still shine? For those who seek, you are the wanderer now, your boots crunching on the Antarctic snow as you stand before a pyramid-shaped peak, its edges sharp against the twilight. The silence is vast, yet a faint hum stirs, as if the ice knows you. You touch the frozen surface. It's cold, biting gently, and feel a pulse, a rhythm that blends with your heartbeat. You imagine the hands or forces that shape this form, their dreams woven into the snow. The peak's silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. Are these mountains or relics of a forgotten age? The mystery of Antarctica's pyramids is not a puzzle to solve, but a frost to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the peaks guide your thoughts. There forms a path through the unknown. Geologists may map their contours and storytellers may weave their myths, but the pyramid's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You sit the ice's hush enfolding you and carry a peace as vast as the continent. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only felt, their silence a gift for those who linger. As you step from the peak, the twilight deepens, the stars igniting above, like sparks in the ice. A final thought rises delicate as a breath in the frost. Are the eternal snows of Antarctica's pyramids nature's work, or relics of a forgotten age? The ice offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a desert where ancient paintings whisper of other worlds. Picture yourself standing at the mouth of a cave in the Tassili and Adjer Plateau, Algeria, where the Sahara's golden dunes part to reveal jagged cliffs bathed in the soft rose of dawn. The air is warm, scented with dry stone and faint traces of ancient fires, and as you step inside, the rock walls unveil vivid paintings, figures with elongated limbs, helmet-like heads and eyes that seem to glow in the dim light. These are the cave art of Tassili n'Ajjer, depicting beings that feel not of this world, crafted by hands, vanished into the desert's heart. The silence hums with a presence, as if the paintings whisper tales of visions long forgotten. What did their artists see, and why did they etch these images into eternity? As you trace the figures, the cave's stillness invites you to drift into their timeless enigma. Tassili n'Ajjer, a vast plateau in the Sahara, harbors thousands of rock paintings and engravings dating from 6000 BCE to 100 CE. Discovered in the 1930s, these artworks spread across caves and shelters, depict animals, hunters, and enigmatic humanoid figures, some with rounded heads, others floating as if unbound by earth. You can trace a scene, a being, with a halo-like helm, arms outstretched, surrounded by stars or spirals painted in ochre and white. The roundhead figures, as scholars call them, stand apart their forms, alien their purpose, unclear. The mystery lies in their creators and intent. Who were these painters? And what inspired such otherworldly images? The Sahara, once a lush savanna, dried by 3000 BCE, leaving the artist's culture a Neolithic people to fade. Were these figures gods, spirits, or visitors from beyond? Why paint them in remote caves hidden from the world? No tools or settlements fully explain their craft, and their disappearance leaves only questions. You stand in the cave, the painting's eyes seeming to watch their silence, a riddle etched in stone, its answer lost to the sands. Shift your thoughts to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists propose the paintings as ritual art created by a pastoral people to honor deities or ancestors. Picture shamans mixing ochre under torchlight, their brushes tracing visions seen in trance. Excavations near Tassili find hearths and tools suggesting nomadic camps, but no graves or relics clarify the figures' meaning. Could they depict myths born of a culture's dreams? The figures' consistency across sites defies simple storytelling. Anthropologists offer another view. The roundhead figures may represent shamans in ritual attire, their helmets symbolic of spiritual journeys. Ethnographic studies of modern Saharan tribes show similar trance-induced art, yet the figures' alien forms lacking human detail challenge this. Could they record encounters with real beings, perhaps traders in elaborate gear? Yet no artifacts, masks, costumes support this, and the Sahara's isolation limits such contact. A third hypothesis explores environmental shifts. The Sahara's drying may have spurred visions of otherworldly saviors painted to invoke rain or salvation. Pollen records confirm the desert's transformation, but the painting's focus on figures, not water, weakens this idea. Some speculate astronomical inspiration, the figures' halos resembling stars or comets, though no clear alignments emerge. A fringe theory whispers of extraterrestrial contact, the figures depicting visitors, though no evidence backs this. Each theory is a brushstroke on the rock, vibrant but incomplete. You ponder these ideas, each a shadow in the cave, yet none unveiling the painter's truth. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the paintings glow with sacred resonance. To Tuareg nomads, the Sahara is a living spirit, its caves, temples where ancestors commune. You might sit with a griot, his voice soft as the desert wind, as he speaks of the figures, as star beings painted to guide souls through the cosmos. In their lore, the paintings are prayers, their eyes watching the living. The thought wraps you gently like a veil of starlight, urging you to feel the sacred in the rock's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Berber spirituality, the figures are jinn, spirits of the desert, their forms a warning or blessing. Modern mystics call the caves energy portals, the paintings resonating with Earth's pulse, their alien shapes a cosmic map. In animist thought, they are guardians painted to protect the Sahara's heart. As you stand before a figure, its haloed head seeming to glow, you sense a presence as if it sees you. Are these paintings gods, visions, or the desert's own soul-given form? Tassili holds stories, each a whisper in its shadowed walls. Picture yourself millennia ago, a painter in a cave, your hands mixing ochre as you trace a figure seen in a dream, a being with starlit eyes floating above the earth. Your community gathers, their chants echoing as the painting binds you to the divine. Was this a place of visions where the unseen met the mortal? The image endures its colors, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. A Tuareg tale speaks of a hunter who, lost in the desert, entered a cave and saw a painting glow, its figure pointing to a hidden spring. He drank and vanished, leaving only his spear. In the 19th century, a French explorer claimed a cave's figures sang a low hum, guiding him through a sandstorm. Locals whisper of a child in the 1950s who touched a painting and saw stars fall, revealing a path to safety. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the paintings still speak to those who seek? You are the wanderer now, your footsteps echoing in the cave as you stand before a painted figure, its elongated form glowing in the torchlight. The air is cool, the silence vast, and you feel a pulse as if the rock knows you. You trace the figure's outline, its lines sharp yet fluid, and imagine the hands that painted it, the eyes that saw beyond the world. The silence is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What did these painters see, and why do their visions call to you? The mystery of Tassili's paintings is not a code to break, but a vision to cherish, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the figures guide your thoughts, their forms a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may study their pigments, and griots may chant their sanctity, but the painting's truth is a shimmer felt but never grasped. You step into the dawn, the caves hush lingering and carry a peace as vast as the Sahara. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only seen their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the cave, the dunes glow under the rising sun, their sands a mirror to the painting's hidden light. A final thought rises delicate as a breeze across the plateau. What did the unseen painters of the Sahara see, and why did they paint beings not of this world? The rock offers no reply, only its timeless hush, its call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart aglow, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a jungle where temples rise from the earth. Envision yourself standing at the edge of a jungle clearing in Cambodia, where the dawn's first light filters through a canopy of emerald leaves, bathing the towers of Angkor in a golden mist. The air is warm, heavy with the scent of damp earth and lotus blossoms, and the ancient stones carved with gods and dancers seem to hum with a presence that stirs the stillness. These are the silent towers of Angkor, a sprawling complex of temples built by the Khmer Empire. Their builders vanished into the folds of time. The silence feels alive, as if the carvings whisper tales of forgotten rituals. Why were these temples left to the jungle, and what secrets do their stones murmur? As you step closer, the mist swirls gently, inviting you to drift into their timeless enigma. Angkor, flourishing from the 9th to the 15th centuries, was the heart of the Khmer Empire, a civilization that ruled Southeast Asia with unparalleled grandeur. Spanning hundreds of square miles, its temples, Angkor Wat Bayon, Ta Prohm, rise from the jungle, their sandstone spires and bas-reliefs crafted with breathtaking precision. You can trace the smiling faces of Bayon, their serene gazes watching the horizon, or the roots of Ta Prohm, entwining stone like a lover's embrace. Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world, mirrors the cosmos, its towers aligned with the stars. The mystery lies in its abandonment and purpose. Why did the Khmer leave this sacred city by the 15th century, its temples reclaimed by vines? Was it a religious hub, a royal capital, or a cosmic map? No Khmer texts fully explain their departure, and the carvings depicting gods, battles, and prummer. Dancers offer no clear answer. The jungle's silence, broken only by distant bird calls, holds the secret as if the stones whisper to those who listen. You walk a temple path, the stones cool beneath your feet, and feel their presence, a riddle etched in sandstone, its truth veiled by the ages. Let your thoughts drift to those who seek answers with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists propose Angkor as a sacred capital, its temples built to honor Hindu and Buddhist deities under kings like Suryavarman II. The alignments of Angkor Wat with solstices and equinoxes suggest a cosmic purpose, with priests conducting rituals to align earth and sky. Picture robed figures chanting at dawn, their voices echoing through courtyards. Yet the city's vastness, housing perhaps 1 million, implies a bustling metropolis, not just a shrine, and its abandonment puzzles with no signs of war or ruin. Historians offer another perspective. Environmental collapse may have driven the Khmer away. Sedimentary records show prolonged droughts in the 14th century, straining Angkor's intricate canal system vital for rice farming. Could famine have emptied the city, yet the temple's pristine state suggests an orderly departure? Geographers point to shifting trade routes, with coastal ports like Ayutthaya drawing wealth southward, leaving Angkor behind. But why abandon such a monumental site, its canals still functional? A third hypothesis explores social upheaval, internal strife, or rebellion hinted at in later Thai chronicles may have fractured the empire. Yet, no mass graves or destruction support this. Some speculate disease, malaria, or plague decimated the population, though skeletal evidence is scarce. A fringe theory suggests a spiritual shift, the rise of Theravada Buddhism supplanting older rituals, rendering Angkor's temples obsolete. Each theory is a vine in the jungle climbing toward truth but tangled in shadow. You ponder these ideas, each a stone in the temple's foundation, yet none unveiling Angkor's silent heart. Now let your soul rise to the unseen, where the towers glow with sacred resonance. To modern Khmer, Angkor is a living temple, its stones infused with the spirits of ancestors and gods. You might sit with a monk, his saffron robes aglow in the dawn as he speaks of the temples as a bridge to nirvana, their carvings chanting prayers for eternity. In their cosmology, the jungle's embrace is a guardian preserving Angkor's soul. The thought wraps you gently, like a lotus on a still pond, urging you to feel the divine in the stone's hush. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Hindu lore, Angkor Wat is Vishnu's earthly abode, its towers a ladder to the heavens. Buddhist tales see it as a mandala guiding souls to enlightenment. Modern spiritual seekers call it an energy vortex, its carvings resonating with cosmic harmony. In animist belief, the stones are alive, their whispers, the voices of forest spirits. As you stand in Bayon's courtyard, the carved faces smiling, you sense a pulse as if the temple breathes. Are these towers, shrines, portals, or the jungle's own soul, given form? Angkor holds stories each, a murmur in its ancient stones. Picture yourself centuries ago, a Khmer dancer in top Rome, your movements mirroring the carved apsaras as torchlight flickers. You dance for the gods, the jungle listening, its vines swaying in rhythm. Was this a place of divine rites where heaven met earth? The vision fades, but the carvings endure their grace, holding the echo of your steps. Legends tell of stranger things. A Khmer tale speaks of a priest who, meditating in Angkor Wat, saw a carving glow, revealing a hidden chamber of jade. He vanished, leaving only a lotus flower. In the 16th century, a Portuguese monk claimed the towers sang at dawn, a low hum guiding him to a spring. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw an apsara step from the stone, her dance leading to a buried relic gone by morning. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a jungle village and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the carvings still dance for those who watch? You are the wanderer. Now your footsteps soft on Angkor's stone paths, the towers rising like silent guardians in the mist. The air is thick with the scent of moss and incense, and you pause by a carved apsara, her smile serene. You touch the stone, its surface, warm from the sun, and feel a pulse as if the temple knows you. The jungle's hush is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. You imagine the Khmer, their hands shaping these spires, their chants rising to the sky. Why did they leave, and what do their carvings whisper? The mystery of Angkor is not a puzzle to solve, but a rhythm to join, gentle and timeless. It asks you to walk in reverence, to let the stones guide your thoughts, their carvings a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may map their walls and monks may chant their sanctity, but Angkor's truth is a whisper felt but never grasped. You sit the jungle's embrace, lingering, and carry a peace as deep as the forest. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherished. Their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the temple, the dawn paints the towers in hues of gold and rose, their carvings glowing in the light. A final thought rises delicate as a petal on the breeze. Why were the silent towers of Angkor left to the jungle, and what do their carvings whisper to the ages? The stones offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart resonant, ready to seek the next enigma. So we drift again toward a sea where islands drift without anchor. Imagine yourself adrift in a small skiff on the Atlantic Ocean, where the Sargasso Sea unfolds like a vast emerald quilt, its surface woven with golden brown seaweed under a sky, softened by the pale blush of dawn. The air is warm, heavy with the briny scent of salt and kelp, and the gentle sway of the waves feels like the breath of the sea itself, alive and pulsing. Around you, patches of sargassum seaweed form floating isles, some vast as fields, others small as stepping stones, where ships have lingered, ensnared by an unseen force. This is the Sargasso Sea, a realm without shores where the ocean seems to hold secrets in its drifting embrace. What binds these isles? And why does the sea feel as if it breathes? As you glide among the seaweed, the water's hush invites you to wander in its timeless enigma. The Sargasso Sea, nestled within the North Atlantic Gyre, is a unique expanse, defined not by land, but by circling currents that trap sargassum seaweed in a floating ecosystem. Spanning millions of square miles, it is a sea within a sea, its boundaries fluid marked by the Bermuda Triangle's mystique. You can picture the isle's tangled mats of seaweed bobbing gently home to crabs, fish, and turtles, yet notorious for ensnaring ships. Historical accounts from Columbus in 1492 to modern sailors describe vessels caught in the weed, their hulls held as if by a gentle hand, their crews bewildered by the sea's quiet grip. The mystery lies in what holds these ships, and why the Sargasso feels alive. No reefs or islands anchor the seaweed. It drifts freely, yet ships linger, sometimes vanishing without trace. Is it the currents, the weed, or something deeper that binds them? The sea's surface, often calm, seems to pulse as if breathing its rhythm, defying explanation. You drift among the isles, your boat brushing the kelp, and feel the sea's presence, a riddle woven into the waves, its answer as elusive as the horizon. Shift your thoughts to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Oceanographers propose the Sargasso's currents, the North Atlantic Gyre, as the force trapping ships. Picture swirling waters driven by trade winds, corralling seaweed and vessels into a gentle vortex. The gyre's strength, they argue, slows ships, while sargassum fouls rudders, creating the illusion of a living hold. Yet modern ships, with powerful engines, still report delays, and the seaweed's loose structure rarely binds tightly. Biologists offer another view. The sargassum, a floating ecosystem, may host microbes or organisms that alter water density, slowing vessels. Studies reveal unique bacteria in the weed, but no evidence links them to such effects. Could the seaweed's mass, combined with calm winds, create a dead zone where ships stall? Weather data shows the Sargasso's frequent calms, but the sea's pulsing rhythm, described by sailors as a breath, defies this explanation. A third hypothesis explores magnetic anomalies. The Sargasso overlaps the Bermuda Triangle, where compasses sometimes misalign. Could electromagnetic fields disrupt navigation, causing ships to linger? Instruments detect weak anomalies, but none strong enough to explain the phenomenon. Some speculate bioluminescence in the weed. Glowing at night disorients crews, though sightings occur in daylight. Each theory is a ripple on the sea, spreading but never touching the truth's core. You ponder these ideas, each a wave in the current, yet none unveiling the sea's breathing heart. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the Sargasso pulses with sacred resonance. To Caribbean islanders, the sea is a living spirit, its seaweed isles a sanctuary for souls lost to the deep. You might sit with a fisherman, his voice soft as the waves, as he speaks of the Sargasso, as a cradle its breath, the sigh of ancestors guiding sailors home. In their lore, the sea's hold is a blessing, not a trap, its rhythm, a prayer for the weary. The thought wraps you gently like a tide's caress, urging you to feel the divine in the water's hush. Other traditions weave their own currents. In African diaspora tales, the Sargasso is a refuge for spirits crossing the Middle Passage, its isles a resting place. Modern mystics call it an energy vortex, its seaweed resonating with Earth's pulse, a beacon for cosmic harmony. In ancient mariner lore, it is the domain of a sea goddess, her breath animating the waves. As you drift among the isles, the sea's rhythm feels alive, a pulse you sense within. Is this a sanctuary, a spirit, or the ocean's own heart given form? The Sargasso holds stories, each a whisper in its floating realm. Picture yourself centuries ago, a sailor on Columbus's Santa Maria, your ship caught in the weed as the sea breathes beneath you. A faint glow rises from the sargassum, guiding you free. Was this a place of omens where the ocean offered aid? The vision fades, but the isles remain their kelp, holding the echo of your voyage. Legends tell of stranger things. A Taino tale speaks of a fisherman who, lost in the Sargasso, saw a seaweed isle glow, revealing a path to shore. He vanished, leaving only his net. In the 18th century, a pirate captain claimed the sea sang a low hum as his ship lingered, freeing itself at dawn. Locals whisper of a sailor in the 1920s who saw a figure rise from the weed, its eyes gleaming, then sink. You hear these tales shared by lantern light on a coastal dock and feel their pull, their call to dream. Does the Sargasso still breathe for those who drift? You are the wanderer, now your skiff gliding among the Sargasso's isles, the seaweed brushing softly against the hull. The air is thick with salt and kelp, and the sea's gentle sway feels like a heartbeat, as if it knows you. You peer into the water, imagining ships below their masts, tangled in weed, their stories held by the waves. The silence is a language, its rhythm just beyond your grasp, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What holds these isles, and why does the sea breathe with life? The mystery of the Sargasso Sea is not a puzzle to solve, but a tide to ride, gentle and timeless. It asks you to float in reverence, to let the waves guide your thoughts, their rhythm, a path through the unknown. Oceanographers may chart its currents, and fishermen may chant its sanctity, but the sea's truth is a shimmer felt, but never grasped. You steer onward, the seaweeds hush, enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the ocean. Some wonders are not meant to be explained, only cherish their breath, a gift for those who drift. As you glide toward the open sea, the dawn paints the isles in hues of gold and rose, their seaweed, a mirror to the Sargasso's hidden pulse. A final thought rises delicate as a bubble on the tide. What holds the drifting isles of the Sargasso Sea, and why does the sea seem to breathe? The waves offer no reply, only their timeless hush, their call to carry the question forward. You smile, your heart buoyant, ready to seek the next enigma. Picture yourself seated on a warm outcrop of stone in the Giza Plateau, Egypt, where the Great Sphinx gazes eternally across the desert, its lion's body and human face bathed in the soft golden glow of a twilight sky. The air carries the scent of sun-baked sand and ancient myrrh, and a profound stillness settles over the dunes, as if the Sphinx itself breathes a quiet watchfulness. Beneath its paws, legends whisper of hidden vaults, chambers sealed for millennia, their contents unknown, their purpose a mystery woven into the desert's heart. The Sphinx's eyes seem to hold you, their silent gaze guarding secrets no one has touched. What lies within these chambers, and why does the Sphinx stand sentinel over them? As you rest in its shadow, the desert's hush invites you to drift into this timeless enigma. The Great Sphinx, carved around 2500 BCE during Egypt's Old Kingdom, is a monolithic marvel, 240 feet long and 66 feet high, hewn from limestone bedrock, its lion's body symbolizing strength and human head, perhaps modeled after Pharaoh Khafre, stand beside the Giza pyramids, a testament to ancient ingenuity. Yet beneath its weathered form, tales persist of hidden vaults, chambers, or tunnels, rumored to hold treasures, texts, or sacred relics. You can imagine their entrances concealed beneath the paws or hidden in the bedrock sealed by stone no hand has moved. Ancient texts like those of Herodotus and Pliny hint at subterranean passages, while medieval Arab chroniclers spoke of a hall of records beneath the Sphinx. The mystery lies in their existence and contents. Are these vaults real, or myths born of awe? Why have they remained unopened, and what do they guard? Modern scans, ground-penetrating radar, and seismic surveys detect anomalies beneath the Sphinx voids that suggest chambers, yet no excavation has breached them. The desert's silence, broken only by the wind's soft sigh, holds the secret as if the Sphinx itself refuses to speak. You stand before its gaze, the limestone warm under your touch, and feel a pulse, a riddle etched in stone, its answer buried deep. Shift your thoughts to those who seek clarity with reason's steady hand. Archaeologists propose the voids as natural cavities in the limestone formed by water erosion when the Sahara was wetter millennia before the Sphinx was carved. Picture ancient streams carving hollows beneath the bedrock, later sealed by sand. Yet the anomaly's regularity, rectangular aligned, suggests human design, and no natural caves match their depth or shape. Could they be quarries hollowed during the Sphinx's construction? The lack of debris challenges this. Geophysicists using radar and ultrasound confirm voids beneath the paws and rear some 10 meters deep. They hypothesize construction tunnels used to maneuver stones or store tools, sealed after completion. Yet the Sphinx's monolithic nature, carved from a single block, reduces the need for such tunnels. Could they be tombs or shrines built for Khafre's cult? No artifacts, pottery, bones support this, and Egyptian tombs typically lie elsewhere. A third theory explores symbolic spaces, the vaults, as ritual chambers meant to hold spiritual, not physical treasures. The Sphinx's alignment with the equinox sun suggests a cosmic purpose, perhaps linked to solar worship. Yet Egypt's strict preservation laws halt excavation, leaving the voids untested. Some speculate water damage or structural risks. Keep them sealed though, scans show stability. Each theory is a grain of sand slipping through the fingers of truth. You ponder these ideas, each a whisper in the desert, yet none unveiling the vault's secrets. Now let your soul drift to the unseen, where the Sphinx glows with sacred resonance. To modern Egyptians, it is a guardian of eternity, its vaults, a repository of divine wisdom. You might sit with a Bedouin elder, his voice soft as the evening breeze as he speaks of the Sphinx, as Anubis's sentinel, its chambers holding secrets of the gods. In their lore, the vaults are a sacred trust unopened until humanity is ready. The thought wraps you gently like a linen shawl, urging you to feel the divine in the stone's silence. Other traditions weave their own visions. In Coptic Christian belief, the Sphinx is a remnant of a lost age, its vaults hiding truths of creation. Modern mystics call them a cosmic archive, storing knowledge from a forgotten civilization, perhaps Atlantis. In ancient Egyptian faith, the Sphinx was Horus of the horizon, its chambers a gateway to the afterlife. As you stand beneath its gaze, the stone seems to hum a pulse you feel within. Are these vaults a shrine, a library, or the desert's own soul-given form? The Sphinx holds stories, each a whisper in its ancient stone. Picture yourself millennia ago, a priest of Khafre descending a hidden stair beneath the pause, your torch casting shadows on walls etched with hieroglyphs. You place an offering, the chamber ceiling behind you, its secret safe. Was this a place of sacred rites where gods met mortals? The vision fades, but the Sphinx endures its gaze, holding the echo of your prayer. Legends tell of stranger things. An Arab tale speaks of a Bedouin who centuries ago found a tunnel under the Sphinx, its walls aglow with golden light. He emerged, mute, his eyes forever changed. In the 14th century, a Sufi mystic claimed the Sphinx hummed at dawn, guiding him to a vision of a buried scroll lost when he reached for it. Locals whisper of a child in the 1920s who saw the Sphinx's eyes glow, pointing to a hidden door that vanished by morning. You hear these tales shared by firelight in a desert camp, and feel their pull, their call to dream. Do the vaults still call to those who listen? You are the wanderer now, your sandals sinking into the warm sand as you stand before the Sphinx, its massive form looming under the stars. The desert's silence is vast, yet a faint hum stirs, as if the stone knows you. You touch its paw, the limestone cool and smooth, and feel a pulse, a rhythm that blends with your heartbeat. You imagine the hands that carved it, the voices that prayed here, their secrets sealed below. The Sphinx's gaze is a language, its words just beyond your reach, yet it feels like a welcome, a call to belong. What lies within these vaults, and why does the Sphinx watch over them? The mystery of the hidden vaults is not a lock to open, but a vigil to share, gentle and timeless. It asks you to stand in reverence, to let the Sphinx guide your thoughts, its silence, a path through the unknown. Archaeologists may scan its depths, and elders may chant its sanctity. But the vault's truth is a shadow felt, but never grasped. You sit the desert's hush enfolding you, and carry a peace as vast as the sands. Some wonders are not meant to be opened, only cherish their silence, a gift for those who linger. As you step from the Sphinx, the stars blaze above their light, a mirror to the vault's hidden secrets below. A final thought rises delicate as a breath in the desert night. What lies within the hidden vaults of the Great Sphinx? And why does its gaze guard them still? As you drift through the twilight of these mysteries, dear wanderer, let the unanswered questions cradle you like a gentle tide. The sleeping stones of ancient cities, the eternal dusk of forgotten shores, the drifting winds that carry whispers of the unknown, they surround you now, soft as a sigh. You've walked among the shadows of lost kingdoms, felt the hum of starlit ruins, and listened to the sea's quiet secrets. Each unanswered riddle, each silent enigma weaves a tapestry of wonder shimmering in the stillness of your heart. There's no need to chase the truths they guard. Not all paths lead to answers, and not all questions seek a voice. The desert's song, the ocean's breath, the mountain's silent watch, they offer peace, not puzzles. Let them fold around you like petals closing at dusk, their mysteries a lullaby for your soul. The stars above the stones, below the winds that wander, they hold you in their embrace, guiding you to a place where questions rest unanswered but serene. Feel the weight of the world soften, as if carried away by a river's flow. The ruins sleep the sea's dream, and you drift with them, carried on currents older than time. Let the whispers fade, let the silence bloom. You are part of the mystery now, a thread in its endless weave, floating gently in the eternal dusk. Rest, wanderer, in the quiet of the unknown, where the heart finds peace in what cannot be named. So we drift again toward dreams, where the unknown cradles us all,